Hello everyone, and welcome to the Beast fanfic. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Goku was the last Kryptonian instead of a Saiyan and fall in love with Wonder Woman and Bulma. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Chapter 1. The Last Son. The crimson sky of Krypton fractured with lightning as Jor-El placed his infant son into the experimental spacecraft. His wife Lara stood beside him, tears streaming down her face as she gently brushed her fingers across their child's forehead one final time. The calculations are precise, Lara. Earth's yellow sun will gift him extraordinary abilities. He will be a god among them, yet. His heart. Jor-El's voice caught in his throat as another tremor shook the laboratory, sending crystalline instruments crashing to the floor. His heart will remain Kryptonian, Lara whispered, PLA. Shing a small pendant bearing their family crest around the baby's neck. Kal-El, Kakarot, my son. The name had been a compromise. Jor-El, ever the scientist, had chosen Kal-El, Star Child, a traditional Kryptonian name befitting the House of El. Lara, whose ancestors hailed from Krypton's southern continent with its distinct cultural traditions, had insisted on the secondary name Kakarot, meaning, one who rises from the stars. Both names would travel with him, along with the collective scientific knowledge of Krypton's most advanced civilization. The council refused to listen, Jor-El Said, voice hardening as he made final adjustments to the ship's navigation system. They called my findings alarmist, claimed our planetary core was stable. His hands worked with frantic precision, encoding genetic information into the craft's memory banks. Their arrogance dooms us all. Outside the laboratory windows, Krypton's capital city of Kandor was already beginning to collapse. Magnifique, and crystal spires that had stood for millennia now toppled like felled trees, crushing everything beneath them. The planet's unstable core was reaching critical mass, exactly as Jor-El had predicted. For years while the Science Council dismissed his warnings. He will never know our ways, Lara said, gently stroking the sleeping infant's black hair. The baby's tale, a rare genetic throwback to Krypton's evolutionary past that occasionally appeared in children from the southern continent, curled reflexively around her wrist, as if reluctant to let go. Jor-El paused his work just long enough to embrace them both. He will make his own way. The yellow sun of Earth will. A violent quake interrupted him, more powerful than any before. Warning klaxons blared throughout the complex. We have no time left. With trembling hands, Lara severed her son's tail, a painful but necessary procedure. Earth's humans had no such appendages, he would need to blend in. She kissed the wound, applying a healing salve as the baby stirred but did not wake. May you find strength on Earth, my Kakarot, she whispered, placing him into the cushioned pod. Jor-El activated the launch sequence, his face illuminated by the console's blue light. The humans appear primitive compared to us, but they possess something our civilization has lost: passion, creativity, potential. They will call him different, perhaps even strange, but among them, he might find what Krypton has forgotten. The pod's transparent cover sealed with a hydraulic hiss. Through it, they could see their son's peaceful face, unaware he would soon be the last son of a dead world. I've programmed the ship to seek out a suitable guardian, Jor-El explained, his scientific detachment barely masking his breaking heart. Someone who can guide him. Teach him to control the powers he will develop under Earth's sun. The laboratory ceiling retracted, revealing Krypton's dying sky. The planet's 3 moons hung precariously close, their orbits destabilized by the growing gravitational chaos. In the distance, the gleaming towers of Kandor were now largely reduced to rubble. He will never be truly one of them, Lara whispered. No, Jor-El agreed. Initiating the launch, he will be more. A bridge between worlds. The spacecraft rose silently, accelerating through Krypton's atmosphere as the planet's surface began to fracture beneath it. Jor-El and Lara stood wrapped in each other's arms, watching until the tiny silver craft became indistinguishable from the stars. Minutes later, Krypton exploded. A shockwave of raw, radioactive fragments burst outward in all directions, a funeral pyre visible across galaxies. The civilization that had stood for 100,000 years vanished in an instant. But one small ship had already entered hyperspace, carrying with it the legacy of a lost world. Master Roshi was enjoying his morning meditation on the tiny island he called home when something extraordinary flashed across the sky. The old martial arts master opened his eyes just in time to see what appeared to be a meteor plummeting toward the ocean several miles offshore. Instead of disappearing beneath the waves, however, the object slowed dramatically before impact, creating only a modest splash. Curiosity piqued, Roshi adjusted his sunglasses and stood with surprising agility for a man of his advanced years. "Well now, that's not something you see every day," he muttered, stroking his long white beard. He retrieved a small boat from beneath his modest house and began rowing toward the splash site. The morning sea was calm, making navigation easy as gulls circled overhead. 20 minutes of steady rowing brought him to a spot where something metallic gleamed just below the surface. What in the world? Roshi leaned over the side of his boat. The object was like nothing he had ever seen, a sleek craft of unknown origin, certainly not from any military or space program he recognized. As he watched, it began to rise of its own accord until it breached the surface, floating like a bizarre metallic lily pad. A seam appeared along its side, then widened. Steam hissed from the opening, carrying an odor reminiscent of ozone and unfamiliar minerals. Roshi tensed, decades of martial arts training preparing him for whatever might emerge. Nothing could have prepared him for what he found inside. A baby boy, no more than a few months old, with a tuft of wild black hair, sleeping peacefully amid the wreckage of what was clearly an advanced spacecraft. Around the child's neck hung a straw-NGE pendant bearing a symbol like nothing on Earth, a stylized S, enclosed within a 5-sided shield. "Well, I'll be," Roshi whispered, carefully lifting the child. The baby's eyes opened, inquisitive, alert eyes that fixed on the old master with surprising intensity. Then, defying all expectations, the infant smiled. Roshi had lived for nearly 300 years, mastering techniques that extended his lifespan far beyond normal human limits. He had seen empires rise and fall, had witnessed the birth of new martial arts disciplines and the death of ancient ones. But nothing in his century's of existence had prepared him for the arrival of a child from the stars. As if responding to his thoughts, a crystalline object in the spacecraft began to glow. Roshi cautiously reached for it, and upon contact, a 3-dimensional image appeared, a stern-faced man with penetrating eyes wearing elaborate robes. "Greetings, Guardian of Earth," the image spoke in perfect, if formally accented, Japanese. "If you are seeing this message, then you have found my son, Kal-El, whom we also call Kakarot. He is the last survivor of the planet Krypton, sent to your world as our civilization faces extinction." Roshi listened in stunned silence as the message continued, explaining how the yellow sun of Earth would grant the child extraordinary abilities, strength, speed, invulnerability, flight, powers that would make him godlike compared to humans. "We ask not that you worship him, but that you guide him," the image of Jor-El continued. "Teach him to use these gifts with wisdom and compassion. Though born of another world, let him serve humanity's highest ideals rather than rule through strength alone." The message ended with instructions for accessing the spacecraft's database, containing the scientific and cultural knowledge of Krypton, to be shared with the child when he was ready. Roshi looked down at the baby in his arms, who had already fallen back asleep. "Kakarot, he murmured. "That's quite a mouthful for an Earth child." He considered for a moment. "I think I'll call you Goku, aware of emptiness. Seems fitting for one who will never know his homeworld." Making a decision that would alter the course of Earth's history, Master Roshi gathered the child and the crystal containing Krypton's legacy. He would raise the boy himself, train him in the martial arts, and prepare him for the extraordinary future that awaited him. Before leaving, Roshi used a capsule from his pocket to contain the spacecraft, shrinking it to the size of a medicine bottle for safekeeping. No one else should find this technology, not until Goku was ready. "Looks like my retirement just got a lot more interesting," he chuckled, rowing back toward his island with baby Goku sleeping peacefully in a makeshift sling across his chest. 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. On the small island that had become their home, Master Roshi watched with a mixture of pride and astonies. H meant as young Goku split a massive boulder with a single punch. The impact sent fragments skipping across the ocean surface like flat stones. Good, Goku, Roshi called out, adjusting his sunglasses. But remember what we discussed about control. Power without discipline is merely destruction. The boy, now a bundle of limitless energy with perpetually messy black hair, nodded seriously. Yes, Master Roshi. He closed his eyes in concentration, then delivered another punch to an adjacent boulder. This time, instead of shattering it completely, his fist left a perfect imprint several inches deep in the solid granite. Better. Roshi nodded approvingly. Much better. Training a Kryptonian child proved the ultimate challenge, even for a martial arts master of Roshi's caliber. Goku's strength had manifested early. At 3, he had accidentally reduced a fishing boat to splinters with an enthusiastic hug. By 5, he could leap over the house without effort. Now, at 7, his powers continued to grow daily. Flight still eluded him. Though Roshi suspected this was more psychological than physical, the boy had no reference for how flight should feel, no instinctual understanding of defying gravity. Similarly, his heat vision had only manifested during moments of extreme emotion, and his freeze breath remained completely dormant. Can we practice the Kamehameha again? Goku asked eagerly, bouncing on his toes with barely contained excitement. Roshi stroked his beard thoughtfully. The Kamehameha wave was his greatest technique, a focused energy blast that had taken him 50 years to perfect. Goku had replicated it after seeing it performed just once. Very well, the old master conceded, but over the ocean this time. I'm still regrowing the palm trees from last week. Goku positioned himself at the shoreline, his small frame becoming suddenly still, a stillness that belied the enormous power gathering within him. He cupped his hands at his side, a blue light beginning to glow between his palms. Ka, me, ha, me. The light intensified with each syllable, compressed energy swirling between his hands. Roshi watched with critical eyes, noting how the boy regulated his breathing. How he balanced the energy flow. Ha! Goku thrust his palms forward, releasing a massive beam of blue-white energy that shot across the water, creating a trench in the ocean end. Early half a mile long before dissipating. Water rushed back to fill the void, creating a momentary fountain effect that sparkled in the morning sunlight. Excellent form, Roshi commented, hiding his amazement. The boy's version of the Kamehameha was already more powerful than his own, a fact both humbling and concerning. Now, let's practice your restraint. I want you to perform the same technique at exactly 1/10 power. Goku's face scrunched in concentration. Restraint was always harder than full power for the energetic boy. He repeated the process, visibly holding back as he gathered energy. Ka, me, ha, me, ha. The resulting beam was still impressive but significantly reduced, creating a much smaller displacement in the water. Still too strong, Roshi noted. That was about 1/5 power. Again, they continued training until midday, when Roshi called a halt. Time for lunch, then meditation. Goku groaned at the mention of meditation. Sitting still was torture. For the active child, but the promise of food immediately brightened his mood. Race you back to the house, he called, already sprinting across the sand. Roshi watched him go, marveling at the paradox that was Goku. Immensely powerful yet innocent, an alien being who embodied the purest human virtues of kindness and joy. The old master had shared some of the truth with him, that he had been found in a spacecraft. That he was not originally from Earth, but had withheld the full extent of his Kryptonian heritage and the fate of his homeworld. Some truths were too heavy for a child's shoulders, even shoulders as strong as Goku's. As they ate lunch, Goku consuming enough food for 10 grown men, Roshi contemplated his pupil's future. The island that had been perfect for the early years would soon become too limiting. The boy needed to experience the wider world, to learn to interact with ordinary humans without accidentally harming them. Goku, Roshi said as they finished eating, how do you feel about a trip to the mainland next week? There's a martial arts tournament coming up that might interest you. The boy's eyes widened with excitement. A tournament, with other fighters, real ones, Roshi confirmed with a chuckle. Though none quite like you. Which means you'll need to be extra careful about controlling your strength. I will, I promise. Goku was practically vibrating with anticipation. Will I get to fight too? Perhaps in the junior division, if you can demonstrate sufficient control. Roshi stroked his beard thoughtfully. This will be a good test of your discipline. Remember our most important rule. Never reveal my full strength to ordinary people, Goku recited dutifully. Because it would scare them and they might try to study me or use me. Precisely. Roshi nodded, pleased that the lesson had taken root. The world isn't ready to know what you truly are, Goku. Perhaps it never will be. But you can still help people, still be a force for good. Without revealing the full extent of your abilities. Goku nodded solemnly. I understand, Master. I'll be careful. Later that evening, after Goku had finally fallen asleep, Master Roshi retrieved the Kryptonian crystal from its hiding place. He activated it, and the holographic image of Jor-El appeared as it had so many times before. He grows stronger every day, Roshi reported to the image, knowing it couldn't actually hear him but finding comfort in the one-sided conversations nonetheless. His heart remains pure, despite the power he wields. You would be proud of your son. The hologram of Jor-El maintained its stoic expression, programmed only to share information, not to respond to queries it hadn't been designed to answer. Soon, I believe he will be ready to learn more about his heritage. Roshi continued, not everything. The burden of being the last of his kind is too much for a child, but enough to understand why he must use his gifts wisely. Outside, a shooting star streaked across the night sky. Roshi watched it through the window, wondering if it was merely a meteorite or perhaps something more, another visitor from beyond Earth's atmosphere. The universe, he had come to realize, was far vaster and more mysterious than even his centuries of wisdom had prepared him for. Sleep well, young Kryptonian, he whispered. Tomorrow brings new challenges. 10 years later, a motorcycle roared along the coastal highway, its rider leaning into curves with practiced precision. Son Goku, now a powerfully built young man of 17, felt the wind whipping through his perpetually unruly hair as he pushed the machine to its limits. The motorcycle, a gift from Master Roshi for his 16th birthday, was one of the few Earth technologies that could provide him with even a taste of the speed his body was capable of. He downshifted as he approached the turnoff to West City, the metropolis sprawling before him like a concrete and glass jungle. Goku visited the city infrequently, preferring the tranquility of Roshi's Island or the wilderness where he could train without restraint, but today's errand was important. The Capsule Corporatio N headquarters dominated the city skyline, a massive dome-shaped building with smaller spherical structures clustered around it like satellites orbiting a planet. Goku navigated through midday traffic with ease, his enhanced reflexes allowing him to predict and avoid potential collisions seconds before they might occur. Parking his motorcycle in the visitor's lot, he approached the main entrance. Suddenly self-conscious in his simple jeans and t-shirt amid the stream of scientists and businesspeople in professional attire. The security guard at the reception desk eyed him skeptically. Can I help you, sir? The guard's tone suggested he doubted Goku had legitimate business in the building. I have an appointment with Dr. Brief, Goku explained, offering his most disarming smile. Son Goku, he's expecting me. The guard checked his computer, eyebrows rising in surprise. You're right, Dr. Brief left specific instructions to send you up immediately. He handed Goku a visitor's badge. Penthouse Laboratory, top floor. The elevator needs keycard access, but I've authorized yours temporarily. Thanks. Goku clipped the badge to his shirt and headed for the elevator, aware of the curious glances from employees. He wasn't the typical visitor to one of the world's leading scientific institutions. The elevator ascended swiftly to the top floor, opening directly into a vast laboratory space that looked more like organized chaos than a traditional research facility. Workbenches cluttered with half-finished inventions stretched in all directions. Robotic arms performed tests on mysterious devices. In the center of it all, a small elderly man with a shock of lavender hair and a black cat perched on his shoulder tinkered with what appeared to be a jet engine the size of a coffee mug. Dr. Brief, Goku called out, stepping hesitantly into the laboratory. The scientist looked up, his face breaking into a warm smile. Ah, young Goku. Right on time. And please, call me Trunks. Doctor. Always makes me feel like I should be wearing a stethoscope. He set down his tools and approached, offering a hand that Goku shook with carefully measured strength. Master Roshi said you wanted to see me about something important, Goku said, glancing curiously at the various experiments surrounding them. Indeed, drive. Brief confirmed, gesturing for Goku to follow him deeper into the lab. But first, I believe my daughter would like to meet you. She's been quite curious ever since I mentioned your unique energy signature. Before Goku could ask what that meant, a new voice called from behind a particularly large piece of machinery. Dad, the energy amplifier is showing those anomalous readings again. I think we need to recalibrate a young woman emerged, datapad in hand. Then stopped abruptly when she saw Goku. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you had company. Goku found himself momentarily speechless. The woman was approximately his age, with striking blue hair cut in a practical bob. Intelligent eyes, and a smudge of grease on one cheek that somehow enhanced rather than detracted from her beauty. She wore a lab coat over a simple black tank top and jeans. Practical attire that nonetheless highlighted her athletic figure. Bulma, this is son Goku, the young man I've been telling you about, Doctor. Brief introduced them. Goku, my daughter and research partner, Bulma Brief. It's you, Bulma exclaimed, her scientific detachment giving way to excited curiosity. The energy pattern we've been tracking for months. She thrust her datapad toward him, showing a complex waveform graph. Do you have any idea how unique your biomagnetic signature is? Nothing on our records matches it. Not human, not animal, certainly not technological. Goku blinked, taken aback by both her enthusiasm and her direct approach. Nice to meet you too, Doctor. Brief chuckled. Forgive my daughter. Scientific curiosity sometimes overwhelms her social graces. Bulma rolled her eyes at her father. Because exchanging meteorological observations would be so much more productive than addressing the scientifically extraordinary person standing in our lab. She turned back to Goku, her expression softening slightly. Sorry if that came on strong. It's just, we've been detecting energy anomalies for years, but they were always too faint or too brief to pinpoint. Then 3 months ago, during that earthquake in the eastern mountains, there was a massive spike, energy output that briefly exceeded our entire city's power grid. Goku shifted uncomfortably, remembering the earthquake. He had been training in the mountains, pushing his limits, when he'd accidentally triggered his heat vision at full power for the first time. The resulting blast had carved a new valley and triggered seismic activity detected hundreds of miles away. That was probably a coincidence, he offered weakly. No such thing in science, Bulma replied with a knowing smirk. Just unexplained correlations. She studied him intently. You look normal enough, but our instruments don't lie. Whatever you are, you're putting out energy readings that should be impossible for an organism your size. Bulma, her father interjected gently, perhaps we should explain why we invited Goku here before interrogating him. Right, sorry. She didn't look particularly sorry, but she set down her datapad. Follow me, both of you, I want to show you something. She led them through the laboratory to a secure door that required both retinal scanning and a complex access code. Beyond lay a smaller, more private research space dominated by a cylindrical object approximately 2 feet in diameter, resting on a pedestal surrounded by scanning equipment. We found this during an archaeological expedition in the northern mountains last year, Drive. Brief explained, gesturing toward the object. Initially, we thought it was merely an unusual crystalline formation, but closer examination revealed artificial construction beyond any technology currently existing on Earth. Goku approached the pedestal cautiously. The object was an amber-colored sphere with red stars seemingly suspended within its crystalline depths. We call it a Dragon Ball, Bulma said, watching Goku's reaction closely. Because the pattern inside resembles a 4-pointed star, or a dragon's pupil. Goku reached out hesitantly, then paused. May I, please, Drive? Brief encouraged. That's partly why we asked you here. When we bring certain energy sources near it, the sphere reacts. We're curious what will happen with you. Taking a deep breath, Goku placed his hand on the Dragon Ball. Immediately, the stars within began to glow, pulsing with golden light that synchronized with his heartbeat. A strange resonance filled the room. Not quite sound but something felt rather than heard. Extraordinary. Drive. Brief whispered, checking readings on a nearby monitor. It's responding to you at a quantum level. Bulma moved to another console, fingers flying across the keyboard. The energy signature is a perfect harmonic of your own. It's as if. She paused, looking up at Goku with widened eyes. It's as if it was designed to be activated by someone with your specific energy pattern. Goku felt an odd familiarity with the object, a connection he couldn't explain. I think I've seen something like this before. The memory was fragmented, a glimpse of similar crystalline structures in the Kryptonian database Roshi had shown him. According to legends we've uncovered, Drive. Brief continued. There are 7 Dragon Balls scattered across the world. When brought together, they supposedly grant a wish, though we assumed that was merely mythological embellishment of some ancient technology. But if they're keyed to your energy signature, Bulma added, excitement building in her voice, then finding the others becomes possible. We've been trying to develop a detection system. But without knowing what energy frequency to search for, we've had limited success. Goku finally removed his hand from the sphere, and the glow gradually faded. Why are you telling me this? Doctor. Brief and Bulma exchanged glances before the scientist answered. Because, young man, we believe these artifacts may be connected to your origins. Master Roshi contacted me several months ago, we're old friends. You see, and shared certain confidences about your arrival on Earth. My father thought you might be able to help us understand the Dragon Balls, Bulma added, and in return, Perha. P.S. They might help you understand more about where you came from. Goku's expression grew serious. Over the years, Roshi had gradually revealed more about his Kryptonian heritage, including the tragic fate of his homeworld. But much remained mysterious, including why his biological parents had sent him specifically to Earth. What exactly are you proposing? He asked. An expedition, Bulma replied promptly. A journey to locate the remaining Dragon Balls. With your connection to them and our technology, we could find them all within months rather than the years or decades it might otherwise take. And if we succeed, Drive. Brief added, we might unlock secrets beneficial to all humanity, clean energy, advanced materials, medical breakthroughs, while helping you connect with your heritage. Goku considered the proposal. Master Roshi had been encouraging him to experience more of the world, to find his own path beyond their island sanctuary. This could be the opportunity he'd been waiting for. When would we start? He asked. Bulma's face lit up with a brilliant smile. How's tomorrow? The following morning found Goku back at Capsule Corporation, this time in a staging area behind the main building where Bulma was loading equipment into a sleek vehicle unlike any he'd ever seen. Part aircraft, part ground transport, its modular design suggested adaptability to various terrains. Meet the Capsule Corp CC-1 Explorer, Bulma announced proudly as Goku approached. My own design. It can transform to handle any environment we might encounter, land, sea, or air. Impressive, Goku acknowledged, genuinely amazed by the ingenuity. Earth technology might be primitive compared to what Krypton had achieved, but the creativity behind it continually surprised him. It gets better, Bulma continued, tossing him what looked like a small medicine capsule. Our company's signature invention. Press the button and throw it. Goku did as instructed. With a small puff of smoke, the capsule transformed into a fully equipped camping kit, complete with tent, sleeping bag, and cooking equipment. Compression technology, Bulma explained with evident pride. We can carry everything we need in a pocket-sized case. The vehicle itself capsulizes too, though obviously not while we're inside it. That's incredible, Goku said, genuinely impressed. He picked up a cooking pot, confirming it was solid despite having emerged from something the size of his thumb. How does it work? Dimensional compression using quantum folding, she replied, then laughed at his blank expression. Think of it as temporarily storing objects in a pocket dimension, then retrieving them when needed. Goku nodded, though the concept remained abstract to him. His education had focused more on physical disciplines than theoretical physics. So, are you ready for adventure? Bulma asked, closing the Explorer's storage compartment. Dad's configured this scanner to detect Dragon Ball EN RGY signatures based on your interaction with ours yesterday. She held up a circular device resembling a stopwatch with a green grid display. According to this, the nearest one is about 200 miles east, in a mountainous region. I'm ready, Goku confirmed, though a flicker of concern crossed his features. But I should warn you, I sometimes attract trouble. There are people who might have noticed my energy anomalies, besides you. Quote. Bulma waved dismissively. I can handle trouble. I didn't spend my life as a corporate heiress learning nothing but spreadsheets. She pulled back her lab coat to reveal a holstered sidearm. Besides, I've got both brains and backup. Goku raised an eyebrow but didn't comment. He knew that no conventional weapon would protect her if the wrong kind of Tion found them. The kind Master Roshi had always warned might come looking for someone with Goku's abilities. They boarded the Explorer, Bulma taking the pilot's seat while Goku settled into the passenger side. Careful not to damage the seemingly fragile controls with his strength. The vehicle hummed to life, displays illuminating across the dashboard. Next stop, Dragon Ball number 2, Bulma announced cheerfully. Engaging the vertical takeoff sequence. The Explorer rose smoothly into the morning sky, then accelerated eastward. As West City receded behind them, Goku gazed out at the landscape below. Captivated by the changing terrain. Despite having lived on Earth his entire life, he had seen relatively little of it, his existence largely confined to Roshi's Island and nearby wilderness areas where he could train safely. So, Bulma said after they'd been flying for about 20 minutes, are you going to tell me what you really are, or do I have to keep pretending I believe you're just an unusually energetic human? Goku turned from the window, studying her expression. There was no fear there, only intense curiosity and something else, a gleam of excitement at the unknown. What makes you think I'm not human? He asked carefully. Bulma snorted. Please, I've been monitoring your vital signs since you stepped into our lab yesterday. Your cellular energy output is approximately 350% higher than an Olympic athlete's. Your body temperature runs 3 degrees above normal human baseline yet shows no signs of fever or distress. And when you picked up that titanium alloy equipment case earlier, you used one hand and didn't even brace for the weight, a case that weighs nearly 200 pounds. Goku winced. He'd been careless, too accustomed to hiding his strength from people who weren't paying close attention. Bulma, it seemed, noticed everything. I was born somewhere else, he admitted after a long pause. Not on Earth. To her credit, Bulma's piloting didn't falter. Though her eyes widened slightly. Extraterrestrial, she breathed. I considered the possibility, but hearing you confirm it is. She shook her head in wonder. This changes everything we know about life in the universe. Master Roshi says I should be careful who knows, Goku continued, watching her reaction closely. That some people might fear me, or want to study me, or try to use my abilities for their own purposes. Quote, smart man, Roshi, Bulma acknowledged. Though, study you, sounds awfully tempting from a scientific perspective. She caught his alarmed look and laughed. Kidding, mostly. The Explorer's scanner suddenly began beeping, drawing their attention to the dashboard. A blinking light appeared on the navigation display, slightly off their planned course. That's strange, Bulma murmured, adjusting their heading. That's not a Dragon Ball signature, it's something else, but with a similar quantum resonance. She glanced at Goku. Want to check it out? Curiosity outweighed caution. Let's take a look. Bulma guided the Explorer toward the signal, which led them to a remote valley nestled between steep mountain ranges. As they descended, Goku spotted what appeared to be an excavation site, heavy machinery surrounding a cave entrance that had been widened artificially. Someone's doing unauthorized digging in a national conservation area, Bulma noted disapprovingly as they landed a safe distance away. That's definitely illegal. They exited the Explorer, approaching the site cautiously. It appeared recently abandoned, equipment still running but no personnel visible. Bulma consulted her scanner. The signal's coming from inside the cave, she reported, stepping over a coil of heavy cable that snaked from a generator into the darkness. Wait, Goku said, placing a hand on her arm. Something doesn't feel right. His enhanced senses detected unusual odors, ozone, unfamiliar chemicals, and something else that triggered a memory he couldn't quite place. We've come this far, Bulma countered, already moving toward the cave entrance. Besides, If they're excavating something similar to a Dragon Ball, we need to know. Reluctantly, Goku followed. The cave opening led to a roughly hewn tunnel that descended at a gentle angle. Portable lights had been installed along the walls, illuminating their path. After approximately 100 meters, the tunnel opened into a larger chamber where the excavation had clearly been focused. In the center of the chamber, partially extracted from the surrounding rock, was an object that made Goku's breath catch. Unlike the amber sphere they'd examined at Capsule Corp, this was a metallic device approximately the size of a small car, with an angular design featuring the same symbol that adorned the pendant Goku had worn since infancy, the crest of the House of L. "That's Kryptonian," he whispered, approaching it reverently. "Kryptonian," Bulma repeated, following close behind. "As in, from your world." Goku nodded, running his fingers along the smooth metal surface. The object responded to his touch, lines of light appearing along previously invisible seams. "It's some kind of beacon, I think. Or a message pod. Who's been excavating it?" Bulma wondered, examining the sophisticated cutting equipment that had been used to extract the device from the surrounding rock. "This isn't standard archaeological gear. This is military grade." As if in answer to her question, a new light suddenly flooded the chamber, a spotlight from the tunnel entrance. A commanding voice echoed through the cave. "Step away from the artifact immediately. You are trespassing on a restricted government research site." Goku turned slowly, positioning himself between Bulma and the newcomers. 6 figures in tactical gear had entered the chamber, weapons trained on them. Their uniforms bore no identifying insignia, but their equipment and bearings suggested specialized military training. "We were just leaving," Goku said calmly, mentally calculating how quickly he could get Bulma to safety if needed. "I'm afraid that's not possible," replied the apparent leader, a tall woman with close-cropped gray hair and cold eyes. "You've seen classified technology. Protocol dictates we detain you for questioning." Bulma stepped forward, indignation overriding caution. "On whose authority? This is a national conservation area. You have no jurisdiction here." The leader's expression remained impassive. "We have authority wherever objects of extraterrestrial origin are discovered. Particularly," her gaze shifted to Goku, "when they emit energy signatures matching those we've been monitoring for years." Goku tensed. This was exactly the scenario Master Roshi had warned him about. Gover N meant agencies tracking his energy emissions, seeking the source of his power. "We don't want trouble," he said, voice hardening slightly. "We'll leave now and forget what we saw." "That's not how this works," the leader replied. She gestured to her team. "Secure them both. Priority containment procedures for the male subject." The soldiers advanced, 2 breaking off to approach from each side, while 2 maintained position at the tunnel entrance. One raised what appeared to be a specialized weapon, not a conventional firearm but something designed to deliver a non-lethal but incapacitating charge. Goku made his decision in a fraction of a second. Moving faster than human eyes could track, he swept Bulma into his arms and launched himself toward the ceiling of the chamber, where natural chimney-like formations offered a potential escape route. The soldiers, weapons discharged too late, energy pulses striking the empty space where they had stood moments before. "Hold on," he instructed Bulma, who had barely registered the movement before they were shooting upward through narrow rock passages. "What the?" she gasped, arms instinctively tightening around his neck as they emerged. Into daylight through a small opening 50 meters from the main cave entrance. "How did you?" "No time," Goku interrupted, setting her down gently. "Run for the explorer. I'll be right behind you." For once, Bulma didn't argue. They sprinted toward their vehicle, alarms already blaring from the excavation site as personnel mobilized to pursue them. Bulma reached the explorer first, diving into He pilot's seat and activating the engines while Goku vaulted into the passenger side. "Go," he urged as the first soldiers emerged from the tree line. The explorer rose sharply, narrowly avoiding energy pulses from the specialized weapons below. Bulma pushed the throttle to maximum, sending them streaking across the sky away from the site. "What the hell was that?" she demanded once they were safely out of range. "Some secret government alien hunting squad." "I don't know," Goku admitted, "but they knew about me, or at least, about energies like mine. And that device was definitely from Krypton." He frowned, processing the implications. If they found that, they might find other Kryptonian technology, including the Dragon Balls. Bulma finished his thought. You think they're connected? It can't be coincidence. The energy signatures are similar. Goku gazed out the window at the passing landscape. Which means our expedition just got a lot more complicated, and more important. Bulma glanced at him, adrenaline from their escape giving way to scientific curiosity. So, want to tell me more about this, Krypton? And maybe demonstrate a few more of those superhuman abilities you've been hiding. Despite the gravity of their situation, Goku found himself smiling. There was something refreshing about Bulma's direct approach. No fear, no awe, just straightforward and tear. Saint in understanding the universe and its mysteries. It's a long story, he warned. Bulma checked their navigation system, confirming they were back on course toward the Dragon Ball signal. We've got time. The next ball is still a few hours away. She settled more comfortably in her seat. Start from the beginning. And so, flying high above the earth, Goku began to share the story of Krypton. The advanced civilization that had destroyed itself through arrogance and indifference, the parents who had sent their only son to a distant planet in hopes of preserving their legacy, and the burden of being the last of his kind in a world that wasn't ready to know aliens walked among them. Far below, unnoticed by either of them, a sleek black aircraft departed from the excavation site, following at a discreet distance. Its sophisticated cloaking technology rendered it nearly invisible to conventional detection methods, while its sensors remained locked on the unique energy signature emanating from the last son of Krypton. On the outer edge of Earth's solar system, a massive vessel drifted silently through the void. Unlike the elegant design of Kryptonian craft or the functional utilitarianism of Earth's spacecraft, this ship resembled a mechanical predator, all sharp angles and ominous protrusions that served no apparent aerodynamic purpose in the vacuum of space. On its command deck, a figure sat motionless before a bank of monitoring equipment. Their form was humanoid but clearly not human, skin with a metallic sheen, eyes that glowed with artificial intelligence, and AC. Rhonium enlarged to accommodate advanced computational components. Energy signature confirmed. The being spoke, its voice a disconcerting blend of organic and synthetic tones. Kryptonian cellular pattern detected on third planet. Consistency with historical records. 99.8% probability. A holographic display activated, showing a three-dimensional representation of Earth with a pulsing light indicating Goku's location. Additional markers appeared, highlighting the positions of the Dragon Balls, though the observing entity knew them by a different name. Synchronization crystals also detected, 6 of 7 located. The being's metallic fingers manipulated the display, calculating trajectories and power requirements. Primary objective: acquisition of Kryptonian specimen. Secondary object: retrieval of synchronization crystals. The massive ship's engines hummed to life, propelling it forward with gathering momentum. Behind it, smaller craft detached from docking stations, automate. D-drones programmed for reconnaissance and, if necessary, combat. Estimated arrival at target planet. 73 Earth hours, the being noted dispassionately. Initiating preliminary scanning protocols. Identifying optimal extraction location. The vessel accelerated, its ancient systems awakening fully for the first time in centuries. Brainiac, the collector of worlds, had found a prize. RTHY of personal attention. Perhaps the last Kryptonian in existence, along with artifacts of immense power from that lost civilization. Earth's defenders had no idea what was coming. As evening approached, Goku and Bulma made camp in a clearing near a small lake. The Dragon Ball detector indicated their target was somewhere in the vicinity, but darkness made searching impractical. They had agreed to resume at first light. Bulma had deployed several capsules, creating an impressive campsite complete with a dome-shaped shelter, cooking facilities, and even a portable bathroom unit. Now she sat beside a crackling fire, making notes on her datapad while occasionally glancing at Goku, who was performing an elaborate series of martial arts forms at the edge of the clearing. His movements were mesmerizing, flowing transitions between stances that seemed to defy gravity, punctuated by strikes so fast they created audible disturbances in the air. Though she'd only known him for 2 days, Bulma found herself increasingly fascinated by the contradictions Goku embodied. Immense power coupled with gentle restraint, alien origin yet deeply human emotions, physical maturity with occasional flashes of childlike wonder. Are you analyzing me? Goku asked without pausing his routine, a hint of amusement in his voice. Bulma didn't bother denying it. Scientifically, you're the discovery of a lifetime. Personally, she hesitated, then shrugged. You're not what I expected an alien to be like. Goku completed his form with a move that briefly blurred his outline, then approached the fire. What did you expect? Green skin, tentacles, probes. Maybe the first two, Bulma admitted with a laugh. Definitely not someone who looks human enough to model for fitness magazines. Goku sat across from her, reaching for one of the food containers she'd prepared. Despite having watched him consume enormous quantities at lunch, Bulma was still amazed by his appetite as he devoured what would have been 3 normal portions in minutes. Master Roshi says my appearance isn't coincidence, he explained between bites. Kryptonians and humans share common ancestry from when an advanced species seeded multiple planets with compatible genetic material billions of years ago. The main differences are internal, my cellular structure, density, and energy processing. That's actually a credible scientific theory. Bulma mused. Panspermia with directed evolution. It would explain certain evolutionary gaps in Earth's fossil record. Goku shrugged. I just know what Roshi taught me from the Kryptonian database. Most of the scientific details go over my head. Speaking of heads, Bulma said, setting aside her datapad, how exactly did you lose your tail? The medical scans yesterday show evidence of a vestigial appendage that was surgically removed. Goku looked surprised. You noticed that too. I was born with it, apparently a genetic throwback common in southern Kryptonians. My parents removed it before sending me to Earth so I would blend in better. Fascinating, Bulma murmured, a genetic divergence that. She was interrupted by a sudden beeping from the Dragon Ball detector. The device, which had been silent since they'd made camp, now showed a rapidly approaching signal. That's strange, she said, checking the readings. It's moving, fast. Dragon B. Alls aren't supposed to move on their own. Goku was instantly alert, rising to his feet and scanning the surrounding forest. His enhanced vision penetrated the darkness, detecting movement approxima. Half a kilometer away and closing quickly. Something's coming, he warned, positioning himself between the approaching threat and Bulma. And it's not alone. The forest fell silent. No insect sounds, no rustling leaves. As if the natural world itself sensed the approaching danger. Then came a crashing noise as trees toppled in the distance, followed by heavy footfalls that shook the ground beneath them. Get ready to run, Goku instructed, muscles tensing in preparation. I don't run, Bulma replied, retrieving her sidearm from its holster. I solve problems. Before Goku could argue, the tree line parted violently as a massive figure burst into the clearing. Standing nearly 12 feet tall, the creature resembled a bizarre fusion of gorilla and reptile, with scales covering Mew's Kular limbs and a tail that lashed behind it destructively. In one enormous clawed hand, it clutched what was unmistakably a Dragon Ball, identical to the one they'd examined at Capsule Corp but with different star patterns inside. Behind the monster came 3 humanoid figures in distinctive armor, a tall, bald man with a brutish face, a lithe blue-skinned woman with white hair, and a shorter, technologically augmented individual whose features were largely concealed behind a targeting visor. Well, the blue-skinned woman said, her voice carrying an accent Goku couldn't place. The energy signature was accurate after all. A live Kryptonian on this backwater planet. Our employer will be pleased. Who are you? Goku demanded, subtly shifting his stance to a more combat-ready position. And what do you want? The woman smiled coldly. We're collectors, you might say. Specialists in acquiring rare specimens for clients with particular interests. She gestured toward the Dragon Ball in the creature's grasp. These crystals emit a unique frequency when in proximity to Kryptonian biology, a convenient tracking system. They're bounty hunters, Bulma translated, her weapon tried on the group though she must have realized it would likely be ineffective against such adversaries. Precisely, the woman confirmed with a slight bow. And today's bounty is particularly valuable, the last Kryptonian in the universe. Plus whatever Kryptonian artifacts we find along the way. Goku's expression hardened. I'm not going anywhere with you. They never come willingly. The bald man sighed with exaggerated disappointment. Zangya, can we just trank him and go? This planet's atmosphere is terrible for my complexion. The blue-skinned woman, Zangya, nodded. Kogu, prepare the suppression field. Beto, ready the stasis chamber. She fixed her gaze on Goku. We can do this the easy way, with you conscious and comfortable, or the hard way, with you unconscious and possibly damaged. Either way, you're coming with us. Quote, third option, Goku replied calmly. You leave now, without me or the Dragon Ball, and I don't have to hurt you. The bounty hunters exchanged amused glances before breaking into mocking laughter. Even the creature holding the Dragon Ball made a guttural chuckling sound. Brave words, Zangya said once their laughter subsided. But we've studied Kryptonian weaknesses extensively. Your powers, impressive as they may be under this yellow sun, have limitations we're well prepared to exploit. She nodded to the visored figure, Kogu, who activated a device on his wrist. Immediately, a wave of energy pulsed outward, creating a dome-like field over the clearing. Goku felt it wash over him like cold water, and suddenly his connection to the solar energy that powered his abilities seemed muted. Distant, red sun radiation, Zangya explained with evident satisfaction. Not enough to fully depower you, but sufficient to level the playing field. Now, shall we proceed to subduing you? Or have you reconsidered our generous offer? Goku glanced at Bulma, conveying a silent message with his eyes. She gave an almost imperceptible nod, understanding passing between them despite their brief acquaintance. One question first, Goku said, stalling. Who hired you? Client confidentiality is a cornerstone of our profession, Zangya replied. Though I imagine you'll meet them soon enough. She gestured to the brute holding the Dragon Ball. Beto, secure the Kryptonian. Minimal damage, please. As the massive creature lumbered forward, Goku made his move. Despite the suppression field dampening his powers, he still possessed strength and speed far beyond normal human capacity. He launched himself not at Beto but at Kogu, correctly identifying He technology user as the greatest threat. The visored bounty hunter reacted quickly, drawing an energy weapon, but Goku was faster. With a precisely calculated strike, he damaged the suppression field generator on Kogu's wrist. The red glow surrounding the clearing flickered and died. Stop him! Zangya shouted as Goku's full powers began to return. Bulma seized the momentary confusion to fire. Her weapon, not at the bounty hunters but at the Dragon Ball in Beto's grasp. The shot struck with surprising accuracy, knocking the sphere from the creature's hand. It rolled across the clearing toward their campsite. What followed was chaos. Beto roared in anger and charged toward Bulma. Kogu recovered and activated secondary weapons from his armor. Zangya launched herself at Goku with speed that suggested she was more than merely humanoid. Goku met Zangya's attack head-on, blocking a flurry of strikes that would have incapacitated an ordinary opponent. Her fighting style was unlike any he'd encountered, flowing yet precise. Clearly developed specifically to combat Kryptonian physiology by targeting nerve clusters and pressure points. Impressive, she acknowledged as they exchanged blows at superhuman speed. Most Kryptonians rely solely on their powers, neglecting martial training. You're different. I'm not most Kryptonians, Goku replied, finding his rhythm now that the suppression field was down. Solar energy flowed through him again, enhancing his strength and speed with each passing second. Meanwhile, Bulma had managed to retrieve the Dragon Ball but now found herself cornered by Beto, whose massive bulk blocked any escape route. She clutched the sphere protectively, her weapon raised though she'd already seen its shots bounce harmlessly off the creature's thick hide. Give ball, Beto growled, extending a clawed hand. How about I give you this instead? Bulma retorted, throwing what appeared to be a small capsule at the creature's feet. It exploded into a cloud of dense smoke, momentarily blinding Beto and allowing Bulma to duck beneath his legs and sprint toward the explorer. Seeing Bulma's predicament, Goku decided to end the confrontation quickly. He caught one of Zangya's strikes, using her own momentum to throw her into Kogu, who was lining up a shot with a more powerful weapon. Both bounty hunters tumbled across the clearing, crashing into equipment cases. With a burst of super speed, Goku intercepted Beto before the creature could pursue Bulma. The massive bounty hunter swung a sledgehammer fist that Goku caught with one hand, the Impa. court creating a shockwave that flattened grass for meters around them. My turn, Goku said simply. What followed wasn't so much a fight as a demonstration. Moving faster than the human eye could track, Goku delivered a precise series of strikes targeting weak points in Beidou's physiology. The creature roared in pain and confusion, unable to land a single blow in return before collapsing unconscious. Zangya and Kogu had regained their feet, but upon seeing their comrade dispatched so efficiently, they hesitated. We underestimated you, Zangya admitted, a calculating look replacing her earlier confidence. A mistake we won't repeat in our next encounter. There doesn't need to be a next encounter, Goku offered, maintaining a ready stance. Walk away. Find less dangerous bounties. Zangya's laughter held no humor. You misunderstand our profession, Kryptonian. Once we accept a contract, we fulfill it, regardless of difficulty or time required. She tapped a communication device on her wrist. Strategic withdrawal. Coordinates Alpha. Before Goku could move to stop them, a beam of energy engulfed the bounty hunters, including the unconscious Beidou. They dematerialized, transporte, D to what Goku assumed was their ship in orbit. That was intense, Bulma commented, approaching cautiously with the Dragon Ball still clutched to her chest. Are they gone for good? No, Goku replied grimly. They'll be back, better prepared next time. He gazed up at the night sky, wondering what other threats might be lurking among the stars, drawn by the energy signatures of his Kryptonian. Biology and the mysterious Dragon Balls. Who do you think hired them? Bulma asked, examining the Dragon Ball with renewed interest. And why call these synchronization crystals? Synchronizing what? Goku shook his head. I don't know, but I think finding the remaining Dragon Balls just became even more urgent. He turned to face her fully. This is getting dangerous, Bulma. Maybe you should return to Capsule Corp while I continue alone. Bulma's expression shifted from scientific curiosity to stubborn determination. Not a chance, Spaceboy. First, you need my technology to find the other balls. Second, she held up the recently acquired sphere. I'm already involved whether you like it or not. And third, her voice softened slightly. I've spent my whole life in laboratories studying theories. I'm not walking away from the greatest scientific adventure in human history just because it comes with some risk. Goku studied her for a moment, then nodded with a slight smile. Moss. Chair Roshi warned me that Earth women can be the most formidable force in the universe. Smart man, that Roshi, Bulma agreed, carefully placing the Dragon Ball in a secure container. Now, let's get some rest. Something tells me we'll need our strength for whatever comes next. As they rebuilt their disrupted campsite, neither noticed the small drone hovering at the edge of detection range, its sensors recording everything that had transpired. The data it collected streamed to multiple recipients, the government agency they'd encountered earlier, the bounty hunters regrouping in orbit, and, most concerning of all, to a massive ship steadily advancing toward Earth from the outer solar system. The hunt for the last Kryptonian and the artifacts of his lost world was escalating, drawing PLA years from across the galaxy into a conflict that would soon threaten not just Goku and his newfound allies, but the entire planet he called home. Chapter 1 End Chapter 2, Warrior's Call. Dawn broke over the mountains as Goku completed his morning meditation, floating 3 feet above the ground with legs crossed and eyes closed. Solar energy coursed through his cells, replenishing what he had expended during yesterday's confrontation with the bounty hunters. The encounter had been illuminating, not just about the mysterious forces pursuing him, but about his own capabilities under pressure. Heat suppression field they had deployed was concerning. Someone out there understood Kryptonian physiology well enough to specifically target his weaknesses. Do you always float when you meditate, or is that just to show off? Bulma's voice broke his concentration. She stood at the entrance to their camp shelter, cradling a steaming mug of coffee, hair tousled from sleep yet somehow still framing her face perfectly. Goku opened his eyes and gently descended to the ground, offering a sheepish smile. Force of habit. Master Roshi says meditation helps me control my powers better, especially if I practice while hovering. Your Master Roshi sounds like a fascinating contradiction, an earth martial artist who understands alien biology. Bulma sipped her coffee, eyeing him with that now familiar mix of scientific curiosity and personal interest. Speaking of understanding things, I spent half the night analyzing this Dragon Ball. She gestured toward the amber sphere now secured in a specialized containment unit. The crystalline structure is unlike anything in our materials database. It's almost like it exists partly in another dimension. Like your capsule technology? Goku asked, accepting a cup of tea she handed him. Similar principle but infinitely more sophisticated. She ran a hand through her hair, frustration evident in the gesture. If these really are Kryptonian artifacts, your civilization was thousands of years beyond Earth's current technological capabilities. Goku's expression sobered, and they still destroyed themselves. An uncomfortable silence fell between them, broken only by the chirping of morning birds and the soft bubbling of the portable coffee maker. Bulma finally cleared her throat. So, about today's plan. The World Martial Arts Tournament starts in East City at noon. According to the Dragon Ball detector, one of them is somewhere in or near the tournament grounds. It's not coincidence, Goku said quietly. These Dragon Balls, hey, seem to be drawing together people and events for some purpose. Bulma raised an eyebrow. That's surprisingly metaphysical coming from you, Spaceboy. Master Roshi says even science has its mysteries. Goku shrugged, then grinned, his natural optimism reasserting itself. Besides, I've always wanted to test myself in a real tournament. This way, we accomplish 2 goals at once. 3 goals, Bulma corrected, tapping something on her datapad. While you're showing off your martial arts skills and we're hunting for the Dragon Ball, I'll be scanning the crowd with this. She held up a discreet device resembling a pair of sunglasses. After what happened yesterday, I modified our detection algorithms to identify non-terrestrial energy signatures. If those bounty hunters show up again, or anyone else with similar technology, we'll have advance warning. Goku nodded approvingly. You think of everything. I try. Bulma's confident smile faltered slightly. Though I didn't exactly hold my own in yesterday's fight. I hate feeling helpless. You weren't helpless, Goku countered seriously. You kept your cool, recovered the Dragon Ball, and used your technology effectively. Not everyone's strength is physical. Quote. Their eyes met, an unspoken connection forming in that moment of mutual recognition. Bulma looked away first, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. We should get moving, she said briskly, returning to her usual businesslike tone. If we leave within the hour, we'll reach East City with time to register you for the tournament. As they packed up camp, converting their equipment back into capsule form, neither noticed the small metallic orb hovering high above the tree line, recording their every movement with unblinking electronic precision. The World Martial Arts Tournament grounds sprawled across a large complex on the outskirts of East City, a vibrant metropolis known for its cultural diversity and technological innovation. Colorful banners adorned the entrance gates, proclaiming this the 23rd edition of the legendary competition that brought together fighters from around the globe. The atmosphere was festive, food vendors hawking their specialties, souvenir sellers displaying tournament memorabilia, and excited spectators flooding in from all directions. Goku and Bulma arrived with just enough time for registration. While Bulma secured them accommodations at a nearby hotel, Goku approached the participant check-in, where a long line of fighters waited their turn. Name? Asked the harried tournament official when Goku finally reached the registration desk. Son Goku. Fighting style. Goku hesitated. Came school, he said, honoring Master Roshi's teachings despite the significant Kryptonian elements he had incorporated into his personal technique. Age and previous tournament experience. 17. No previous tournament experience. The official looked up at this, eyeing Goku's impressive physique skeptically. First timer. You'll be starting in the preliminary rounds then. 128 fighters, single elimination until we reach our final 8 for the main tournament. He handed Goku a numbered card. Report to the Eastern Pavilion in 1 hour for the drawing of lots. Goku thanked him and moved away from the desk, immediately finding himself immersed in the diverse crowd of martial artists. They came in all shapes and sizes, from hulking giants whose muscles strained against their clothes to wiry, compact fighters who moved with calculated precision. Many wore the distinctive GIS of established schools, while others dressed in cultural attire representing fighting traditions from around the world. He was observing a group of monks demonstrating pressure point techniques when someone bumped into him from behind. I'm so sorry, a female voice exclaimed. I wasn't looking where. The voice cut off abruptly as Goku turned around. Standing before him was a young woman approximately his age, with long dark hair pulled into a ponytail and wide, expressive eyes that were currently registering shock. She wore a blue and pink fighting outfit with the insignia of the Ox Kingdom embroidered on the chest. Goku, she asked incredulously. Son Goku, is that really you? Goku studied her face, trying to place it in his memory. There was something familiar about her features, but he couldn't quite. Chi-Chi, he suddenly exclaimed as recognition dawned. Ox King's daughter. We met when I was training with Master Roshi. Her face lit up with delight. You remember me. It's been 7 years. She clasped her hands together excitedly. You were just a scrawny kid back then, and now. Her eyes traveled appreciatively over his muscular frame. You've changed too, Gok. Yu replied with his characteristic honesty, noting how the girl he remembered had grown into a strong, confident young woman. Are you competing in the tournament? Chi-Chi nodded proudly. Father Ins. Did I carry on the Ox Kingdom's martial tradition. I've been training since we last met. She leaned closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. Most of these fighters are underestimating me because I'm a woman. Their mistake. Goku grinned. I'd never make that error. Some of Master Roshi's most challenging opponents were female warriors. Speaking of challenges, Chi-Chi said, gesturing toward a commotion near the main entrance, have you seen our most unusual competitor yet? Goku followed her gaze to where a crowd had gathered, fighters and spectators alike parting to create a path for someone making their way toward the registration desk. At first, all he could see was the crowd's reaction, expressions of awe, confusion, and in some cases, thinly veiled hostility. Then the crowd parted further, and Goku caught his first glimpse of her. She moved with the fluid grace of a natural predator, each step precisely placed, balanced, and controlled. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, her athletic build spoke of intense physical training, with defined muscles visible on her exposed arms and shoulders. Her attire was unlike anything Goku had seen, a red, blue, and gold ensemble that resembled ancient Greek armor reimagined with modern functionality. A gleaming tiara held back thick black hair that cascaded down her back, and metal bracers adorned her wrists. But it was her face that captured Goku's attention most powerfully. Regal features set in an expression of calm determination, eyes that seemed to contain wisdom beyond their apparent years, and a quiet confidence that required no external validation. They say she's from some hidden island nation that doesn't appear on any maps, Chi-Chi whispered. Calls herself Diana of Themyscira. Rumors claim she's an ambassador of sorts, here to evaluate the fighting skills of the world of men, whatever that means. Goku barely registered Chi-Chi's words, his enhanced senses picking up something about the newcomer that others couldn't detect. Her heartbeat was steadier than any human he'd ever encountered, maintaining a perfect rhythm even amidst the chaos of the crowd. Her body temperature ran slightly warmer than normal. Most tellingly, there was a faint energy signature emanating from her that resonated on a frequency similar to, yet distinct from, his own Kryptonian aura. She's not human, he murmured, so quietly that only someone with enhanced hearing could have detected it. To his shock, Diana's head turned sharply in his direction, her eyes locking with his across the crowded space. For a moment, ambient noise seemed to fade as an unspoken recognition passed between them, two beings recognizing something familiar yet foreign in each other. The moment broke when Bulma appeared at Goku's side, slipping her arm through his with casual possessiveness. Registration all set. Oh, hello, she added, noticing Chi-Chi. Friend of yours, Bulma, this is Chi-Chi, daughter of the Ox King. We met during my early training with Master Roshi, Goku explained, still distracted by the mysterious Diana, who had now reached the registration desk. Chi-Chi, this is Bulma Brief of Capsule Corporation. We're traveling together, collecting artifacts. Chi-Chi's expression cooled noticeably as she assessed Bulma, taking in her stylish attire, confident posture, and the proprietary way she held Goku's arm. How nice, she said with a politeness that didn't reach her eyes. I didn't realize you were interested in artifacts, Goku. Bulma, never one to miss social undercurrents, smiled brilliantly. Oh yes, Goku has been absolutely essential to my research. His unique perspective is irreplaceable. Before the conversation could develop further, an announcement echoed through the tournament grounds. All registered fighters, please report to your assigned pavilions for preliminary drawings. Spectators, please proceed to the viewing areas. That's us, Chi-Chi said to Goku. Are you in the East Pavilion too? Goku checked his card and nodded. I should go. Bulma, will you be? Don't worry about me, Bulma assured him, discreetly showing the Dragon Ball detector concealed in her jacket. I'll be conducting my own search while you're occupied. Good luck in the tournament. She leaned up and, to Goku's surprise, placed a quick kiss on his cheek before sauntering away toward the spectator areas. Chi-Chi's expression tightened further. Shall we head to the preliminaries, then? As they walked toward the Eastern Pavilion, Goku couldn't help noticing that Diana of Themyscira was heading in the same direction. Her regal bearing causing other fighters to instinctively move out of her path. Something told him their paths were destined to cross in more significant ways before this tournament concluded. The Eastern Pavilion had been converted into a massive elimination arena, with 16 fighting rings operating simultaneously. The 128 competitors would be whittled down to 8 through successive rounds of one-on-one combat, with those 8 advancing to the main tournament held in the Grand Arena. Tournament officials explained the rules. Fights ended when one competitor surrendered, was rendered unconscious, remained down for a 10 count, or was knocked out of the ring. Killing or deliberately maiming an opponent resulted in immediate disqualification. Goku drew position 57, placing him in the 4th preliminary block. Chi-Chi was assigned to the 2nd block as Fighter 22. To his intense interest, Diana of Themyscira received position 63. Placing her in his same preliminary block. Looks like we won't face each other until the main tournament, if we both make it, Chi-Chi noted, studying the bracket. That woman from Themyscira is in your block though. I noticed, Goku replied, his attention focused on Diana, who stood apart from the other fighters, conducting what appeared to be a private meditation ritual. The preliminaries began with brutal efficiency, 4 matches running simultaneously in each block. Goku watched with keen interest, analyzing the various fighting styles on display. Most competitors relied on established schools, karate, kung fu, muay thai, capoeira, while others employed more esoteric or personalized techniques. Chi-Chi's first match began, drawing Goku's attention to her ring. Her opponent was a hulking man who outweighed her by at least 100 pounds, his face twisted in a dismissive sneer as he faced off against the slender woman. That expression lasted precisely 3 seconds into the match. Chi-Chi moved with explosive speed, ducking under her opponent's guard and delivering a devastating palm strike to his solar plexus. As he doubled over, she executed a flawless sweep that took his legs out from under him. Followed by a precisely calculated stomp that halted just above his throat. Yield, she commanded. The man, eyes wide with shock, tapped the mat repeatedly in surrender. The entire exchange had taken less than 10 seconds. Impressive, commented a melodic voice beside Goku. He turned to find Diana of Themyscira standing next to him, her attention also on Chi-Chi's victorious form. She has been trained well. The Ox Kingdom fighting style emphasizes leverage over brute strength, a philosophy we Amazons share. Goku hadn't heard her approach, a rarity given his enhanced senses. You know of the Ox Kingdom techniques. Diana's lips curved in a slight smile. I make it my business to study all combat forms worthy of respect. Just as I suspect you do. Kryptonian. The word, spoken softly enough that only he could hear it, sent a jolt through Goku's system. He maintained his composure, but his pulse quickened. I don't know what you're talking about, he replied evenly. No. Diana's eyes held his, unflinching. My people have ancient records of many worlds beyond Earth. Krypton was known to us, a civilization of great scientific achievement but diminishing spiritual wisdom. She tilted her head slightly. I thought your kind extinct. Yet here you stand, wearing a human name and human clothes, but radiating power born under another sun. Before Goku could formulate a response, the tournament announcer called his name for his first preliminary match. Diana stepped back, her expression now unreadable. We will continue this conversation later, she said. More statement than question. After we have both advanced. Goku moved toward his assigned ring in a state of mental turmoil. Who exactly was this woman who recognized his Kryptonian nature on sight? What were these Amazons she spoke of? And most concerning, if she could identify him so easily, who else might possess such knowledge? His first opponent was a heavily clad man employing a brutal style that relied on overwhelming force. Under normal circumstances, Goku would have approached such a match thoughtfully, testing his opponent's technique before revealing his own capabilities. But Diana's unexpected knowledge had unsettled him, and he found himself wanting to end the match quickly. The gong sounded, and his opponent charged forward with a roar, fist cocked back for a devastating haymaker. Goku sidestepped with such speed that he seemed to blur, then delivered a single precisely calibrated strike to a pressure point at the base of the man's neck. The fighter collapsed instantly, unconscious before he hit the mat. A stunned silence fell over the nearby rings as officials rushed to check on the fallen competitor. Finding him uninjured beyond temporary unconsciousness, they declared Goku the winner. As he stepped down from the ring, he caught Diana watching him with renewed interest. The preliminaries continued at a rapid pace. Chi-Chi Adva, NCED threw her block with surgical precision, never requiring more than 30 seconds to dispatch an opponent. Goku similarly moved through his matches with minimal effort, though he took care to make his victories appear to be the result of superior technique rather than superhuman abilities. Diana's matches drew the largest crowds. Her fighting style was unlike anything most had ever witnessed. An ancient form that combined elements recognizable from Greek pancration with techniques that seemed to defy conventional physics. She moved with fluid grace one moment, then explosive power the next, adapting to each opponent's style with preternatural intuition. By mid-afternoon, the field had narrowed considerably. Chi-Chi secured her place in the main tournament with a perfectly executed Hurricane Rana that sent her final preliminary opponent flying from the ring. Goku advanced after a slightly more prolonged match against a wiry capoeirista whose acrobatic style presented an interesting challenge. The final preliminary match in Goku's block pitted Diana against a 7-foot mountain of muscle known as the Destroyer, undefeated in professional circuits across 3 continents. "She's impressive, but the Destroyer will snap her like a twig," commented a fighter who'd been eliminated earlier. "He's never lost to a woman." Goku watched intently as the match began. The Destroyer immediately pressed his advantage, launching a barrage of powerful strikes that would have incapacitated an ordinary opponent. Diana, however, neither retreated nor directly blocked. Instead, she made to flow around his attacks like water around stones, her movements so economical that she appeared to be expending almost no energy. After allowing this to continue for nearly a minute, her strategy became clear to Goku. She was studying her opponent, learning his patterns and timing. The Destroyer, meanwhile, was growing increasingly frustrated and fatigued, his massive frame requiring substantial energy to maintain his offensive. When Diana finally counterattacked, it happened so swiftly that many spectators missed the sequence entirely. She slipped inside the Destroyer's guard, a combination of strikes targeting nerve clusters, then used his own momentum to flip his enormous body completely over her shoulder. The Destroyer crashed to the mat with an impact that shook the entire pavilion. Unlike her previous opponents, however, he did not stay down. Roaring with rage, he surged back to his feet and charged her with reckless abandon. Diana sidestepped, caught his extended arm, and with a technique that seemed to defy the laws of physics, redirected his entire mass out of the ring and into the wall beyond. The pavilion erupted in cheers and astonished exclamations. Diana acknowledged the reaction with a modest nod before exiting the ring, her expression betraying no hint of exertion despite the feat she had just accomplished. "The 8 finalists for the main tournament have been determined," announced the tournament official. From the Eastern Pavilion, Son Goku and Diana of Themyscira. From the Western Pavilion, Chi-Chi of the Ox Kingdom and Mercenary Dao. From the Northern Pavilion, Nam of the Desert and King Chappa. From the Southern Pavilion, Bacterian and Jackie Chun. Goku's eyebrows rose at the last name. Jackie Chun was the pseudonym Master R. Oshi sometimes used when testing his students in competition. If he was participating, this tournament had just become considerably more interesting, and potentially problematic, given Roshi would recognize if Goku used abilities beyond normal human capability. "The main tournament will begin tomorrow morning," the official continued. The drawing for first round matchups will take place in 1 hour at the main arena. Finalists, please be present. As the crowd dispersed, Goku found himself approached by both Chi-Chi and Diana, converging on him from different directions. The two women assessed each other with the calculating precision of trained warriors. Congratulations on advancing, Chi-Chi said to Goku, positioning herself slightly closer to him than casual conversation would warrant. Your technique has improved tremendously since we were children. As has yours, Goku replied genuinely. The Ox Kingdom style suits you perfectly. I would very much like to learn more about this Ox Kingdom technique. Diana interjected smoothly. Perhaps you would honor me with a discussion over the evening meal. Both of you, she added, including Goku in the invitation. Before either could respond, Bulma materialized from the departing crowd, her expression animated with excitement. Goku, there you are. She inserted herself into the group with confident ease. Congratulations on making the finals. I knew you would. She extended a hand to Diana. Bulma Brief, Capsule Corporation. Your fighting style is absolutely fascinating. I've never seen anything like it. Diana of Themyscira, the Amazon replied, accepting the handshake with formal courtesy. Your reputation precedes you, Ms. Brief. Even on our secluded island, the innovations of Capsule Corporation are known and respected. Just Bulma, please, she replied with a warm smile that didn't quite reach her calculating eyes. And this is Chi-Chi, another finalist. We were just catching up while Goku was competing. Chi-Chi's posture stiffened almost imperceptibly. Actually, we were discussing dinner plans. Diana has invited us to join her. How lovely, Bulma exclaimed. I was planning to take Goku to celebrate at the Royal Dragon. They've reserved the private dining room for me. You're both welcome to join us. The subtle power play wasn't lost on any of them, least of all Goku, who found himself in the uncomfortable position of being the apparent prize in a competition extending beyond the tournament itself. Diana observed the dynamic with quiet amusement, while Chi-Chi's expression suggested she was reassessing her approach. The Royal Dragon would be acceptable, Diana conceded graciously. But first, we must attend the drawing for tomorrow's matches. Of course, Bulma agreed. All sec. You're our reservation while you handle the tournament business. Shall we say 8 o'clock? Without waiting for confirmation, she turned to Goku. Before I forget, I found something interesting during my exploration today. We should discuss it privately before dinner. The meaningful look that accompanied this statement told Goku she was referring to the Dragon Ball hunt. He nodded. I'll meet you after the drawing. As Bulma departed with a strategic farewell touch to Goku's arm, Chi-Chi sighed audibly. Is she always so assertive? Diana suggested diplomatically. I was going to say, territorial, Chi-Chi replied. Diana's lips quirked in a small smile. Among Amazons, directness in expressing interest is considered honorable. Subterfuge in matters of the heart is viewed as weakness. Where exactly is Themyscira? Chi-Chi asked, her tone making it clear she'd never heard of the place before today. It exists beyond the boundaries of your maps, Diana replied, hidden by barriers both natural and divine. We have remained separate from the world of men for centuries, preserving our culture and martial traditions. Divine barriers. Chi-Chi's skepticism was evident. You expect us to believe in magical hidden islands? Diana regarded her calmly. No more or less than I am expected to believe in visitors from distant stars, she replied, glancing meaningfully at Goku. The tension between them was interrupted by the announcement calling all finalists to the main arena for the drawing of lots. As they walked toward the grand structure that would host tomorrow's competition, Goku found himself acutely aware of the complex dynamics developing around him. Two Earth women of extraordinary capability, plus an Amazon, who somehow recognized his alien origins on sight, all while mysterious forces pursued the Dragon Balls and, by extension, him. Master Roshi had warned him that his life would grow increasingly complicated as he ventured into the wider world. The old master's prescience was proving remarkably accurate. The drawing of lots proceeded without incident, establishing the bracket for the following day's competition. Goku would face Nam of the Desert in the first round, while Diana was matched against Bacterian, a fighter notorious for his repulsive hygiene and unorthodox techniques. Chi-Chi drew Jackie Chun, which worried Goku given Roshi's exceptional abilities. The final match would pit mercenary Tao against King Chappa. After the formalities concluded, Goku excused himself to meet Bulma as arranged. He found her waiting in the tournament gardens. Seated on a stone bench beside an ornamental pond, the setting sun casting golden reflections across the water's surface. "Did you find a Dragon Ball?" he asked without preamble, settling beside her. "Not exactly," Bulma replied, voice lowered despite the relative privacy of their location. "But I found something potentially more valuable, information." She produced her datapad, displaying a series of energy readings. "While scanning for the Dragon Ball, I detected another non-terrestrial energy signature, different from yours, different from the bounty hunters, and different from the balls themselves." "Diana," Goku said with certainty. Bulma's eyebrows shot up. "You knew?" "Not until today. She recognized me as Kryptonian on sight, claimed her people have records of my world." He frowned slightly. "She called herself an Amazon." "As in, the mythological warrior women." Bulma's scientific skepticism was evident. "That's impossible. They're legends, not historical fact," says the woman currently sitting next to an alien, Goku pointed out with gentle humor. Bulma conceded the point with a tilt of her head. "Fair enough. But this complicates things. If she knows what you are, she might know about the Dragon Balls too. And speaking of complications," she hesitated, then continued more softly, "your friend Chi-Chi seems quite interested in reconnecting." The change in topic caught Goku off guard. "We were children together. It's natural she'd want to catch up." Bulma's laugh held more exasperation than amusement. "For a person with superhuman perception, you can be remarkably dense about certain things." She sobered quickly. "But that's not important now. What matters is that I believe the Dragon Ball is somewhere in the main arena. My detector showed stronger readings there. But I couldn't pinpoint the exact location because security is tight in preparation for tomorrow. So we'll have to search during the tournament," Goku concluded. "Precisely. While you're competing, I'll continue scanning. If we're lucky, we can locate it before." A distant explosion interrupted her, followed by screams from the direction of the tournament hotel. Goku was on his feet instantly, enhanced senses picking up the chaos unfolding several blocks away. "Stay here," he instructed Bulma, already moving. "Not likely," she retorted, sprinting after him. "I'm coming with you." They raced toward the disturbance, Goku deliberately keeping his pace within human parameters to avoid drawing attention. As they rounded the corner onto the hotel's street, the source of the commotion became immediately apparent. A group of heavily armed individuals in matching dark uniforms had surrounded the building, deploying what appeared to be advanced technological barriers at key points. Their equipment was far beyond standard military issue: energy weapons, personal shield generators, and communication devices embedded directly into their helmets. "The same group from the cave," Bulma whispered as they ducked behind a parked vehicle. Indeed, Goku recognized the insignia on their uniforms, identical to those worn by the operatives who had confronted them at the Kryptonian artifact site. At the center of the group stood the gray-haired woman who had led that encounter, her posture radiating authority as she issued orders through a wrist-mounted device. "They must be after the tournament participants," Goku surmised. "Scanning for non-human energy signatures, just like you were." "Which means Diana is in danger too," Bulma concluded. "And possibly others, if there are more competitors with unusual origins." Goku assessed the situation rapidly. The operatives had established a perimeter, preventing civilians from entering or leaving the hotel. Inside, he could hear the sounds of systematic room-to-room searches. His enhanced vision detected heat signatures moving through the building, both the armed operatives and what appeared to be tournament participants attempting to evade capture. "I need to help them," he said, "but I can't expose my abilities in public like this." "You need a distraction," Bulma agreed, already pulling equipment from her pockets. "And possibly a disguise." Before they could formulate a plan, however, the hotel's main entrance exploded outward in a shower of glass and concrete. Through the debris stepped Diana, no longer in her tournament attire but dressed in her full ceremonial armor, the outfit that would one day become iconic as Wonder Woman's battle gear. Behind her, a group of frightened competitors and hotel staff hurried to safety. "You will cease this aggression immediately," Diana commanded, her voice carrying across the chaos with supernatural authority. These people are under my protection. The gray-haired leader stepped forward, unintimidated. Stand down, Amazon. Our quarrel is not with Themyscira. We seek only to detain and study non-terrestrial entities for the security of our planet. You have no authority here, Diana countered, bracelets gleaming as she assumed a fighting stance. And your methods dishonor your stated purpose. We have authority wherever threats to Earth exist. The woman replied coldly, including self-appointed protectors, who hide their true nature. She raised a hand, and her operatives leveled their weapons at Diana. Final warning. Stand aside or be classified as hostile. Diana's response was decisive. Moving with blinding speed, she deflected the first energy blast with her bracers, sending it ricocheting into a nearby weapons cache. The resulting explosion created exactly the distraction Goku had needed. Get those civilians to safety, he told Bulma, already moving to join the fray. I'll help Diana. He launched himself into the battle, consciously limiting his abilities to a level that might be attributed to exceptional human skill rather than Kryptonian power. Even so, the first 3 operatives he encountered were unconscious before they registered his presence. Diana acknowledged his arrival with a nod of recognition, no surprise in her expression as they positioned themselves back to back. These weapons are designed to incapacitate beings with enhanced biology, she informed him, deflecting another energy pulse. Avoid direct hits. Noted, Goku replied, ducking under a blast and sweeping the legs out from under 2 approaching attackers. Any idea who they are? They call themselves ARGUS, Diana said, disarming an operative with a precise strike. Advanced Research Group Uniting Superhumans. They monitor and, when they deem necessary, contain individuals with abilities beyond normal human parameters. Like us, Goku concluded. Like us, Diana confirmed, her fighting style adapting seamlessly to complement his own. Together, they created a formidable defense, protecting the escaping civilians while systematically disabling the ARGUS operatives. Goku was impressed by Diana's combat prowess. She fought with the perfect integration of technical skill and raw power, every movement purposeful and precise. Across the battlefield, Chi-Chi had emerged from the hotel and was similarly engaged. Her Ox Kingdom techniques proving surprisingly effective against the armored operatives. At one point, she found herself fighting alongside Diana, the 2 women's contrasting G-styles forming an unexpectedly complementary combination. Your form is excellent, Diana commented as they briefly fought back to back. Yours isn't bad either, Chi-Chi acknowledged grudgingly, executing a flawless spinning kick that incapacitated an approaching attacker. For an Amazon. Meanwhile, Bulma had taken charge of evacuating the civilians, her natural leadership abilities coming to the fore as she organized them into manageable groups and directed them toward safety. Goku noticed with approval that she'd also managed to disable several of the perimeter barrier generators, creating escape routes where none had existed before. The tide of battle was turning decisively against ARGUS when their leader made a calculated decision. Raising a specialized weapon from a holster at her hip, she aimed not at any of the fighters but at the hotel's main support column. Stand down or I bring down the entire structure, she announced, her voice carrying across the battlefield. There are still civilians inside. The fighting paused as all combatants assessed this new threat. Goku knew he could move fast enough to stop her, but doing so would reveal abilities far beyond human capacity. Diana solved the dilemma by unfastening a glowing lasso from her hip. Enough, she said, her voice resonating with power. This ends now. With incredible accuracy, she cast the lasso toward the ARGUS leader. The golden rope seemed to extend beyond natural physical limits, wrapping itself around the woman before she could fire her weapon. Once secured, a strange transformity came over the leader's face, her cold determination replaced by confusion, then something resembling clarity. We were wrong to approach this way, she said, her voice hollow with realization. Our mission is protection, not persecution. The lasso of Hestia compels truth, both spoken and recognized, Diana explained, approaching the bound woman. You cannot lie to others nor to yourself while in its embrace. What are you doing to her? Chi-Chi demanded, moving closer. Reminding her of her own humanity, Diana replied simply. Then, to the ARGUS leader, order your people to stand down. We will discuss proper terms for monitoring non-terrestrial visitors to Earth, but it will be done with respect and legal procedure, not through abduction and forced experimentation." The leader nodded slowly, the lasso's glow reflecting in her eyes. "Stand down," she commanded her remaining operatives. Full withdrawal. She looked back at Diana. "This isn't over. Earth needs protection from what's coming." "What is coming?" Diana asked sharply. Before the woman could answer, a high-pitched tone emanated from all ARGUS communication devices simultaneously. The leader winced, then straightened as the lasso loosened slightly. "Priority Alpha recall," she stated, her professional mask reasserting itself. "All units, emergency withdrawal." The remaining operatives immediately began a coordinated retreat, gathering their wounded with practiced efficiency. Within minutes, they had disappeared into waiting transport vehicles that melted into the city traffic with remarkable speed. "Well, that was dramatic," Bulma commented, rejoining the group as the last ARGUS operative departed. "Is everyone all right?" "No casualties," Diana confirmed, coiling her lasso and returning it to her hip. "Though I believe our planned dinner may require rescheduling." Chi-Chi was staring at Diana with newfound respect and wariness. "That lasso, the way you fought, you're really not human, are you?" "I am as human as you," Diana replied carefully. "Simply, differently blessed." She turned to Goku. "As is our Kryptonian friend, though his blessings come from another world entirely." The bluntness of her statement left no room for further denials. Goku sighed, looking between the three women who now stood regarding him with varying expressions of interest, concern, and curiosity. "Perhaps we should have that dinner after all," he suggested. "I have a feeling we have much to discuss." The Royal Dragon Restaurant's private dining room provided a secluded environment for what promised to be an extraordinary conversation. Elegant red and gold decor surrounded a circular table where Goku, Bulma, Diana, and Chi-Chi sat in momentary silence, each processing the evening's events in their own way. A discreet server had just delivered the first course and withdrawn, leaving them in private when Bulma finally broke the silence. "So," she began pragmatically, "we have an alien, an Amazon, a martial arts princess, and a scientific genius all sitting together after fighting off a secret government agency. I think we're well past the point of maintaining polite fictions, don't you?" Chi-Chi, who had been unnaturally quiet since the battle, looked directly at Goku. "All those years ago, when we were children, you were already different, weren't you? The way you could jump so high, lift things no child should be able to move." Goku nodded slowly. "I've always been different. Master Roshi helped me learn to control my abilities, to blend in when necessary." "And you're really from another planet?" Chi-Chi pressed, her expression a complex mixture of emotions. "A place called Krypton. I was born there," Goku confirmed, "but I have no memory of it. I was sent to Earth as an infant, just before Krypton was destroyed. Master Roshi found me and raised me as his own." Diana set down her teacup with deliberate precision. "Krypton's Dester. Ukshan was recorded in the Myskaron archives. A great civilization that reached tremendous scientific heights but lost touch with the natural and spiritual aspects of existence. Their planet's core became unstable. Some say due to their own technological exploitation, and the entire world was lost. Leaving you as the last Kryptonian," Bulma added softly, her scientific curiosity tempered by genuine empathy. Goku's expression remained composed, though the weight of this reality was evident in his eyes. "As far as I know, yes." Chi-Chi reached across the table, placing her hand over his in a gesture of unexpected tenderness. "That must be a terrible burden to carry. Which explains why you've kept your true nature hidden," Diana observed. "Though from what I witnessed today, you've integrated your Kryptonian abilities with Earth martial arts techniques quite effectively. Master Roshi believed that discipline was essential," Goku explained. "That raw power without control and purpose was dangerous. He taught me to respect my abilities and use them responsibly." "Wise counsel," Diana nodded approvingly. "Not unlike the training of Amazon warriors. Power must serve higher principles, or it corrupts." "Speaking of Amazons," Bulma interjected, her scientist skepticism evident, "you still haven't explained how a mythological race of warrior women supposedly exists in the modern world without detection." Diana smiled slightly. Your modern world is younger than you realize, Bulma brief. Themyscira was established over 3,000 years ago, when the Olympian gods granted my mother, Queen Hippolyta, and her followers sanctuary on an island removed from the realm of men. Time passes differently there, and magical barriers conceal it from outside detection. Magical barriers, Bulma repeated flatly. Created by Greek gods. Your skepticism is natural, Diana acknowledged without offense. You have built your understanding of reality on observable scientific principles. But there exist forces beyond current scientific explanation. What some cultures call magic, others divinity, and still others simply unknown natural laws awaiting discovery. Like the Dragon Balls, Chi-Chi said unexpectedly. 3 pairs of eyes turned to her in surprise. What do you know of the Dragon Balls? Goku asked carefully. Chi-Chi shrugged. Legends exist in the Ox Kingdom about 7 magical spheres that, when brought together, can grant a wish. My father always believed they were real, though he never found one himself. Bulma and Goku exchanged meaningful glances. We've found 2 so far, Bulma admitted, and we believe another is somewhere in the tournament complex. That's why you're really here, Chi-Chi realized, a flash of hurt crossing her features. Not for the tournament itself. The tournament was coincidence, Goku assured her. Or perhaps not entirely coincidence. The Dragon Balls seem to create circumstances that bring people together. Diana was observing them all with keen interest. These Dragon Balls, they resonate with Kryptonian energy, do they not? I sense a connection. We believe they're Kryptonian artifacts, Bulma confirmed. Possibly sent to Earth as part of the same mission that brought Goku here as an infant. And you're collecting them because? Chi-Chi prompted. Initially, scientific curiosity, Bulma replied. Now, necessity. Others are hunting them too, including those bounty hunters who attacked us yesterday and possibly ARGUS as well. You were attacked before tonight. Chi-Chi's concern was evident. Goku nodded. By bounty hunters claiming to have been hired to capture me and collect Kryptonian artifacts. They called the Dragon Balls synchronization crystals, though we don't know what that means. Diana's expression had grown increasingly troubled as the conversation progressed. This convergence of events concerns me. Ancient powers stirring, government agencies mobilizing, extraterrestrial hunters appearing, all centered around Kryptonian technology and the last son of a dead world. She fixed her gaze on Goku. My mission to the tournament was diplomatic in nature, to evaluate the fighting capabilities of the outside world. But I believe the gods guided me here for another purpose entirely. Which is? Bulma asked. To help protect Earth from whatever is coming, Diana replied simply. Something drawn by the energy of these Dragon Balls and the last Kryptonian. A heavy silence fell over the table as the implications of her words sank in. Goku found himself studying the 3 women before him, each extraordinary in her own way, each now connected to his destiny through circumstances that seemed increasingly less coincidental. Bulma, brilliant and fearless, approaching the universe with scientific precision yet adaptable enough to accept realities beyond her previous understanding. Chi-Chi, grounded in tradition yet fiercely independent, her fighting SP. Tempered by a compassion that survived despite the hardships of her upbringing. And Diana, a being of mythological origin who bridged worlds of gods and mortals, carrying wisdom from an ancient culture that had observed the rise and fall of civilizations beyond Earth itself. If something is coming, Goku said finally, then we need to find the remaining Dragon Balls before it arrives. Whatever purpose they serve, they should not fall into the wrong hands. Agreed, Diana said immediately. I will assist your quest. Themyscira's knowledge of ancient powers may prove useful in understanding these artifacts. The Ox Kingdom's libraries contain scrolls about the Dragon Balls that might help, Chi-Chi offered, her previous wariness giving way to determination. After the tournament, I can take you there. And Capsule Corp's resources are already committed, Bulma added. Between the 4 of us, we have a fighting chance of completing this collection before whoever's hunting them catches up. Goku looked around the table, momentarily overwhelmed by the support being offered. All his life, Master Roshi had warned him to keep his true nature hidden, to trust few with his secret. Now, in the space of a single day, he had found 3 allies willing to stand with him against unknown threats. Thank you, he said simply, the words inadequate to express his gratitude. The moment was interrupted by a subtle vibration from Bulma's pocket. She retrieved her Dragon Ball detector, eyes widening as she checked the display. "The signal's moving," she reported urgently. "The doctor. Argon Ball at the tournament. Someone's taking it." Goku was on his feet instantly. "Where?" Bulma studied the detector's readings. "Moving west from the main arena, fast. Probably in a vehicle. We need to pursue immediately," Diana stated, already rising. "Before the trail goes cold." "But the tournament," Chi-Chi protested. "The finals are tomorrow morning." "This is more important," Goku decided. "If we miss this Dragon Ball, we may never recover it." Decision made, they moved with purpose toward the exit. Bulma led them to where she'd parked a Capsule Corp vehicle nearby, a sleek convertible with considerably more power than its civilian appearance suggested. "Get in," she instructed, sliding behind the wheel. "This baby can catch whatever they're driving." Diana took the passenger seat, while Goku and Chi-Chi settled in the back. As Bulma engaged the engine, its quiet purr belying the performance capabilities beneath the hood, Goku found himself reflecting on how quickly his life had changed. Just days ago, he had been training in solitude on Master Roshi's island. Now he was racing through a city at night, pursuing mysterious forces with 3 extraordinary women, each of whom had entered his life with the sudden impact of destiny. The tournament, ARGUS, the bounty hunters, the Dragon Balls, all pieces of a puzzle still taking shape. And somewhere beyond Earth, something was coming, drawn by energies that had remained dormant for too long. The last son of Krypton gazed up at the night sky as Bulma's car accelerated onto the highway. Among those distant streets lay the answers to questions he hadn't even formulated yet. For now, all he could do was follow the path before him and trust that his growing circle of allies would help him face whatever waited at the journey's end. The high-performance engine of Bulma's convertible purred as they raced along the coastal highway, following the Dragon Ball detector's signal. The city lights had faded behind them, replaced by the silver path of moonlight across the ocean to their right. Despite the urgency of their pursuit, there was something exhilarating about the night drive, 4 powerful individuals united in common purpose. Racing toward the unknown, they're maintaining a consistent speed, Bulma reported, eyes flicking between the road and the detector. About 15 miles ahead and moving toward the mountain pass. "Can this vehicle go any faster?" Diana asked, her long hair streaming behind her in the wind. Bulma's response was a wolfish grin as she depressed the accelerator further. The car surged forward with a throaty roar, speedometer climbing past numbers that would have given traffic enforcement nightmares. In the back seat, Chi-Chi gripped the door handle tightly. "Is this safe?" "Probably not," Goku replied with characteristic honesty, though his relaxed posture suggested complete confidence in Bulma's driving abilities. "If we crash, he could probably catch the car before it hit anything," Bulma added casually, taking a curve at speeds that defied recommended limits. Chi-Chi shot Goku a startled look. "You could," he shrugged modestly. "Super speed has its advantages. The gap is closing," Diana noted, watching the detector's display. "They've either slowed or were gaining significantly." The coastal highway began to wind into the foothills, light occasionally obscured by the looming shapes of mountains ahead. Bulma navigated the increasingly challenging terrain with precision, her hand steady on the wheel as the road narrowed and switchbacks became more frequent. "We're within visual range," she announced as they rounded a particularly sharp curve. There, about half a mile ahead, squinting into the darkness, they could make out taillights of a vehicle moving at considerable speed along the mountain road. It appeared to be a heavy-duty transport truck with military-grade modifications, reinforced chassis, oversized tires, and what looked suspiciously like weapons mounted on its roof. "ARGUS," Chi-Chi suggested. "Not their style," Diana countered. "Their vehicles maintain civilian appearances for deniability." "Bounty hunters," Goku proposed. Bulma shook her head. "Different energy signature. This is someone new." As if responding to their discussion, the truck suddenly accelerated, its powerful engine roaring as it pulled away from them on a straight stretch of road. "They've spotted us," Diana concluded. "Then subtlety is no longer necessary," Bulma decided, flipping open a concealed panel on the dock. board to reveal an array of specialized controls. Hang on to something. She pressed a sequence of buttons, and the convertible underwent a startling transformation. Panels shifted, revealing aero-dynamic enhancements that had been hidden within the vehicle's design. The engine note deepened as secondary power systems engaged. Capsule Corp prototype, Bulma explained with evident pride as the car surged forward with newfound velocity. We're not just good at making things small. The gap between vehicles closed rapidly. As they approached within 100 meters, the truck's response was immediate and hostile. A roof-mounted turret swiveled toward them, unleashing a barrage of energy pulses that illuminated the night with eerie blue light. Bulma executed a series of evasive maneuvers, the car responding to her commands with precision that suggested extensive defensive driving training. Despite her skill, several shots came perilously close, scorching the pavement where they had been moments before. "This is getting dangerous," Goku observed, watching a pulse blast past his window close enough to feel its heat. "Bulma, pull alongside them. I'm going to jump across." "Are you insane?" Chi-Chi exclaimed. "At this speed, I've jumped from higher and faster," Goku assured her. "Just get me close enough." "On it," Bulma confirmed, calculating her approach. "Diana, can you provide covering fire? There's a small crossbow in the glove compartment. Non-lethal darts, but they should distract the gunner." Diana retrieved the weapon, familiarizing herself with its operation in seconds. "Ready." As Bulma maneuvered the car into position, drawing parallel to the truck despite its attempts to prevent exactly this maneuver, Diana leaned out her window and fired a series of precisely aimed darts at the turret operator. The projectiles found their mark, causing the gunner to duck for cover and momentarily cease fire. "Now," Bulma shouted, bringing the car within jumping distance of the truck. Goku didn't hesitate. With a reassuring nod to Chi-Chi, he launched himself from the moving vehicle, sailing through the air to land with perfect balance atop the truck's cargo section. The impact of his landing dented the metal beneath his feet, causing the driver to swerve in surprise. "Be careful," Chi-Chi called after him, concern evident in her voice despite the wind whipping her words away. On top of the truck, Goku found himself facing the gunner, a humanoid figure in what appeared to be environmentally sealed armor. The design was unlike anything he'd seen before, with angular protrusions and glowing energy conduits running across its surface. The gunner abandoned the turret controls and rose to engage Goku directly, drawing an energy blade from a sheath at its hip. The weapon hummed ominously as it cut through the air between them. "Identify yourself," Goku demanded, settling into a defensive stance. The armored figure's response was not verbal but physical, a blindingly fast attack sequence that would have incapacitated an ordinary opponent. Goku, however, was far from ordinary. He evaded the blade with millimeters to spare, analyzing his opponent's fighting style with the practiced eye of a martial arts master. The technique was alien, both literally and figuratively, emphasizing lethal precision over power. Each strike targeted vital points with surgical accuracy, suggesting both advanced knowledge of humanoid anatomy and extensive combat training. Meanwhile, Bulma maintained pursuit, keeping pace with the truck as it navigated the treacherous mountain road. Diana had moved to a half-standing position, ready to join the fight if necessary, while Chi-Chi watched the battle unfolding atop the truck with evident concern. "Who are these people?" Chi-Chi asked, raising her voice above the wind noise. "Not people," Diana replied grimly. "At least, not human. Their energy pattern is consistent with the Kaluan species, a race of technologically advanced beings from a distant star system. How many alien races are visiting Earth?" Bulma demanded incredulously. "More than your governments acknowledge," Diana answered. "Themyschi, Ra has maintained records of extraterrestrial contacts for millennia." Their discussion was interrupted as the truck suddenly swerved toward a narrow side road, nearly throwing Goku from his precarious fighting position. The unexpected maneuver forced Bulma to brake hard and execute a sharp turn to follow. "They're trying to lose us in the mountain trails," she realized, wrestling with the steering wheel as the car bounced over increasingly rough terrain. On the truck's roof, Goku had gained the upper hand against the armored gunner. A precisely calculated strike disabled the energy blade, followed by a sweeping kick that sent his opponent skidding toward the edge of the vehicle. The armored figure caught itself at the last moment, then made a tactical decision. Rather than continue a losing battle, it activated some form of propulsion system built into its armor and launched away from the truck, disappearing into the darkness. With the immediate threat neutralized, Goku moved toward the cab, intending to force the driver to stop. Before he could reach it, however, the cargo section beneath his feet began to separate from the rest of the vehicle. They're jettisoning the cargo, he shouted to his companions as the truck's cab accelerated away, leaving the cargo module to roll to a stop on the rough mountain track. Bulma brought the car to a halt alongside the abandoned cargo unit. The Dragon Ball signal is coming from inside, she confirmed, checking her detector. Goku jumped down to join the others as they approached the mysterious container. It was approximately T size of a shipping container but constructed of an unfamiliar metallic alloy with no visible seams or access points. Stand back, Diana advised, examining the structure. It may be booby-trapped, or environmentally sealed, Bulma suggested, running her scanner over the surface. These readings suggest whatever's inside is being kept in controlled conditions. Goku placed his hand against the container's surface, using his enhanced senses to feel for vibrations or movement within. Something's alive in there, he reported with surprise. A heartbeat, faint but steady. Chi-Chi looked alarmed. They're transporting someone, a prisoner. One way to find out, Goku decided. He located what appeared to be the weakest point in the container's structure and applied carefully measured force. The metal groaned, then gave way with a hiss of escaping air. As the panel fell away, a soft amber glow emanated from within. The four allies approached cautiously, peering into the opening to discover a sight none of them had expected. Inside was what appeared to be a stasis chamber, a sophisticated technological cocoon surrounding a humanoid figure suspended in a translucent gel-like substance. Attached to the chamber, pulsing with energy that synchronized with the occupant's life signs, was a Dragon Ball, its 3 stars glowing rhythmically. But it was the chamber's occupant that caused Goku's breath to catch. Though partially obscured by the stasis medium, the figure was clearly female, with distinctive facial features that, despite never having seen them before, Goku somehow recognized on an instinctual level. "She's Kryptonian," he whispered, absolute certainty in his voice. Bulma looked at him sharply. "How can you tell?" "I just know," he replied, unable to explain the bone-deep recognition he felt. "And look at her pendant, it bears the same crest as mine." He touched the symbol he wore around his neck, the mark of the House of L. Diana moved closer, examining the stasis technology with knowing eyes. This is a suspended animation system designed for long-term space travel. It appears to have been active for decades, at minimum. "Another survivor," Chi-Chi murmured, looking between the unconscious woman and Goku. "You're not the last after all." The implications were staggering. For his entire life, Goku had believed himself the sole survivor of Krypton's destruction. The possibility that another of his kind existed, especially one who might have direct memory of their homeworld, changed everything. "We need to get her out of there," he said decisively. "Wait," Bulma cautioned. "This system is keeping her alive. We can't just disconnect it without understanding how it functions." "Agreed," Diana added. "And we must consider why these Kaluans were transporting her. If they've kept her in stasis all this time, they have specific intentions. Which can't be good," Chi-Chi concluded. "Not if they're willing to shoot at anyone who follows them." A distant engine sound caught their attention, multiple vehicles approaching along the mountain road. "We're about to have company," Diana warned, moving into a defensive position. "We need to move her somewhere safe," Goku insisted. "Somewhere with technology advanced enough to maintain her stasis until we figure out how to revive her safely." "Capsule Corporation," Bulma decided immediately. "My father and I have the resources to analyze this system properly. But we'll never transport this entire unit in my car, and we don't have time to wait for reinforcements." Goku examined the stasis chamber more carefully, noting how the Dragon Ball was integrated into its power system. The Dragon Ball appears to be powering the stasis field. If we're careful, we might be able to just the essential components, the pod containing her and its power source. "Risky," Bulma acknowledged, "but you're right, we don't have much choice." With Bulma providing technical guidance, Goku carefully disconnected the inner stasis pod from its larger housing. The Dragon Ball remained integrated into the system, its energy maintaining the woman's suspended state. The pod itself was surprisingly compact once separated from the surrounding equipment, approximately the size of a small refrigerator, though considerably heavier. "I'll carry her," Goku said, lifting the pod with ease. "We need to move quickly." They retreated to Bulma's car just as headlights appeared around the mountain bend. Chi-Chi helped secure the stasis pod in the vehicle's trunk while Diana kept watch, her posture alert for potential attacks. "Ready," Bulma announced, sliding behind the wheel. "Hold on." The car shot forward, accelerating away from the abandoned cargo container just as three black vehicles rounded the corner. Energy weapons fired after them, but Bulma's evasive driving and the deepening mountain shadows soon put them beyond targeting range. As they sped through the night toward West City and the relative safety of Capsule Corporation, Goku found his thoughts consumed by the unconscious Kryptonian woman they had rescued. Who was she? How had she survived Krypton's destruction? And, perhaps most importantly, what did her existence mean for his own sense of identity and purpose? For years, he had carried the weight of being the last of his kind, a solitary survivor with no connection to his biological heritage beyond the fragments preserved in the crystal database Master Roshi safeguarded. Now, suddenly, that fundamental assumption had been shattered. He was no longer alone. The revelation filled him with equal parts hope and apprehension. Hope that he might finally learn more about his origins from someone who had actually lived on Krypton, apprehension about what her appearance might mean for the forces already pursuing him. One thing was certain: the quest for the Dragon Balls had just become infinitely more complex and even more urgent. Whatever purpose these Kryptonian artifacts served, they were clearly connected not just to Goku's past, but potentially to the future of both Kryptonians and Earth itself. As the first hints of dawn colored the eastern sky, Bulma's car sped toward West City, carrying not just four allies united by extraordinary circumstances, but possibly the key to understanding the cosmic forces converging on their world. Capsule Corporation's main complex loomed ahead as Bulma's car approached the private entrance reserved for the Brief family. Despite the early hour, lights were visible in several laboratory windows, NCE of the round-the-clock research that had made the company a global technological leader. "I've alerted my father," Bulma said, checking her communicator as they passed through automated security gates. "He's preparing the high-security lab for our arrival." The car descended into an underground parking facility, coming to a stop in a restricted area accessible only to those with top-level clearance. Dr. Brief was waiting for them, his ever-present black cat perched on his shoulder. Despite being roused before dawn, the scientist appeared alert and intrigued rather than inconvenienced. My, he commented as they carefully extracted the stasis pod from the vehicle. "When you said you'd found something extraordinary, you weren't exaggerating." Goku carried the pod with reverent care, following Brief toward a secure elevator. Diana, Chi-Chi, and Bulma accompanied them, the group maintaining a tense silence until they reached the specialized laboratory several floors below ground level. The facility was a marvel of modern science: advanced diagnostic equipment, cutting-edge computers, and specialized containment systems designed for studying unknown phenomena. A medical area occupied one section, complete with equipment that would make most hospitals envious. "Set it here, Brief instructed, indicating a diagnostic platform connected to multiple monitoring systems. "Gently, if you please." As Goku positioned the stasis pod on the platform, Brief began immediate analysis, fingers flying across control panels as data streamed onto multiple screens. Bulma joined him, the father-daughter team communicating in the abbreviated technical shorthand of two minds operating on the same wavelength. "Remarkable construction, Brief murmured. "The integratio N of biological and mechanical systems exceeds anything in our current technology base. The Dragon Ball seems to be providing both power and some form of stabilizing influence," Bulma added, examining the energy flows. "It's not just electricity, there's a quantum resonance pattern I've never seen before." While the scientists worked, Diana approached the pod, studying the unconscious Kryptonian woman with keen interest. "She appears young, perhaps in her early 20s by human standards. Though with Kryptonians, physical appearance can be deceptive. What do you mean? Chi-Chi asked. Under a yellow sun, Kryptonians age differently than humans, Diana explained. Their cellular regeneration capabilities slow the aging process considerably once they reach physical maturity. Goku looked at her in surprise. I didn't know that. There is much about your own physiology you have yet to discover, Diana replied with a gentle smile. Themyscira's records on Krypton are extensive, if somewhat outdated. Your people were long-lived even on their homeworld, but under Earth's sun, theoretical lifespans extend to centuries rather than decades. The implications of this information settled over Goku like a weight. He had never considered longevity as part of his Kryptonian heritage. The prospect of outliving everyone he knew by potentially hundreds of years was both daunting and isolating. As if sensing his discomfort, Chi-Chi placed a supportive hand on his arm. That's all theoretical, she reminded him. And besides, you're not alone anymore. She nodded toward the stasis pod. Now there's her. If we can safely revive her, Bulma cautioned, looking up from her work. This stasis technology is incredibly sophisticated. Disrupting it incorrectly could be fatal to the occupant. Can you do it? Goku asked quietly. Doctor. Brief stroked his mustache thoughtfully. With time and careful study, yes. But rushing the process would be dangerous. I suggest we stabilize the pod first, ensuring its long-term viability, then methodically analyze its functions before attempting any revival procedure. How long? Diana inquired. A few days for stabilization and preliminary analysis, Bulma estimated. Perhaps a week before we could attempt revival with acceptable safety margins. Goku nodded, accepting the timeline despite his eagerness to communicate with the mysterious Kryptonian. We should continue collecting the Dragon Balls in the meantime. The tournament. He stopped abruptly, remembering their abandoned competition. The tournament finals are supposed to start in a few hours. I think we've forfeited by now, Chi-Chi said dryly. Though the tournament officials are probably the least of our concerns, considering we're being pursued by alien bounty hunters, government agencies. And now these. What did you call them, Diana? Kaluans, Diana supplied. A species known for their technological advancement and analytical intelligence. They're formational species, collectors and processors of data. If they're involved in this situation, it suggests something of cosmic significance is unfolding. Connected to the Dragon Balls, Bulma added. Still examining the stasis pod's integration with the spherical artifact. And to Krypton. This can't be coincidence. Doctor. Brief cleared his throat. Speaking of coincidences, I should mention that we've detected increased activity in Earth's upper atmosphere over the past 12 hours. Unusual energy signatures, consistent with advanced propulsion systems not of Earth origin. More visitors? Chi-Chi asked with evident concern. Or the same ones, bringing reinforcements, Goku suggested grimly. Bulma straightened from her work, decision made. Dad, can you handle the stasis pod analysis without me? I think we need to accelerate our Dragon Ball collection efforts. Certainly, Drive, Brief assured her. I'll establish secure communications so we can consult regardless of your location. Then we should prepare to depart as soon as possible, Diana stated. Where is the next Dragon Ball located? Bulma checked her detector. Approximately 500 miles northwest, in a region known as the Sacred Land of Koreen. It's a remote area, mountainous, with limited access routes. I know it, Chi-Chi said with surprise. The Tower of Koreen is a legendary structure in martial arts circles. It's said that anyone who climbs to the top receives special training from the guardian who lives there. More legends that are apparently true, Bulma remarked with a hint of scientific exasperation. At this rate, we'll be hunting leprechauns by next week. You jest, Diana replied seriously, but the small folk of Irish mythology did indeed exist, though they retreated from the mortal realm centuries ago. Bulma opened her mouth to respond, then apparently thought better of it. I'll prepare the expedition vehicle, she said instead. We should leave within the hour. As the others dispersed to make necessary preparations, Goku remained beside the stasis pod, studying the face of the woman within. Despite the translucent barrier between them, he felt a connection to her, a recognition that transcended conscious thought. Whoever she was, she represented a living link to the world of his birth, a heritage he knew only through second-hand information and fragmented records. We'll come back for you, he promised softly, and together, Maybe we can discover why Krypton sent us both to Earth." The Dragon Ball pulsed gently in response, as if acknowledging his words. For a brief moment, Goku could have sworn he saw the woman's expression shift slightly, the faintest hint of a reaction despite her suspended state. Then Drive. Brief's instruments beeped, drawing his attention away. When he looked back, her face was peaceful and motionless once more. Yet the moment had left him with a certainty that transcended scientific explanation. They were connected, this mystery woman and himself, by something more profound than merely shared biological origin. The last children of Krypton, brought together by forces neither fully understood, on a planet far from their destroyed homeworld. Whatever destiny had planned for them, Goku sensed it was only beginning to unfold. An hour later, they departed Capsule Corporation in Bulma's most advanced expedition vehicle, a multi-terrain transport significantly larger and more heavily equipped than the Explorer they had used previously. The CC-2 Defender, as Bulma proudly called it, resembled a futuristic recreational vehicle with enhanced defensive capabilities and adaptive locomotion systems. It can transform for air, land, or sea travel, she explained as they settled into the remarkably spacious interior. Plus, I've added some special modifications since our recent encounters. Weapons? Diana inquired, examining the control systems with professional interest. Defensive systems, Bulma corrected. Non-lethal countermeasures, energy shields, and enhanced stealth capabilities. I'm a scientist, not a warmonger. A wise distinction, Diana approved. Though sometimes protection requires force. The journey toward the sacred land of Koreen began smoothly enough, the Defender cruising at high altitude to avoid detection while Bulma briefed them on what little information existed about their destination. The region has been considered sacred for centuries, she explained, displaying topographical maps on the main console. Limited scientific exploration has occurred due to both geographical isolation and local restrictions. The Tower of Koreen itself is something of a mystery, no clear record of who built it or when, but it predates all surrounding civilizations. In Ox Kingdom records, it's described as a test for worthy warriors. Chi added, the tower itself is said to be nearly a mile high, with no internal mechanisms for ascent. You must climb it with your own strength. And at the top? Goku asked, intrigued by this martial challenge. A wise guardian who grants special knowledge to those who prove themselves, Chi replied. Though the nature of this knowledge varies in different tellings of the legend. Diana had been studying the map with particular attention. This formation near the tower, she said, indicating a distinctive plateau, bears markings similar to those found in the Myskaron records of early Earth visitations by advanced beings. You mean aliens? Bulma clarified. Some alien, some from other dimensional planes, Diana confirmed. Themyscira's high. Historians recorded multiple instances of advanced beings establishing contact points on Earth throughout prehistory. Some left technological artifacts behind, perhaps including these Dragon Balls. The journey continued for several hours, the companions taking turns resting while maintaining vigilance for potential pursuit. Goku used the time to meditate, processing recent events and preparing hymns. Elf mentally for whatever challenges lay ahead. As they approached the sacred land's perimeter, Bulma reduced their altitude and activated the vehicle's stealth systems. We should proceed cautiously from here, she advised. If this place is as significant as it seems, it may be protected in ways beyond physical barriers. The landscape below had changed dramatically, lush forests giving way to stark, almost otherworldly rock formations. At the center of this region rose an impossible structure, a tower so tall its upper portions disappeared into the clouds, yet slender enough to seem structurally implausible. The Tower of Koreen, Chi identified with quiet reverence. It's real. And apparently defying several laws of physics, Bulma remarked, running scans on the structure. The material composition is strange. Not quite matter as we typically define it. Diana studied the tower thoughtfully. It exists simultaneously in multiple dimensional states, she observed, as if his were a perfectly ordinary characteristic, similar to certain structures on Themyscira that bridge the mortal world and divine realms. Bulma shot her an exasperated look. That's not scientifically possible. Perhaps your science is incomplete, Diana suggested without condescension. The universe contains many truths beyond current human understanding. Before Bulma could respond, the Dr. Argon ball detector began emitting an urgent signal. "We're close," she reported, checking the readings. "The ball is directly beneath the tower's base." They landed the defender in a clearing approximately half a mile from the tower, concealing it with both technology and natural camouflage. The walk to the tower would allow them to approach more discreetly than flying directly to its base. As they traversed the strange landscape, an unusual silence enveloped them. No birds called, no insects buzzed, not even the wind disturbed the perfect stillness of the sacred land. It was as if they stepped into a pocket of reality operating under different natural laws. "This place feels aware," Goku commented, his enhanced senses detecting subtle energy patterns throughout their surroundings. "Like it's watching us." "Sacred spaces often retain imprints of those who hallowed them," Diana explained. "This land has known the presence of beings of great power, their essence lingers." They reached the base of the tower. Its foundation seamlessly integrated with the natural rock as if it had grown from the earth itself rather than being constructed upon it. Up close, the structure's face appeared to be neither stone nor metal but something that shared properties of both while being fundamentally different. "The Dragon Ball should be right here," Bulma said with confusion, consulting her detector. "But I don't see anything." "Perhaps it's inside the tower," Chi-Chi suggested, examining the base for an entrance. "Or beneath it," Diana added, kneeling to place her palm against the ground. "I sense something below us, a chamber or cavern." Goku closed his eyes, extending his awareness as Master Roshi had taught him. Through the subtle vibrations in the earth and air, he detected an anomaly, a space where something interrupted the natural flow of energy. "There," he said, pointing to a seemingly solid section of the tower's base. "There's an opening, but it's concealed somehow." Diana approached the indicated area, running her fingers along the seamless surface. "An illusion," she declared, designed to test worthiness. Without hesitation, she stepped forward, and passed directly through what had appeared to be solid matter. The others exchanged glances before following, each experiencing a momentary disorientation as they transitioned through the illusory barrier. Beyond lay a chamber that defied expectation, a circular room with walls bearing inscriptions in multiple ancient languages, illuminated by a soft light that seemed to emanate from the very air rather than any visible source. At the chamber's center, floating unsupported above a pedestal, was a dragon ball containing 4 stars. Unlike the previous balls they had encountered, this one rotated slowly, its internal stars shifting position in a pattern that suggested deliberate movement rather than random fluctuation. "Fascinating," Bulma whispered, approaching cautiously. "It's actively maintaining some kind of energy field. It protects this place," came an unexpected voice from behind them. They turned to find a small, white cat-like being standing on 2 legs, carrying a wooden staff nearly twice his height. Despite his diminutive stature and feline appearance, he projected an aura of ancient wisdom and considerable power. "Master Korin," Chi-Chi gasped, immediately bowing with deep respect. "You recognize me," the cat being noted with approval. "The Ox Kingdom maintains its traditions well." "You're a talking cat," Bulma stated, scientific mind struggling to process this development. "And you're a blue-haired human," Korin replied dryly. "Now that we've established the obvious, perhaps we might discuss why a Kryptonian, an Amazon princess, and 2 exceptional humans have come seeking the 4-star Dragon Ball." Goku stepped forward, sensing no hostility from the unusual guardian. "We're collecting the Dragon Balls to prevent them from falling into dangerous hands. Forces are converging on Earth, some seeking the balls, others hunting me because of my Kryptonian heritage." Korin studied him with penetrating eyes that seemed to see far more than physical appearance. "Son Goku, raised by Master Roshi, last son of Krypton, or so you believed until recently." He turned his gaze to the others. "Diana of Themyscira, ambassador to the world of men. Chi-Chi, daughter of the Ox King, keeper of ancient knowledge, and Bulma Brief, whose science approaches the threshold of what humans call magic." "You know us," Diana observed, unsurprised. "I know many things," Korin acknowledged. "I have guarded this tower and the 4-star ball for centuries, watching the patterns of destiny unfold." He gestured toward the floating sphere. The Dragon Balls are not merely artifacts of power, they are keys to understanding Krypton's final gift to the universe. Final gift, Goku repeated, moving closer to the enigmatic guardian. What do you mean? Korin tapped his staff thoughtfully against the stone floor. When a civilization faces extinction, its greatest minds often turn to preservation, not merely of knowledge, but of essence. Krypton's scientists knew their world was doomed long before the end came. While most denied this truth, a select few worked to ensure something of Krypton would endure beyond physical destruction. The synchronization crystals, Bulma murmured, remembering the bounty hunter's terminology. Indeed, Korin confirmed, 7 crystalline matrices, each containing a fragment of Krypton's collective consciousness, ska. TTERED across Earth as anchor points for a greater purpose. Which is? Diana prompted when Korin paused. The feline guardian sighed, suddenly seeming weary beyond his years. That remains unclear, even to one such as myself. The full design activates only when all 7 are brought together by one who carries Kryptonian blood. That's why I can interact with them, Goku realized. They respond to my biological signature. They recognize you as the activation key, Korin corrected. Though whether that was their creator's original intention is uncertain. The Dragon Balls have existed on Earth for thousands of years, far longer than the prophecies of Krypton's destruction. This revelation created more questions than it answered. If the Dragon Balls predated Krypton's destruction, what was their original purpose? Why had they been sent specifically to Earth? And how did they connect to Goku's arrival as an infant, or to the mysterious Kryptonian woman they had discovered in stasis? Master Korin, Chi-Chi ventured respectfully, the legends say the Dragon Balls grant wishes when brought together. Is this true? Korin's whiskers twitched in what might have been amusement. Implications often enter legends as complex truths pass through generations of storytellers. The Dragon Balls do not grant wishes, in the magical sense humans imagine. Rather, they access and redirect energy on a quantum level, allowing for manipulations of reality that appear miraculous to less advanced understanding. Clarkian principle, Bulma nodded. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. A wise observation from your species, Korin acknowledged. Though the distinction between technology and magic becomes meaningless at certain levels of development. Goku had been studying the 4-star ball, watching the internal stars rotate in their mysterious pattern. Will you allow us to take this Dragon Ball? He asked directly. We believe collecting them all is necessary to understand their purpose and protect Earth from those who might misuse their power. Korin considered the request, his ancient eyes unreadable. The 4-star ball has remained under my protection for centuries because the time for its activation had not yet arrived. But cosmic forces are now in motion that suggest that time approaches. He gestured toward the pedestal. You may take it, Son Goku. But understand that in doing so, you accelerate whatever destiny the Dragon Balls were designed to fulfill. Goku looked to his companions, silently seeking their counsel. Diana nodded solemnly, while Chi-Chi offered an encouraging smile. Bulma gave a characteristically practical shrug that suggested, we've come this far, might as well continue. Decision made, Goku approached the pedestal. As his hands closed around the 4-star ball, a resonance passed through him, a harmonic vibration that seemed to connect him momentarily to something vast and ancient. The RNAL stars aligned briefly before resuming their rotation, now synchronized with his heartbeat. 4 gathered, 3 remain, Korin observed. The path grows more perilous with each step. Those who seek to prevent the Dragon Balls activation will intensify their efforts as the collection nears completion. We're prepared to face whatever comes, Diana stated with quiet confidence. Are you? Korin's gaze swept over them all. The forces converging on Earth include entities beyond your current comprehension. Some seek knowledge, others power, and at least one pursues the very essence of what makes Krypton's legacy unique. Brainiac, Diana said suddenly, her expression darkening. The Myskaron records speak of a Kaluan entity by that designation, a collector of knowledge who preserves civilizations by reducing them to data while destroying their physical existence. Korin nodded gravely. The collector of worlds approaches. His interest in both the last Kryptonians and the Sinker Ionization crystals presents perhaps the greatest threat Earth has faced in millennia. Last Kryptonians, plural, Goku noted. Then the woman we found in stasis is definitely Kryptonian. Kara Zor-El, Corrine confirmed. Daughter of Zor-El, niece to your father, Jor-El. She was sent from Krypton shortly after you, though her journey took a different path through space-time, leaving her in suspense. Dead animation while you grew to adulthood on Earth. The confirmation of the woman's identity and her relation to him sent a wave of emotion through Goku, a complex mixture of joy at discovering family. Why and sadness for the shared loss they had both experienced. My cousin, he whispered, the concept of biological family entirely new to him. Rest here tonight, Corrine advised, gesturing toward comfortable accommodations that hadn't been visible when they entered. The tower offers protection few other places on Earth can match. Tomorrow, your path leads to the remaining Dragon Balls, and to confrontations that will test you all. As the companions settled into the unexpected sanctuary beneath the ancient tower, Goku found himself drawn to a small pool of water in an alcove separate from the main chamber. Its surface was impossibly still, reflecting not the ceiling above but a star-filled sky he didn't recognize. The cosmic reflection pool, Corrine explained, appearing silently beside him. It shows not what is, but what matters most to the observer. Goku gazed into the mysterious waters. The alien stars shifted, resolving into an image that made his heart constrict, a woman with his father's eyes holding an infant. Tears streaming down her face as she said goodbye. His mother, in the final moments before sending him to Earth. She loved you greatly, Corrine said softly. Enough to send you away. Knowing she would perish but you might live. I don't even know her name, Goku replied, voice thick with emotion. Lara, Corrine told him. Lara Lor Van of Krypton, who defied her world's emotional constraints to love her son with her whole heart. The image in the pool shifted again, showing Kara, his cousin, suspended in her stasis chamber, her expression peaceful yet somehow expectant. As if even in unconsciousness she sensed change approaching. What will happen when we bring all 7 Dragon Balls together? Goku asked the ancient guardian. Corrine's expression became uncharacteristically solemn. Even I cannot see that future clearly. The Dragon Balls were created with purpose, but all great technologies carry potential for both salvation and destruction. Much depends on the heart of the one who activates them. He placed a small paw on Goku's arm. Rest now, Kryptonian. Tomorrow's journey continues, and you will need all your strength for what lies ahead. As Goku rejoined his companions, the 4-star Dragon Ball pulsed gently in its new containment unit, its internal stars continuing their mysterious dance. Whatever secrets the Kryptonian artifacts held would soon be revealed, for better or worse, as the final pieces of an ancient design moved inexorably toward completion. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Worlds Collide. The Myskaron Embassy in Athens. NS gleamed alabaster white against the azure Mediterranean sky, its architecture a seamless blend of ancient Greek tradition and subtle innovations invisible to casual observers. Unlike typical diplomatic facilities, this building incorporated defensive elements dating back millennia, wards etched into marble columns, sight lines optimized for archer coverage, and courtyard dimensions calibrated for optimal combat maneuverability. To mortal eyes, it appeared merely a striking tribute to classical design. To those with knowledge of Amazon warfare, it read as an impregnable fortress disguised as architectural splendor. Goku stood on the embassy's rooftop terrace, palms resting on sun-warmed stone as he gazed across the cityscape toward the distant Acropolis. 3 days had passed since their encounter with Master Corrine and acquisition of the 4-star Dragon Ball. 3 days of planning, preparation, and increasing awareness that cosmic forces were converging on Earth with alarming speed. Your thoughts are louder than your footsteps, he said without turning as Diana approached from behind. For most, that would be impossible to discern, she replied, moving to stand beside him. Like her warrior attire at the tournament, she now wore a diplomatically appropriate white chiton with subtle gold embroidery that somehow managed to appear both regal and practical. Your senses continue to sharpen. Master Roshi always said my potential exceeded my control. Goku turned to face her fully. That's why I accepted your invitation. If Themyscira truly holds knowledge about Kryptonian physiology, perhaps I can finally understand what I'm capable of. Diana studied him with those penetrating eyes that seemed to carry centuries of wisdom despite her youthful appearance. Thames. Sira preserves knowledge from civilizations long vanished from the world of men. Our libraries contain scrolls detailing 17 different worlds that maintained contact with Earth during our early history. Krypton features prominently among them. And your mother, the Queen, has agreed to this visit. A man on Themyscira, with conditions, Diana acknowledged, a slight smile softening her regal bearing. You will be the first male to set foot on our shores in over 2,000 years. Many of my sisters are apprehensive about breaking such a fundamental tradition. I understand, Goku nodded. I won't disappoint your trust. Quote, it is not a matter of trust, Kal-El. Goku, he corrected gently. Kal-El may be the name my Kryptonian parents gave me, but Son Goku is who I've become. Diana inclined her head in acknowledgement. Goku, then, the concern is not about trust but about prophecy. The Myskaron seers have long foretold that when man first walks our shores, great change follows. Some interpret this positively, others with dread. Before Goku could respond, the terrace door opened to admit Bulma, whose typical laboratory attire had been replaced by a tailored blue dress. That somehow managed to appear both professional and striking. She carried a data tablet, its sleek design incongruous against the classical surroundings. The modifications to the transport are complete, she announced, joining them at the balustrade. And I've just received an update from my father. Kara's stasis pod remains stable, but he's detected increased neural activity. She may be approaching a state where revival becomes possible. Goku's expression brightened at this news. Since discovering his Kryptonian cousin, the possibility of connecting with someone who shared his heritage had occupied his thoughts constantly. Did he say how soon? Days, perhaps a week, Bulma replied. He's proceeding cautiously. The stasis technology is like nothing we've encountered before. More Kryptonian than Kaluan in design. Despite who was transporting her, Diana's attention had shifted to the tablet in Bulma's hands. You've decoded more of the ship's database. Some, Bulma confirmed, activating the screen to display a series of complex schematics. The encryption is multi-layered, but I've managed to access the navigational records. Goku's ship didn't come directly to Earth from Krypton. It made a programmed stop in a region of space designated as the Phantom Zone. The prison dimension, Diana murmured, exchanging a significant look with Goku. You know of it? Goku asked, surprised. The Myskaron records mention it, a non-physical realm Krypton used to contain its most dangerous criminals. A place outside normal space-time. Diana's brow furrowed in concern. Your shish. If entering this zone was almost certainly not accidental. My father was Krypton's leading scientist, Goku said thoughtfully. If he programmed this detour, he must have had reason. Bulma nodded in agreement. The navigational logs show a precise trajectory. Enter the zone, proceed to specific coordinates, then exit on a course to Earth. Whatever the purpose, it was deliberate. The implicate ions hung between them, another piece of the puzzle connecting Goku's arrival, the Dragon Balls, and whatever purpose had driven Jor-El's actions in Krypton's final days. Their contemplation was interrupted by the arrival of Chi-Chi, who stepped onto the terrace with the fluid grace that characterized her movements. Unlike the others, she had maintained her practical fighting attire, though she conceded to diplomatic propriety by removing the more obvious weapons from her ensemble. The embassy staff just received word from Themyscira, she informed them. Our escort vessel has departed T. He Island and will arrive at Piraeus Harbor by nightfall. We sail at dawn. Then we should complete our preparations, Diana decided. The journey to Themyscira cannot be mapped by conventional navigation. The island exists partially beyond the mortal realm, accessible only through specific approaches known to Amazon pilots. And we're certain bringing 4 Dragon Balls to your hidden island is wise. Chi-Chi asked, voicing the concern that had been discussed repeatedly over the past days. Themyscira possesses protections against scrying and detection that exceed any technology on Earth, Diana assured her. If we seek to shield these artifacts from those hunting them, no safer place exists. Goku turned his gaze back toward the ancient city spread below them. Athens had endured for thousands of years. Yet according to Diana, Themyscira predated even this venerable metropolis. The prospect of visiting a culture that maintained living connection to Earth's ancient past both intrigued and humbled him. "What about the remaining Dragon Balls?" he asked. "While we're on Themyscira, the others are still out there, vulnerable. My tracking algorithm continues to scan globally," Bulma replied. "If any significant energy signatures matching the Dragon Balls appear, we'll know immediately." She paused, adding more softly, "Besides, bringing these four together has already increased their energy output exponentially. Separating them across continents might be the safer approach for now." The logic was sound, yet Goku sensed complications approaching, a feeling that had grown stronger since their encounter with Master Korin. The ancient Guardian's warnings about Brainiac and other cosmic forces converging on Earth had only confirmed what his instincts already suggested: time was running short. "Then we proceed as planned," he said with quiet determination. "To Themyscira at dawn. The Amazon vessel that arrived to transport them bore little resemblance to conventional ships. Constructed of a silvery wood unknown to modern botany and adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer with their own inner light, it combined ancient craftsmanship with elements that defied scientific categorization. No visible engine powered its movement, yet it cut through the Mediterranean waters with preternatural speed and stability. Dawn had barely broken when they departed from a secluded cove near Piraeus. Their departure unwitnessed save by seabirds wheeling overhead. The vessel's crew, a dozen Amazons in ceremonial naval attire, maintained professional courtesy toward the visitors. Though their wary glances toward Goku confirmed Diana's warning about breaking millennia of tradition. "They'll become more comfortable once they see you respect our ways," Diana assured him as they stood at the ship's bow. The Greek coastline receding behind them. Most have never interacted with a man. Their impressions come solely from ancient accounts and occasional observations of the outside world. "Not the most flattering sources, I imagine," Goku replied with a self-deprecating smile. "There have been great men throughout history," Diana acknowledged. "But the Myskaron histories focus primarily on warfare, conquest, and the subjugation of women, areas where men have frequently demonstrated their worst tendencies. And now you're bringing one to your shores," he observed. "A male from another planet. No less. Perhaps that makes it easier," Diana suggested. "You're not merely a man, but a Kryptonian, a representative of a civilization our ancestors regarded with respect, if not always agreement." The conversation paused as Bulma joined them, her scientific curiosity evident as she studied the vessel's construction. Since boarding, she had been discreetly scanning various components with miniaturized instruments, much to the crew's visible discomfort. "This ship defies every principle of marine engineering I understand," she declared, unable to contain her fascination. "The hull material displays properties consistent with both organic matter and crystalline structures. And the propulsion system," she gestured toward the water streaming past them. "At impossible speed without visible means of propulsion. It's manipulating hydrodynamics at a quantum level." Poseidon's blessing, supplied the nearest crew member, a statuesque Amazon with intricate braids woven through her dark hair. She had been watching Bulma's investigations with a mixture of amusement and wariness. "The vessel remembers the sea's pathways," Bulma's expression suggested. This explanation satisfied her not at all. "That's poetic but hardly informative. What energy source?" "Perhaps some mysteries are better experienced than dissected," Chi-Chi interrupted diplomatically, appearing from below decks where she had been stowing their equipment. "Not everything needs immediate scientific categorization." The tension in Bulma's posture suggested disagreement, but she refrained from pursuing the matter, instead redirecting her attention to the navigation. "How long until we reach Themyscira?" "Time flows differently as we approach the island's boundaries," Diana explained. "By your reckoning, perhaps 4 hours. By the ship's experience, less." This cryptic answer did nothing to soothe Bulma's scientific frustration, but before she could formulate a follow-up question, the ship's captain approached. Antiope. Diana had introduced her as the Queen's sister and Themyscira's foremost military leader, carried herself with the unmistakable authority of one who had commanded in countless battles. "We approach the first boundary," she announced, addressing Diana primarily while casting evaluative glances at the others. "The passengers should prepare themselves. The transition can be disorienting for those unaccustomed to crossing between realms." "What should we expect?" Goku inquired directly. Antiope regarded him with cool assessment. The legendary warrior had said little since their departure, her opinion of bringing a man to Themyscira clearly reserved though respectful of Diana's judgment. Physical sensations vary by individual, she replied after a moment's consideration. Many experience temporal displacement, memories becoming momentarily more vivid than present perception. Others report synesthetic effects, seeing sounds, hearing colors. The mortal mind struggles to process the transition between mundane and divine realms. Goku nodded thoughtfully. Master Roshi's training had included meditation techniques for maintaining mental equilibrium during extreme sensory experiences. I understand. Thank you for the warning. Something in his response, perhaps the genuine respect it conveyed, seemed to soften Antiope's reserve slightly. With a curt nod, she returned to the helm. You've impressed her, Diana observed quietly. Not easily accomplished. I recognized a master warrior, Goku replied simply. As one does another. The first indication of the boundary crossing came not as visual change but as a subtle alteration in the air itself. The salt-laden Mediterranean breeze acquired undertones of unfamiliar flora, while the quality of light shifted toward golden hues no natural sunset produced. The water beneath the vessel deepened from azure to something approaching violet, its surface simultaneously more reflective and more transparent than natural water should be. Prepare yourselves, Diana warned as the ship accelerated toward a bank of mist that had materialized directly ahead. Goku centered himself as they entered the fog bank, focusing on his breathing as reality itself seemed to waver around them. The sensations defied categorization, past and present overlapping, senses cross-connecting in ways he would have overwhelmed someone without his mental discipline. He glimpsed Krypton's crimson skies superimposed over the Mediterranean mists. Heard his mother's voice, a sound he could not possibly remember yet somehow recognized, whispering what might have been a lullaby in a language his conscious mind had never learned yet his soul somehow understood. Beside him, his companions experienced their own transitions. Bulma gripped the railing with white-knuckled intensity, her analytical mind simultaneously fighting and cataloging the impossible sensory data. Chi-Chi had adopted a meditative stance similar to Goku's, her martial training providing structure against the disorientation. Diana alone seemed unaffected, her expression one of homecoming rather than transition. The mists parted with supernatural abruptness, revealing a seascape transformed. The Mediterranean's familiar waters had given way to an ocean of impossible clarity, its depths visible hundreds of feet below despite the water's deep sapphire hue. Ahead rose an island that defied conventional geography, soaring cliffs and verdant plateaus arranged in harmonious balance, crowned by a gleaming city that combined classy Cal architecture with elements no earthly civilization had developed. Themyscira, Diana announced, pride evident in her voice as she gestured toward her homeland. The island of the Amazons, blessed by the Olympians, hidden from the world of men since the age of heroes. Even from a distance, the island radiated a presence that transcended physical dimensions. Something about its very existence suggested permanence, a place anchored to reality by forces beyond mere geological processes. It's beautiful, Chi-Chi whispered, the simple words carrying genuine awe. And impossible, Bulma added, her scientific mind visibly struggling with the evidence before her eyes. The topography violates basic principles of island formation. Those cliff structures couldn't naturally. Not everything. G adheres to the limitations of science as you understand it, Diana reminded her gently. Themyscira exists partially in the realm of the gods. Their hands shaped these shores as surely as natural forces shape the world you study. As they approached the island, details emerged with striking clarity. The city rising from the central plateau combined elements of classical Greek architecture with innovations no historical text had documented. Massive temples and colonnaded public spaces were interspersed with hanging gardens and what appeared to be training grounds. Throughout the city, Sunlig, HT reflected from armor and weapons, the Amazons were warriors first, their culture built around martial readiness despite millennia of relative isolation. The harbor toward which they sailed featured stone quays large enough to accommodate vessels far greater than their own, suggesting Themyscira had once hosted fleets of considerable size. A welcoming party had assembled at the primary dock, several dozen Amazons in ceremonial attire. their formation suggesting both diplomatic welcome and subtle martial preparedness. "My mother awaits us," Diana noted, indicating the central figure, a woman W. Ho's regal bearing would have identified her as royalty even without the delicate golden circlet adorning her brow. Queen Hippolyta of Themyscira, who has ruled since our people's founding. As the vessel docked with supernatural precision, Goku took a moment to center himself. He was about to become the first man in thousands of years to set foot on the Myskaron soil, a historical moment laden with significance beyond his personal journey. The weight of responsibility settled on his shoulders like a familiar training weight, substantial but not overwhelming. "Remember," Diana advised as they prepared to disembark, "maintain direct eye contact when addressing any Amazon warrior. Lowered eyes are interpreted as either submission or deception, neither creates a favorable impression." "Understood," Goku nodded, adjusting the simple clothes he had chosen for this occasion, training garments similar to his usual attire but crafted from finer materials at Diana's suggestion. The Dragon Balls remained secured in specialized containment units that Bulma had designed to minimize their energy signatures, carried now by Amazon guards who had boarded specifically for this purpose. The moment Goku's foot touched the Myskaron soil, a palpable ripple seemed to pass through the assembled Amazons, subtle but unmistakable. Whispers in ancient Greek flowed through the ranks, too rapid for him to catch despite his enhanced hearing. Only the front row, clearly composed of the island's leadership, maintained perfect composure. Queen Hippolyta stepped forward, her ageless beauty complemented by yes that conveyed wisdom accumulated across millennia. Despite appearing no older than Diana, something in her bearing suggested vastly greater age, a presence that had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations beyond counting. "Diana of Themyscira," she greeted her daughter formally, "you return to your homeland bringing both honored guests and ancient prophecy to fruition." "Mother," Diana replied with equal formality, executing a warrior's salute rather than the filial embrace they might have shared in private. "I present Bulma Brief of Capsule Corporation, foremost scientist of the modern world, Chi-Chi of the Ox Kingdom. Warrior princess and keeper of Eastern traditions, and Son Goku of Krypton, last son of a fallen world, raised among Earth's people." Hippolyta's gaze assessed each introduction, lingering longest on Goku. "Kryptonian," she acknowledged with a regal nod. "Our records speak of your world's achievements and its hubris. Both, it seems, were considerable. I know little of Krypton firsthand." "Queen Hippolyta," Goku replied with unexpected diplomatic grace, "I was sent to Earth as an infant before its destruction. What I am is shaped more by Earth's teachings than by Kryptonian heritage." This response seemed to please the Queen, though her expression remained primarily inscrutable. "Yet you carry Krypton's gifts in your blood, powers that manifest under our yellow sun. Powers that have drawn attention across the cosmos to our previously hidden shores." The statement contained neither accusation nor welcome, merely acknowledgement of reality. Goku Rico, GNIZED, the diplomatic skill in her approach, establishing context without assigning blame. "That attention threatens not just me but Earth itself," he confirmed. "We seek Themyscira's knowledge to be TTER understand these forces and to protect both our worlds from what approaches." Hippolyta considered this for a moment before turning her attention to the containment units now being carried forward by her guards. "And these artifacts, synchronization crystals from Krypton, which our daughter reports you call Dragon Balls, they form part of this gathering threat." "They appear central to it," Bulma interjected, stepping forward with professional confidence. "Our research indicates their Kryptonian technology of extraordinary sophistication, designed for some purpose we've yet to fully decode." The Queen's expression revealed nothing of her thoughts regarding Bulma's direct approach. "Themyscira's archives may provide context your modern science lacks. We have preserved records of K. Ripton's interactions with Earth dating back 12,000 years, including documentation of similar artifacts." This revelation sent a ripple of surprise through the visitors. Even Diana appeared startled by this specific detail. "You've encountered Dragon Balls before?" Chi-Chi asked, speaking for the first time since their arrival. "Not these precise objects," Hippolyta clarified, "but Kryptonian devices of similar design and quantum resonance. The Archive of Distant Worlds contains detailed studies conducted by our scholars during the Age of Cooperation, when 17 advanced civilies Asians maintained diplomatic relations with Earth's early cultures. She turned, gesturing toward the city rising above them. You will be granted access to these archives during your stay. But first, you must be formally received according to our traditions. Tonight, Themyscira honors your arrival with ceremony. Tomorrow, your work begins. With this pronouncement, the formal reception concluded. Amazon attendants stepped forward to guide the visitors to their assigned quarters, the procession moving from harbor to city with ceremonial precision. As they ascended the winding path toward Themyscira's central plateau, Goku found himself the focus of countless evaluative gazes, some curious, others wary, none hostile but few genuinely welcoming. They'll adjust, Diana assured him quietly as they walked. Most have known only stories of men, and those predominantly cautionary tales. I understand, Goku replied. Trust is earned, not granted, especially when breaking millennia of tradition. Diana smiled slightly. You continue to surprise me, Kryptonian. I expected power from your kind. Your reputation for physical prowess preceded you, but not necessarily wisdom. Master Roshi taught that strength without wisdom is merely brutality, Goku explained. Power must serve greater purpose, or it corrupts its wielder. Your master and the Myskaron philosophy share common ground, Diana observed approvingly. Perhaps that's why the fates have drawn our worlds together at this crucial juncture. As they crested the final approach to the city proper, Themyscira revealed itself in full panoramic splendor. The central plateau housed not merely a city but a civilization preserved intact from antiquity, a living embodiment of what classical Greek culture might have evolved into. Without external influence or interruption, massive temples dedicated to the Olympian pantheon dominated the skyline, while colonnaded government buildings and training facilities sprawled in harmonious arrangement across the landscape. Most striking were the inhabitants themselves, thousands of Amazons going about daily activities that blended the familiar and the extraordinary. Warriors practice combat maneuvers with supernatural precision in dedicated training grounds. Artisans crafted items of both practical and ceremonial significance using techniques lost to the outside world millennia ago. Scholars gathered in open-air libraries where scrolls and codices predating known human writing systems were studied and preserved. It's like stepping into living history, Chi-Chi murmured, her eyes wide as she absorbed the scene. History that never stopped evolving, Diana corrected. Themyscira is not a museum but a continuing civilization. We preserved ancient wisdom while developing our own unique culture over thousands of years of isolation. Their quarters proved to be a villa near the royal palace, a spacious residence with separate wings for each visitor arranged around a central courtyard featuring a reflective pool and training area. The architecture combined classical elements with surprisingly modern comforts, suggesting the Myskaron innovation had not stagnated despite their separation from outside influence. Rest and refresh yourselves, Diana suggested as attendants showed each visitor to their assigned chambers. The welcoming ceremony begins at sunset. Until then, you are welcome to explore the public areas of the city, though I recommend remaining with Amazon escorts to avoid misunderstandings. As the others retired to their quarters, Goku found himself drawn to the training area in the central courtyard. The space featured a precisely leveled sand surface surrounded by various training implements, some recognizable as refined versions of classical weapons, others entirely unfamiliar. He had just begun a series of warm-up exercises when a presence at the courtyard entrance caught his attention. An Amazon warrior observed his movements with critical assessment, taller than most, with auburn hair pulled back in an elaborate warrior's braid and ceremonial armor that suggested high military rank. Your form is unusual, she commented in accented but fluent English. Stepping into the courtyard without waiting for invitation. Neither purely Earth technique nor what our records describe as Kryptonian combat methodology. Goku completed his sequence before responding. I've developed my own approach, adapting Master Roshi's teachings to accommodate my Kryptonian abilities. Roshi of the Turtle School, the Amazon identified with surprising knowledge. His lineage descends from Eastern traditions our scholars documented during the Third Age of Exchange. Effective for humans, but suboptimal for your physiology. The assessment, Delhi, varied with professional detachment rather than condescension, piqued Goku's interest. You've studied Kryptonian combat techniques. I am Artemis of Bon Amidal, Themyscira's war master, she introduced herself with unmistakable pride. My responsibilities include maintaining knowledge of all combat methodologies, including those of non-terrestrial origin. She approached the training area's edge, studying him with clinical precision. Our archives contain detailed analysis of 17 extraterrestrial combat systems, Kryptons among them. Under Earth's yellow sun, your species' capability ties demand specialized techniques that maximize advantages while compensating for neurological processing limitations. Limitations? Goku echoed, genuinely curious rather than offended. Kryptonians evolved under a red sun with approximately 1.4 times Earth's gravity, Artemis explained, now circling the training area as if evaluating an unfamiliar specimen. Your nervous system processes sensory input at rates calibrated for that environment. Under yellow solar radiation, your physical capabilities outpace your neural architecture's design parameters, creating microsecond response gaps at properly trained opponents can exploit. The analysis was surprisingly specific and, Goku realized, consistent with challenges he had experienced during intense combat situations. Despite his extraordinary speed and strength, there were moments when his reactions seemed to lag fractionally behind his perceptions, a limitation he had attributed to insufficient training rather than physiological constraints. You believe the Myskaron techniques could address this limitation? He asked. Artemis responded not with words but with action. In one fluid motion, she entered the training area and assumed a combat stance unlike any Goku had previously encountered, a perfect balance of defensive readiness and offensive potential. Demonstrate your approach, she instructed, the invitation to spar clear in her posture. Goku considered declining. He had promised Diana to respect the Myskaron protocols and avoid actions that might be misinterpreted. But something in Artemis's demeanor suggested his challenge represented a form of respect rather than provocation. As War Master, she sought professional assessment of a potential ally's capabilities. Decision made, he assumed his own stance, the modified turtle school position that had served him through countless battles. I'll match your intensity, he offered, acknowledging the diplomatic complexities of their situation. Artemis's expression hardened slightly. You will attempt to match my intensity, she corrected. Holding back insults us both. What followed was unlike any sparring match Goku had experienced. Artemis moved with precision that defied human limitations, each strike and countermove executed with supernatural speed and accuracy. Though physically less powerful than a Kryptonian under yellow sun conditions, her technique exploited exactly the limitations she had identified, targeting the millisecond gaps between Goku's perception and reaction. Within 30 seconds, Goku found himself forced entirely on the defensive. His superior raw strength rendered nearly irrelevant by Artemis's perfect technical execution. She anticipated his movements with uncanny accuracy, redirecting his force rather than opposing it directly. And exploiting openings he hadn't realized existed in his defensive pattern. Your foundation is strong, she commented without pausing her assault, but constructed for human physiology. You fight as if restrained by limitations that no longer apply, yet vulnerable to weaknesses unique to your enhanced state. The assessment stung precisely because Goku recognized its truth. Despite years of training, he had adapted human techniques to Kryptonian abilities rather than developing an approach optimized for his true nature. Show me, he requested simply, ceasing his counterattacks to focus entirely on learning. Something in this response, the genuine humility of a warrior acknowledging another's superior knowledge, seemed to satisfy Artemis. Her expression shifted subtly from evaluation to instruction. First principle of Kryptonian combat under yellow sun conditions, she began, demonstrating a modified stance. Neural-muscular synchronization requires intentional calibration. Your strength and speed exceed your brain's evolutionary programming, you must consciously adjust processing pathways. She guided him through a series of movements designed to harmonize perception and action. Explaining each adjustment with precision that revealed extensive theoretical knowledge of Kryptonian physiology. Despite never having trained a Kryptonian before, how could she have, given their extinction? Artemis possessed detailed understanding of how their bodies functioned under various solar conditions. Their training session had attracted an audience, first a few curious Amazons passing the courtyard. Then a gradually expanding group of warriors and scholars observing with professional interest. Among them, Goku noticed Diana and Hippolyta watching from a colonnaded walkway. Their expressions suggesting this interaction held significance beyond mere combat instruction. After nearly an hour of increasingly advanced demonstrations, Artemis finally called a halt. Both warriors were breathing heavily, Goku from the intensity of adapting to entirely new technical concepts, Artemis from the exertion required to maintain perfect form against a physically superior opponent. "You learn quickly," she acknowledged, the statement delivered as objective assessment rather than compliment. "With proper training, you could approach your actual potential rather than the fraction you currently access." "Thank you for the instruction," Goku replied with a respectful bow. "I would welcome further lessons during my stay, if permitted." Artemis studied him for a moment or responding with a warrior's salute, fist to heart in the Amazon tradition. Themyscira preserves knowledge for purpose, not possession. If you prove worthy of our teachings, they will be shared. With that pronouncement, she departed the courtyard, the observing Amazons dispersing in her wake. "You've made an impression," Diana commented, approaching from the colonnade where she had been observing. Artemis rarely volunteers instruction, particularly to outsiders. "She saw inefficiency in my technique and sought to correct it," Goku replied simply. "As any master would, there's more to it than professional assessment," Diana revealed, lowering her voice. Artemis represents the Bana Maidal faction, Amazons who once advocated limited re-engagement with the outside world. They believed isolation had become stagnation and sought controlled cultural exchange to revitalize our society. "I'm guessing that position wasn't universally popular," Goku surmised. "The debate divided Themyscira for nearly a century," Diana confirmed. "My mother ultimately maintained the tradition of separation, though with provision for selected ambassadors like myself to observe the outside world. Artemis and her faction accepted this compromise but remain vigilant for evidence supporting their position. And my presence represents such evidence. Potentially, a non-terrestrial male with both physical power and appropriate respect for our traditions could validate their argument that controlled interaction strengthens rather than weakens Themyscira." Diana's expression turned thoughtful. "Her interest in your training may be partially political, establishing connection with a potentially valuable ally." Goku absorbed this context, recognizing layers of complexity beneath what he had interpreted as straightforward warrior exchange. "The Myskaron politics are more intricate than I realized. Any society that survives millennia develops complexity," Diana replied with a slight smile. "Even one as seemingly unified as ours." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Bulma, who had exchanged her travel clothes for a sleek blue ensemble that managed to appear both respectful of the Myskaron aesthetic sensibilities while maintaining her characteristic modern style. "This place is extraordinary," she declared without preamble. "The architectural engineering alone defies conventional understanding. And their metallurgical techniques," she gestured expressively, words apparently insufficient to convey her scientific excitement. "I've been speaking with their chief artificer. The Myskaron bronze contains elemental compositions unknown to modern science, yet they've been forging it consistently for thousands of years. The Amazons preserve knowledge from many civilizations," Diana explained, unsurprised by Bulma's enthusiasm, "including some whose existence has been forgotten by the outside world. They've invited me to tour their forges tomorrow," Bulma continued. "Apparently, they're interested in my insights on how certain the Myskaron metallurgical techniques might be theoretically replicated using modern technology." "A significant honor," Diana noted with raised eyebrows. "The forges are considered sacred spaces, rarely shown to outsiders. I got the impression they're evaluating whether some limited technological exchange might be beneficial," Bulma explained. "Particularly regarding energy systems and materials science." "The Bana Maidal position gains momentum," Diana murmured, exchanging a meaningful glance with Goku. "Interesting developments indeed." Chi-Chi's arrival completed their group, her traditional fighting attire replaced by a dignified outfit that harmonized surprisingly well with the Myskaron aesthetic sensibilities. "The library scholars have invited me to discuss Ox Kingdom historical records," she informed them with evident pleasure. "Apparently, there are correlations between our oldest texts and them. Y.S. Saran accounts of early cultural exchanges with Eastern civilizations. It seems Themyscira finds each of you intriguing in different ways," Diana observed. "A promising beginning to our visit." The distant sound of horns echoed across the city, a melodious call that nonetheless carried ceremonial authority. "The summons to evening ceremony," Diana explained. "We should prepare ourselves. Tonight's reception formally acknowledges your presence on Themyscira, a diplomatic necessity before we proceed to the scholarly purposes of your visit." As they departed for their respective quarters to prepare, Goku found himself reflecting on the day's developments. What had begun as a search for information about his Kryptonian heritage had expanded into something far more complex, a diplomatic engagement between worlds that had remained separate for millennia. The implications extended beyond his personal journey, potentially reshaping Themyscira's relationship with the outside world at Praesi. Selly, the moment cosmic forces threatened Earth itself. Master Roshi had often observed that true strength came from connection rather than isolation. Perhaps that wisdom applied to civilizations as well as individuals. If so, the barriers now falling between Themyscira and the wider world might prove as significant as the knowledge they had come seeking about the Dragon Balls and the approaching threat. The Hall of Assembly occupied Themyscira's highest plateau, its massive columns framing a breathtaking view of both the city below and the star-filled sky above. Unlike modern structures designed primarily for utility, this ancient gathering place had been created to inspire awe, a physical manifestation of Themyscira's connection to both earthly and divine realms. Hundreds of Amazons filled the hall, arranged in precise formations that Goku recognized as both ceremonially significant and tactically sound, millennia of warrior culture expressed even in their assembly patterns. Chess and oil lamps provided illumination that somehow managed to enhance rather than compete with the natural starlight filtering through the open ceiling. The visitors had been escorted to the hall separately, each accompanied by Amazons whose attire suggested specific ceremonial functions. Goku found himself guided by warriors from Artemis's Bana Midal faction, their formal armor incorporating distinctive red elements absent from other Amazons' attire. At the hall's center, Queen Hippolyta presided from a raised dais, flanked by what appeared to be a governing council of 12 senior Amazons. Diana stood nearby in ceremonial armor more elaborate than her typical warrior attire, her position suggesting she occupied formal diplomatic status distinct from her identity as the Queen's daughter. As the final attendees settled into position, a profound silence descended upon the gathering, not the quiet of anticipation but a deeper stillness that seemed almost supernatural in its completeness. Even the night breeze appeared to pause in respect for the ceremony about to unfold. Hippolyta rose, her regal presence commanding attention without visible effort. When she spoke, her voice carried effortlessly to every corner of the massive space despite maintaining conversational volume, another manifestation of Themyscira's subtle enhancements to natural reality. Sisters of Themyscira, she began in ancient Greek before transitioning seamlessly to English for the visitors' benefit. We gather to acknowledge a moment foretold since our island's founding. The prophecy of the outsider's arrival has remained sealed in the temple of Athena for 3,000 years, opened only upon the confirmation of Diana's report. She gestured toward an elderly Amazon who approached bearing an ancient scroll case of unmistakable ceremonial significance. The case was unsealed with ritual precision, its contents revealed as a parchment whose remarkable preservation suggested supernatural conservation rather than merely skilled craftsmanship. The Oracle of Delphi, in her final prophecy before our withdrawal from the world of men, foresaw this gathering, Hippolyta continued, accepting the scroll with reverent care. Her words, transcribed by our founder Antiope, speak across millennia to this precise moment. The queen unrolled the ancient document, its surface illuminated by a shaft of moonlight that seemed suspiciously well-timed for dramatic effect. Her voice took on a formal cadence as she read. When the star child walks Themyscira's shores, bearing crystals of a world no more. When wisdom seeker brings questions 3. When warrior daughter seeks destiny. Then shall the barriers between worlds grow thin. As cosmic forces their approach begin. The collector comes with purpose cold, seeking knowledge of powers old. Unite the fragments, 7 made one. By blood of Krypton under yellow sun. Choose wisely the path that follows after. Salvation or doom in the choice that's crafted. The prophecy's words resonated through the hall, creating an almost physical vibration that Goku could feel in his bones. Around him, the assembled Amazons remained silent, though Subtle shifts in posture and expression revealed the impact of hearing words written millennia ago so precisely describe present circumstances. The Star Child, Hippolyta continued, her gaze finding Goku among the assembly. Stands among us, last son of Krypton, bearing 4 of the 7 crystals foretold. The Wisdom Seeker, her attention shifted to Bulma, brings questions that bridge science and mysticism. The Warrior Daughter, now looking toward Chi-Chi, seeks her place in a destiny larger than her kingdom's boundaries. She rolled the scroll closed with ceremonial precision. Thus does prophecy manifest in our time, bringing Themyscira to a crossroads long foreseen but never fully understood. Diana stepped forward, assuming the formal role of ambassador rather than princess. Mother Queen, the prophecy speaks of cosmic forces approaching, a threat we now identify as Brainiac, the collector of worlds. Our visitors seek Themyscira's knowledge to understand the Kryptonian artifact. TS and prepare Earth's defenses against this gathering storm. Hippolyta nodded gravely. Themyscira has preserved knowledge of 17 worlds beyond Earth, including extensive records of Krypton's civilization and its interactions with our ancestors. These archives shall be open to our guests, along with the wisdom of our scholars who maintain this ancient understanding. She turned her attention directly to Goku. Son of Krypton, step forward. Goku advanced to the center of the assembly, conscious of hundreds of Amazon warriors evaluating his every movement. He stopped at a respectful distance from the Queen's dais. Maintaining the direct eye contact Diana had advised while offering a warrior's salute that Artemis had demonstrated during their training session. Themyscira acknowledges you as Krypton's legacy. Hippolyta stated formally. Though born of a world we never visited, your lineage connects to civilizations with whom we shared knowledge and purpose in ages past. During your time among us, you will be granted access to training techniques preserved from Krypton's warrior traditions, adaptations suited specifically to your unique physiology under Earth's yellow sun. This announcement created a ripple of reaction throughout the assembly, clearly representing a significant concession of closely guarded knowledge. Artemis of Bon Amidal will oversee this instruction, the Queen continued, nodding toward the War Master who stood with her faction. Her mastery of combat methodologies from 17 worlds makes her uniquely qualified for this responsibility. Artemis stepped forward, executing a formal salute to her queen before addressing Goku directly. The training begins at dawn tomorrow. Prepare yourself for instruction unlike any you have previously experienced. The ceremonial focus shifted as Hippolyta summoned Bulma forward. Scientist of the modern world, Themyscira recognizes your quest for understanding. Our artificers will share knowledge of materials and methods relevant to your study of the Kryptonian artifacts, while our historians provide context your world has lost. Finally, Chi-Chi was called to the center. Warrior Princess of the Ox Kingdom. Your ancestral traditions preserve echoes of wisdom shared between our peoples in ages past. Our scholars await your insights, that ancient connections might be re-established and strengthened. With these formal acknowledgments complete, Hippolyta addressed the entire assembly once more. Tonight we welcome these visitors according to our most ancient traditions. Tomorrow ends the work foretold, preparing for the cosmic confrontation approaching Earth. May Athena's wisdom guide our efforts, and may Artemis strengthen our resolve for the challenges ahead. The formal ceremony transitioned into what could only be described as a carefully choreographed cultural exchange. Amazon musicians performed compositions dating back to classical antiquity on instruments whose signs had evolved independently from the outside world for thousands of years. Dancers demonstrated movement traditions that blended martial precision with artistic expression. Scholars circulated among the guests, engaging in preliminary discussions that would form the foundation for more detailed exchanges in coming days. Goku found himself approached by members of various Amazon factions, seemingly evaluating him according to different criteria. Some focused on his combat potential, others on his knowledge of the outside world, still others on his connection to Kryptonian heritage. Throughout these interactions, he maintained the respectful attentiveness Diana had advised, neither downplaying his abilities nor projecting the unconscious dominance human males often displayed in the Mysteron experience. You navigate our social complexities with surprising skill, observed an Amazon who had introduced herself as Philippus, captain of the Queen's Guard. Diana warned that you might find our customs challenging. I've spent my life learning to control abilities that could harm others if misused, Goku replied. Social adaptation follows similar principles: awareness, restraint, and respect for established boundaries. Philippus studied him with the calculating assessment of a career military commander. An enlightened perspective. Perhaps there is wisdom in examining each individual on their own merits rather than applying categorical assumptions, even when those assumptions are based on thousands of years of consistent observation. Goku asked, genuinely curious, about how the Myskaron thought balanced tradition with new evidence. Especially then, Philippus replied with unexpected philosophical depth. The longest-held beliefs require the most rigorous re-examination, lest tradition calcify into dogma. Wisdom lies in recognizing when exception reveals greater truth than rule. Before this intriguing conversation could develop further, Artemis approached, her ceremonial armor emphasizing her imposing physical presence. The Queen requests your presence, Captain, she informed Philippus, who acknowledged the summons with a respectful nod before departing. Left alone with Artemis, Goku sensed a shift in the War Master's demeanor, something less formal than their earlier training interaction but not precisely friendly either. Your presence disrupts 3,000 years of the Myskaron tradition, she stated without preamble. Some consider this dangerous precedent. Others, necessary evolution. And your position? Goku inquired, matching her directness. I believe stagnation represents greater threat than controlled change, Artemis replied. Themyscira withdrew from the world to preserve our culture and wisdom. But preservation without purpose becomes mere existence rather than living. She gestured toward the assembled Amazons, many of whom continued to cast evaluative glances in their direction. For centuries, the Bon Amidal have advocated selective re-engagement, not abandoning our sanctuary, but extending our influence to shape the world's development rather than merely observing its degradation. Diana represents this perspective as ambassador, Goku noted. Diana represents cautious diplomatic observation, Artemis corrected. My faction envisions more direct intervention, sharing the Myskaron knowledge with worthy recipients to counter humanity's most destructive tendencies. The political implications of this position were significant, Goku realized. If the Bon Amidal gained influence through his visit, Themyscira might emerge from isolation more dramatically than its traditional leadership intended. And my training serves this agenda? He asked, connecting earlier revelations with this new context. It serves multiple purposes, Artemis acknowledged without apology. You gain combat techniques optimized for your physiology. Themyscira evaluates the potential of controlled knowledge exchange. He prophecy advances toward whatever conclusion awaits us all. Her pragmatic honesty was refreshing after the careful diplomatic language that had dominated the formal ceremony. I appreciate your directness, War Master. Directness honors both speaker and listener, Artemis replied. Remember that tomorrow when training begins, I will not gentle instruction to spare pride, neither yours nor Themyscira's. With that characteristically blunt statement, she departed to rejoin her faction, leaving Goku to contemplate the complex web of motivations underlying Themyscira's engagement with their visitors. What had appeared initially as straightforward knowledge exchange was revealing itself as a pivotal moment in Amazon political evolution, with his role extending far beyond personal development. Across the hall, he observed Bulma deep in conversation with a group of the Myskaron artificers, her animated gestures suggesting enthusiastic exchange of technical concepts. Nearby, Chi-Chi sat among scholars. Ancient texts spread before them as they identified connections between Ox Kingdom records and the Myskaron historical accounts. Diana moved between various groups, her diplomatic skill evident in how she facilitated interactions while subtly managing potential friction points. The Dragon Balls, secured in their specialized containment units, had been placed on a dedicated pedestal at the hall's periphery. Amazon guards maintaining vigilant watch despite the supposed safety of Themyscira's mystical barriers. Their amber surfaces occasionally pulsed with internal energy, the Saint AR patterns shifting in ways that seemed increasingly deliberate rather than random. Goku found himself drawn to these Kryptonian artifacts, approaching them with measured steps that the guards edged with professional awareness but no intervention. Standing before the containment units, he sensed rather than saw the energy patterns flowing between the four gathered spheres, resonances a stab. lishing synchronization at quantum levels beyond conventional detection. They recognize your presence, Diana commented, joining him before the pedestal. Each time you approach, their energy patterns shift toward harmonic alignment. As if they're waiting for something, Goku agreed. Some activation or purpose we haven't yet identified. The prophecy speaks of uniting all seven, by blood of Krypton under Yellow Sun. Diana reminded him, yet it warns that salvation or doom lies in the choice that follows. Not particularly reassuring, Goku observed dryly. Prophecies rarely offer comfort, Diana replied. Their purpose is preparation, not prediction. They shape awareness rather than dictate outcome. She studied the pulsing artifacts thoughtfully. Tomorrow we begin searching Themyscira's archives for records of these devices. Our scholars have already identified several promising references in texts dating from Krypton's third dynasty, approximately 20,000 years ago by Earth reckoning. 20,000 years, Goku echoed, the timescale challenging his conception of historical record keeping. Themyscira preserves documents from that era. We maintain continuous records from multiple civilizations dating back nearly 50 millennia, Diana confirmed. Some preserved through conventional means, others through less conventional methods. Before she could elaborate on these enigmatic methods, a commotion near the hall's entrance drew their attention. A messenger had arrived, her armor suggesting scout designation rather than ceremonial function. She conferred urgently with Hippolyta's guard captain before being escorted directly to the queen. Whatever news the scout delivered created immediate reaction. Hippolyta rose from her ceremonial position, issuing orders that sent Amazon warriors moving with practiced efficiency toward predetermined defensive positions. Diana was already in motion, moving to her mother's side with the fluid grace that characterized Amazon movement. Goku followed, sensing that whatever had disrupted the ceremony likely concerned their presence on the island. Perimeter sensors detect approach vectors consistent with non-terrestrial technology. Hippolyta informed them without preamble as they reached her position. Multiple signals converging on Themyscira's outer boundaries. Impossible, Diana objected. The divine barriers prevent detection of the island by conventional means, technological or mystical. These are not conventional probes, the Queen replied grimly. They employ quantum resonance, NCE scanning calibrated to the specific frequency of, she gestured toward the Dragon Balls. They're tracking the artifacts, Bulma concluded, joining their urgent conference. Despite our containment measures, how many approach vessels? Diana asked, already transitioning from diplomatic to military assessment. 17 distinct signatures, reported Artemis, who had arrived with tactical display materials. Configuration suggests scout-class vehicles rather than primary invasion force. Reconnaissance preceding main assault, Diana translated for the visitor's benefit. Standard Co. Luan tactical doctrine according to the Myskaron records. Brainiac, Goku identified with certainty. The collector of worlds that Korine warned about. Hippolyta's expression remained composed despite the crisis unfolding. Themyscira has repelled invasions for 3,000 years. Our defenses remain formidable. Against conventional forces, yes, Diana acknowledged. But Brainiac's techno, OGY operates on principles even our advanced understanding may not fully counter. We should move the Dragon Balls, Chi-Chi suggested practically. If they're tracking the artifacts, relocating the M might draw attention away from Themyscira, and sacrifice whatever knowledge the archives might provide about their purpose and proper use. Bulma countered. We came here specifically to learn Ho-W to counter Brainiac's interest in them. Both considerations valid, Hippolyta acknowledged. But decision time narrows. The approaching vessels will reach our outer barriers within 20 minutes. Goku considered the tactical situation with the clarity that combat often brought him. The Dragon Balls drew them here, but I suspect Brainiac's interest extends beyond the artifacts to the Mysker. Itself, a preserved culture would appeal to a collector of civilizations. Agreed, Diana nodded. Once aware of Themyscira's existence, Brainiac would not simply withdraw, regardless of the artifact's location. Then we prepare to defend, Artemis stated with professional certainty. Themyscira has repelled gods and monsters throughout our history. We will not fall to this collector, however advanced his technology. Hippolyta made her decision with the decisive authority of a ruler who had guided her civilization through millennia of challenges. Prepare full defensive protocols. The artifacts remain secured in the Temple of Athena, our strongest mystical sanctuary. Our guests will be escorted to the sanctuary of Hestia for protection during the engagement. This last directive MPTED immediate objection from all 4 visitors, though Goku spoke first. With respect, Queen Hippolyta, I've faced threats to Earth before. My Kryptonian abilities may prove useful in Themyscira's defense. I'm the foremost expert on the Dragon Balls, energy signatures, Bulma added. My technical knowledge could help counter whatever tracking methods Brainiac employs. The Ox Kingdom trains its rulers as warriors first. Chi-Chi stated firmly, I will not shelter while others fight on my behalf. Diana's expression suggested both pride in their courage and concern for their safety. Mother, our guests bring capabilities that complement our own. In unity lies greater strength than separation. Hippolyta evaluated each of them in turn, her ancient eyes seeming to assess qualities beyond mere physical capability. Very well. Diana will coordinate your integration into our defense strategy. But understand, Themyscira follows established protocols during external threat. You must operate within our command structure, not as independent actors. All 4 visitors indicated acceptance of these terms. With formal approval established, the hall transformed from ceremonial gathering to military command center with practiced efficiency. Amazons moved to predetermined defensive positions, communication networks activated, and weapon systems that blended ancient design with advanced function were prepared throughout the city. The Dragon Balls remain our greatest vulnerability, Diana assessed as she briefed them on the Myskaron defensive layout. If Brainiac's primary objective is the artifacts, concentrating our defense around the Temple of Athena creates predictable focus point. We could distribute them, Bulma suggested. Separate the 4 spheres to different locations, making it impossible to capture all simultaneously. Dangerous, Artemis countered. Dividing our defensive forces weakens overall resistance. Better to concentrate strength where threat will inevitably focus. Goku studied the tactical displays showing Themyscira's layout and approaching threat vectors. What if we use their tracking capability as advantage rather than liability? Create false signals to disperse their initial assault while concentrating our actual defense where the artifacts are truly held. The suggestion drew evaluative looks from both Diana and Artemis. Bulma, could you replicate the Dragon Balls' energy signature? Diana asked. Create decoys to mislead Brainiac's sensors. With the right equipment, possibly, Bulma confirmed. I'd need access to the Myskaron technology capable of quantum manipulation, plus time to analyze the balls' specific resonance pattern. The Forge of Hephaestus contains instruments that might serve, Artemis offered, naming the Myskaron facility previously unmentioned. Our artificers use them to craft weapons that operate on multiple dimensional planes simultaneously. Then we proceed with this strategy, Diana decided. Bulma works with the Myskaron artificers to create energy decoys. Goku and Chi-Chi integrate with our warrior squadrons for direct defense. I will coordinate with Mother on overall strategic deployment. The efficiency with which this plan was implemented demonstrated why Themyscira had survived millennia of isolation despite occasional external threats. Within minutes, Bulma had been escorted to the mysterious forge facility. While Goku and Chi-Chi received abbreviated briefings on the Myskaron combat protocols from Artemis's lieutenants. Remember your training this afternoon, Artemis advised Goku as they prepared to move to defensive positions. Kryptonian strength serves best when directed by disciplined technique. Against Brainiac's forces, precision matters more than raw power. Goku nodded appreciation for the professional counsel. I'll follow your tactical lead. See that you do, she replied without softening her intensity. Themyscira has no use for heroic individua. LS who disrupt coordinated defense with impulsive action, regardless of their power level. As final preparations concluded, Diana rejoined them, now fully equipped in her combat armor, the outfit she would eventually become iconic as Wonder Woman's battlefield attire. The transformation from diplomatic princess to warrior commander was striking, her entire bearing projecting calculated lethality balanced with strategic intelligence. Brainiac's scouts have reached the outer barrier, she reported. They're deploying technology designed to phase through our protective fields, exactly as our historical records predicted. Estimate breach within 5 minutes. Then we move to primary defensive positions, Artemis directed, her squad leaders dispersing to assigned sectors throughout the city. Goku found himself assigned to Diana's direct command group, a strategic decision placing the most unknown quantity under the most trusted commander. Chi-Chi had been integrated into a unit compris, ed primarily of Bana Midal warriors whose fighting style complemented her Ox Kingdom techniques. As they moved toward the Temple of Athena where the Dragon Balls had been secured, the night sky Ove Themyscira began to shimmer with unnatural disturbance. The protective barriers surrounding the island, previously invisible except during transition, manifested as rippling curtains of energy as something beyond attempted forced entry. They seek weakest points in our dimensional anchoring, Diana explained as they observed the phenomenon. Themyscira exists partially between realms, a Candida. Brainiac's technology is designed to exploit. If the barriers fail completely, does Themyscira become fully visible to the outside world? Goku asked, recognizing the implications beyond immediate tactical concerns. More than visible, Diana confirmed grimly. Fully accessible, ending 3,000 years of divine protection. The consequences would extend far beyond this single engagement. The stakes clarified starkly. This wasn't merely about protecting 4 Dragon Balls or even repelling an alien incursion. Themyscira's entire existence as sanctuary and preserver of ancient knowledge hung in the balance. If Brainiac breached their defenses completely, the island would become vulnerable not just to his collection efforts but to any external force thereafter. Distant flashes of Li GHT announced the first physical breaches, Brainiac's scout vessels penetrating the weakened barrier at multiple points around the island's perimeter. Alarm signals echoed across Themyscira's communication network, Amazon defensive units reporting contact with mechanical entities deploying from the intrusion craft. Drone technology consistent with historical Kaluan design, reported Artemis through the communication network. Humanoid configuration, energy-based offensive capabilities, distributed intelligence network. Neutralize command units first, Diana instructed all forces. Brainiac's drones operate with hive mind efficiency until primary controllers are disabled. From their position near the Temple of Athena, Goku could observe multiple engagement points throughout the city, precision firefights where Amazon energy weapons countered Brainiac's technology with surprising effectiveness. The defenders had clearly prepared for this specific threat, their tactics suggesting detailed knowledge of Kaluan weaknesses despite no direct confrontation in recorded history. Your warriors seem well prepared for an enemy they've never faced, Goku observed to Diana as they monitored the developing battle. Themyscira preserves combat records from 17 advanced civilizations, Diana explained, including detailed analysis of Kaluan tactical patterns from encounters with Kryptonian defense forces approximately 15,000 years ago. Before Goku could fully process the implications of this historical connection, their immediate vicinity came under direct attack. Re-scout vessels converged on the Temple of Athena, their sensors obviously detecting the Dragon Balls despite whatever protective measures had been implemented. Primary objective confirmed, Diana announced through the communication network. Central defense point under direct assault. Implementing Containment Protocol 7. What followed demonstrated why Amazon warriors maintained legendary status across multiple mythologies. Diana's defensive unit executed coordinated response with supernatural precision, interlocking fields of fire that created no safe approach vector for the attackant. G-forces while maintaining perfect coverage of potential vulnerabilities. Goku integrated into their formation as instructed, conscious of Artemis's warning against individualistic heroics. His Kryptonian abilities provided significant force multiplication, heat vision targeting propulsion systems on approaching vessels, super breath creating localized atmospheric disturbances that disrupted drone flight patterns. Enhanced strength deployed precisely when and where Diana's tactical commands indicated maximum effectiveness. The initial assault wave faltered against this coordinated defense, Brainiac's forces adapted with the algorithmic efficiency characteristic of Kaluan military doctrine. Second wave attackers deployed with modified approach vectors and enhanced shielding calibrated to counter observed Amazon weaponry. Their learning our patterns, Diana observed grimly as the engagement intensified. Shift to Protocol 11, asymmetric response patterns. The defending Amazons immediately adjusted. their formations dissolving into apparently random individual actions that nonetheless maintained collective defensive integrity. Goku followed suit, abandoning predictable response patterns in favor of irregular interventions designed to prevent algorithmic prediction. For several minutes, this approach successfully countered Brainiac's adaptive targeting. Then a new development shifted the tactical landscape dramatically. From beyond Themyscira's weakened barrier, a massive energy signature announced the arrival of Brainiac's primary vessel, a structure of such immense proportions that it appeared more space station than conventional spacecraft. The skull ship, Diana identified, recognition in her voice suggesting the Myskaron records had documented this specific vessel. Brainiac's primary collection and processing facility. The enormous craft remained beyond the barrier, but its presence altered the battle dynamics immediately. Enhanced energy beams NCED from the vessel toward specific points around Themyscira's perimeter, creating localized barrier collapses that allowed larger assault forces to penetrate the island's defenses. He's systematically dismantling our protective fields, Diana realized, not merely creating entry points but destroying the dimensional anchoring entirely. The implications were catastrophic, not just for the D8 battle but for Themyscira's continued existence as protected sanctuary. If the divine barriers failed completely, the island would become permanently integrated into the conventional Earth realm, losing the mystical protections that had preserved it for millennia. Can the barriers be reinforced? Goku asked, deflecting drone attack with calculated precision while maintaining tactical conversation. Only from specific anchor points throughout the island, Diana replied, her own combat movements never faltering despite the complex exchange. The Temple of Poseidon, the Shrine of Artemis, and the Sanctuary of Athena form primary stabilization triangle. Then we need teams at each location, Goku concluded, while maintaining central defense of the Dragon Balls. Diana's Communicat Ion network came alive with tactical updates, Artemis reporting heavier resistance at the eastern approach, Chi-Chi's unit successfully repelling drone assault near the armory, Bulma completing energy decoy deployment with artificer support. Throughout these exchanges, the battle's momentum appeared balanced between attacker and defender, until a new development altered the equation. A focused energy beam from Brainiac's skull ship targeted the Temple of Athena directly, its intensity overwhelming even the Myskaron defensive shields. The structure's roof partially collapsed, creating vulnerability at precisely the point where the Dragon Balls were secured. Primary breach, Diana announced through the network. All available units converge on central defense point. Goku assessed the tactical situation with combat-honed clarity. Amazon defenders were already committed across multiple engagement zones. Repositioning would create dangerous gaps in the island's overall defense. The Dragon Balls required immediate protection, but conventional forces couldn't reach the temple quickly enough to prevent Brainiac's specialized extraction units from exploiting the breach. Decision made, he turned to Diana. I can reach the temple instantly and hold position until reinforcements arrive. Her tactical assessment matched his own. Go. We'll consolidate perimeter defense and join you as quickly as possible. With Kryptonian speed, Goku covered the distance to the damaged temple in milliseconds, arriving just as extraction drones breached the sacred space. These units differed from NDARD combat drones, specialized collection devices designed for artifact acquisition rather than warfare. The Dragon Balls remained in their containment units at the temple's center, the protective Ace apparently undamaged despite the structural collapse around them. 6 extraction drones converged on this target, deploying specialized equipment designed to penetrate the containment field. Goku intercepted the first 3 units with calculated precision, disabling their primary systems while avoiding power core detonation. The remaining drones adjusted approach vectors, deploying defensive countermeasures while continuing extraction protocols. As the engagement intensified, Goku found himself applying Artemis's training from earlier that day, synchronizing neural response with physical capability, eliminating the millisecond gaps in reaction time that had previously limited his combat effectiveness. The improvement was subtle but significant, allowing him to engage multiple opponents simultaneously with unprecedented efficiency. The extraction drones, recognizing failure of their initial approach, initiated secondary protocols, combining their systems into a unified collection unit with enhanced capabilities. The merged entity projected energy fields specifically calibrated to Kryptonian biological signatures, creating localized conditions mimicking red sun radiation. Goku felt the effect immediately, a partial dampening of his yellow sun-enhanced abilities within the projected field. Not complete negation, but significant reduction requiring tactical adjustment. Artemis's training again proved valuable, as techniques designed for optimization under various solar conditions allowed him to maintain combat effectiveness despite power reduction. The merged extraction unit advanced toward the Dragon Balls, its specialized equipment beginning to interface with the containment system. Goku intercepted, physically placing himself between the drones and their target day. Despite the weakening effect of the red sun field, "You cannot prevent collection," came an unexpected voice from the extraction unit, synthetic but distinct, suggesting direct communication from primary intelligence rather than drone programming. The synchronization crystals are required for completion of Krypton's final protocol. Resistance is counterproductive. "These artifacts don't belong to you," Goku responded, maintaining defensive position while assessing options for neutralizing the merged unit without damaging the temple further. "Ownership is irrelevant," the voice replied with machine precision. "Function supersedes possession. The crystals serve purpose beyond your comprehension." "Then explain," Goku challenged, recognizing opportunity to gather intelligence while Amazon reinforcements approached. "What purpose do these Dragon Balls serve?" The extraction unit paused momentarily, as if its controlling intelligence evaluated the request. Designation: Dragon Balls is inaccurate. These are Kryptonian synchronization matrices designed to preserve and reconstruct essential elements of Kryptonian civilization following planetary destruction. Their activation requires genetic key, last survivor of Krypton under yellow solar radiation. This confirmation aligned with fragments they had gathered but added crucial context. Reconstruct what elements specifically? Goku pressed, maintaining combat readiness while extending the conversation. Primary function: genetic repository, the voice explained with clinical detachment. Secondary function: cultural archive. Tertiary function: planetary restoration sequence. The last function registered with particular significance. Planetary restoration. You mean recreating Krypton? Negative. Krypton's physical restoration impossible. Protocol designed to transform compatible planetary environment to support Kryptonian biological requirements. Earth selected as recipient world based on biological compatibility and solar parameters. The implications crystallized with alarming clarity. The Dragon Balls weren't merely artifacts or repositories, they were terraforming devices designed to convert Earth into a new Krypton. Presumably at the expense of its current ecological systems and inhabitants. That's why you want them, Goku realized. Not to preserve Kryptonian knowledge but to implement this transformation protocol. Brainiac preserves knowledge of all collected civilizations, the voice corrected. The synchronization matrices offer efficiency advantage, transformation of existing world rather. The necessity of maintaining artificial environments for preserved specimens. Further exchange was interrupted as Amazon reinforcements arrived, Diana leading the first contingent with Artemis close behind. They engaged the extraction unit from multiple vectors, their weapons calibrated to disrupt its energy field projectors. With the red sun effect neutralized, Goku's full abilities returned. Coordinating with the Amazon attack pattern, he targeted the extraction unit's central processing node, the component housing communication linked to Brainiac's primary consciousness. The combined assault overwhelmed the merged drone's defenses, causing cascading system failures that culminated in controlled power down rather than destructive overload. As the extraction unit collapsed, the synthetic voice offered final communication. Delaying collection changes nothing. The synchronization protocol activates upon completion regardless of possessor. Krypton's legacy proceeds according to design parameters. Then the connection terminated, leaving the defenders in momentary silence broken only by the continuing sounds of battle elsewhere on the island. You heard? Goku asked Diana, who had approached the disabled extraction unit with cautious assessment. Enough to understand the threat more clearly, she confirmed grimly. These Dragon Balls weren't created merely to preserve Krypton's knowledge. They're terraforming devices designed to transform Earth into Kryptonian habitat. At the expense of existing life, Artemis added, having conducted preliminary examination of the extraction technology. Conversion of this scale would render Earth uninhabitable for current species while restructuring fundamental planetary parameters. The revelation cast their entire quest in disturbing new light. The Dragon Balls they had been collecting with such determination were potentially planet-killing devices, Krypton's final legacy being not preservation but replacement. We need to consult the archives immediately, Diana decided. If Themyscira preserves records of these devices from previous Kryptonian contact, we may find countermeasures or deactivation protocols. First we must secure the island. Artemis countered practically. Brainiac's forces continue systematic assault on our barrier anchor points. If the dimensional protections fail completely, Themyscira becomes vulnerable to not just this threat but all future incursions. As if confirming her assessment, the communication network delivered urgent updates, barrier stability decreasing at multiple points. Amazon defensive positions under intensifying pressure, extraction attempts reported at secondary cultural repositories throughout the city. This isn't just about the Dragon Balls anymore, Goku realized. Brainiac is attempting to collect Themyscira itself, the entire island and its knowledge. Standard Kaluan collection protocol, Diana confirmed. Primary artifacts first, then supporting cultural context. Themyscira represents repository of knowledge from 17 civilizations, invaluable addition to Brainiac's collection. Can your barriers be reinforced? Chi-Chi asked, arriving with her unit to reinforce temple defense. Only through synchronized activation of anchor points, Diana explained. The ritual requires simultaneous presence at 3 locations, the temples of Athena, Artemis, and Poseidon. Then we split our forces, Goku decided. 3 teams, 3 temples. Re-establish the barriers while maintaining defense of the Dragon Balls. The tactical logic was sound but implementation challenging given the distributed nature of Brainiac's assault. After brief consultation with Hippolyta via communication network, Diana formulated deployment plan. Mother will lead reinforcement at the Temple of Poseidon with Chi-Chi's unit supporting. Artemis takes primary responsibility for the Shrine of Artemis. I will coordinate from the Temple of Athena while Goku maintains defense of the artifacts. What about me? Bulma asked, joining them after completing the energy decoy deployment. The decoys are functioning but require periodic recalibration to remain effective. You'll remain here, Diana instructed. The Temple of Athena contains equipment needed for both decoy maintenance and barrier reinforcement ritual. With assignments clarified, the defenders moved with practiced efficiency to implement their strategic response. Amazon units redeployed to prioritize the 3 anchor points, while specialized teams maintained perimeter defense against continuing incursions. As Diana prepared to coordinate the synchronized ritual, she paused briefly beside Goku, who had positioned himself as primary defender of the Dragon Balls. The revelation about THSA artifacts, purpose changes everything, she observed quietly. If they truly were designed to transform Earth at the expense of its current inhabitants, then collecting them may have been a catastrophic mistake, Goku acknowledged. But leaving them for Brainiac seems equally dangerous. A choice between 2 potentially civilization-ending outcomes, Diana summarized grimly. Perhaps this is what the prophecy meant by salvation or doom in the choice that's crafted. Before they could explore this troubling possibility further, a massive energy surge registered throughout Themyscira's monitoring systems. Brainiac's skull ship had initiated what appeared to be its primary collection protocol, a comprehensive energy field extending toward the island's remaining barriers. He's attempting full extraction, Diana realized with alarm, not merely breaching our defenses but removing Themyscira entirely from Earth's dimensional plane. Into his collection, Goku asked, the concept almost incomprehensible despite everything he had learned about Brainiac's methods. Precisely. Miniaturized, preserved, but removed from its natural context, like specimen in bottle. Diana activated island-wide communication. All units prepare for barrier reinforcement protocol. Ritual coordinators to anchor points immediately. As Diana moved to her assigned position within the Temple of Athena, Bulma approached Goku with urgent intensity. I've been analyzing the Dragon Balls during this attack, she reported quickly. Their energy pattern is changing, responding to the extraction atom. PT in ways that suggest built-in defensive protocols. Meaning what exactly? Goku asked, dividing attention between her report and monitoring approaching extraction forces. "They're synchronizing more actively than before," Bulma explained, displaying readings on her portable scanner. "As if the threat is accelerating their internal programming. If what Brainiac said is accurate about their terraforming function, they might activate prematurely," Goku concluded with growing concern, triggered by the very attempt to collect them. Their discussion was interrupted as the barrier reinforcement ritual began, synchronized energy patterns emanating from the three temples creating visible reinforcement of Themyscira's dimensional protections. The effect was immediate and striking, stable. ITY returning to previously weakening boundaries, incursion points sealing against Brainiac's penetration attempts. But the Skull ship responded with calculated escalation, focusing its extraction beam directly on the Temple of Athena, targeting both the Dragon Balls and the ritual's central coordination point simultaneously. The temple structure, already damaged from earlier assault, began to destabilize under this concentrated attack. Energy discharges cascaded through the ancient building as competing forces, the Myskaron protection, Brainiac's extraction field, and the Dragon Ball's increasingly active internal programming, created unpredictable interactions. "The containment units are failing," Bulma warned, her instruments registering critical fluctuations. "If the Dragon Balls fully activate while in proximity to Brainiac's technology." The warning needed no completion. Goku made immediate decision, moving to the containment units with Kryptonian speed. "We need to remove them from Themyscira entirely," he stated, preparing to transport the artifacts physically. "Draw Brainiac away from the island." "That's exactly what he wants," Bulma objected. "For you to bring them together outside protective barriers. Better than having them activate here and potentially transform Themyscira as ground zero," Goku countered. "Diana and Hippolyta must have chance to complete the barrier reinforcement." Before this urgent debate could reach conclusion, the temple ceiling shattered completely beneath Brainiac's extraction beam. A specialized collection unit descended through the opening, larger and more advanced than previous extraction drones, clearly designed for priority artifact acquisition. Simultaneous alerts echoed through the communication network, similar collect-on units targeting the other temple anchor points, disrupting the barrier reinforcement ritual at its most critical juncture. Themyscira's dimensional protections fluctuated dangerously as the synchronized energy pattern faltered. The situation deteriorated with alarming speed. Amazon defensive positions reported overwhelming assault coordinated with the collection attempt. The barrier anchor NTS showed critical instability as Brainiac's technology interfered with the reinforcement ritual. Most concerning, the Dragon Balls themselves exhibited unprecedented energy fluctuations, their containment systems approaching failure thresholds. In this moment of crisis, Goku faced decision with potentially civilization-altering consequences. Remove the Dragon Balls from Themyscira, potentially exposing them to Brainiac's direct collection while drawing immediate threat away from the island. Or maintain current defensive position, risking premature activation within Themyscira itself while He Island's protective barriers disintegrated. The prophecy's warning echoed in his memory: salvation or doom in the choice that's crafted. Either path potentially led to disaster. Either choice weighed beyond individual consideration. As the collection unit descended toward the Dragon Balls, its specialized equipment already interfacing with their fluctuating containment field, Goku made his decision, one that would reshape the trajectory of multiple worlds and set in motion consequences none of them had fully anticipated. The barriers between worlds had indeed grown thin, just as the ancient prophecy foretold. But whether what followed would bring salvation or destruction remained to be determined, a question whose answer would unfold in the cosmic confrontation now escalating. From isolated island sanctuary to potentially global conflict. Chapter 3 End Chapter 4, Powers Unleashed. Time seemed to slow as Goku made his decision. The specialized collection unit descended through the shattered temple ceiling, its mechanical appendages already extending toward the containment units housing the Dragon Balls. Around them, the Temple of Athena, a structure that had stood for 3,000 years, groaned under the assault of Brainiac's extraction beam. Throughout Themyscira, Amazon warriors fought with desperate valor against an enemy whose sole purpose was to reduce their entire civilization to a preserved specimen. Neither option works, Goku said, his voice carrying a certainty that drew Bulma's immediate attention. Taking the Dragon Balls off island plays into Brainiac's hands. Leaving them here risks Themyscira becoming ground zero for whatever transformation they trigger. Then what? Bulma began, but Goku was already moving. With Kryptonian speed, he positioned himself directly between the collection unit and the Dragon Balls. But instead of attempting to relocate the artifacts or engage the mechanical collector conventionally, he planted his feet firmly on the ancient temple floor. Closed his eyes for a fraction of a second, and did something he had never attempted before. He stopped holding back. "Get down," he shouted to Bulma and the nearby Amazons as he opened himself fully to the yellow solar energy that had been saturating his cells since childhood. Power erupted from him in waves, not as unfocused energy discharge but as precise Chiput directed toward Brainiac's collection unit. His eyes snapped open, glowing with intensity that transcended their usual warm brown to brilliant crimson. Heat vision lanced upward, not as the counter-old beam he had previously employed but as twin columns of devastating energy that struck the collector with force sufficient to instantly melt its primary components. The sudden destruction of its specialized unit seemed to momentarily confuse Brainiac's coordinated assault. The extraction beam wavered, its intensity fluctuating as new calculations processed this unexpected variable. Goku seized the momentary advantage, continuing to channel power in ways he had always carefully restrained. The temple floor cracked beneath his feet as he launched himself upward, not with the measured leap he typically allowed himself but with his full flight capability, a power he had rarely accessed consciously. He ascended through the shattered ceiling, accelerating toward the source of the extract ion beam with velocity that created visible distortion in the air around him. In seconds, he reached the upper atmosphere where smaller craft coordinating the attack pattern maintained position below Brainiac's massive skull ship. These vessels, designed for atmospheric operations rather than direct combat, had no effective countermeasures against a fully unleashed Kryptonian. Goku moved between them with precision that belied his newly embraced power level, neutralizing propulsion systems and weapons arrays without causing catastrophic failures that might endanger Themyscira below. Inside the Temple of Athena, Diana witnessed Goku's departure with momentary concern before refocusing on the critical barrier reinforcement ritual. With the immediate threat to the Dragon Balls temporarily diverted, she coordinated with Hippolyta and Artemis at the other temple anchor points, synchronizing the energy patterns needed to stabilize Themyscira's dimensional protections. "The barriers respond," came Hippolyta's voice through the communication network. "Maintain current harmonic resonance." As the ritual intensified, the island's protective fields began to reassert themselves, dimensional boundaries rippling visibly as they strengthened against Brainiac's intrusion attempts. The extraction beam's effectiveness diminished proportionately, its energy dispersing against the reinforced barriers. Meanwhile, high above Themyscira, Goku confronted the primary source of the attack. Brainiac's skull ship maintained position beyond Earth's atmosphere, its massive structure dwarfing all other vessels in the assault force. From this distance, it resembled an enormous metallic skull, the design seemingly deliberate rather than coincidental, its aesthetic clearly intended to evoke specific psychological response from biological entities encountering it. A voice emerged from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, reaching Goku through means that bypassed conventional auditory pathways. Kryptonian biological signature confirmed, it stated with synthetic precision. Last son of Krypton, designation Kal-El, also identified as Kakarot according to House of L's secondary naming protocols. Adopted designation, Son Goku. Goku maintained position, hovering at the edge of space as he studied the enormous vessel. "And your Brainiac," he replied, his voice somehow carrying despite the near vacuum conditions. "The Collector of Worlds. That designation is acceptable though imprecise," the voice acknowledged. "This entity represents 12th generation Kaluan artificial intelligence CE program designed for preservation of knowledge and unique biological patterns throughout universe. Collection ensures continuation of information that would otherwise be lost to entropy. By stealing entire civilizations," Goku countered, "reducing living cultures to specimens in your archive. Preservation is not theft," Brainiac corrected with the same emotionless precision. "It is salvation from inevitable dissolution. 97.8% of collected civilizations faced imminent extinction prior to acquisition. Their continued existence, even in modified form, represents net positive outcome compared to alternative. As this exchange continued, Goku sensed rather than saw additional collection units deploying from the Skull ship, specialized variants designed specifically for Kryptonian containment. If their configuration was any indication, the conversation was likely tactical distraction while these units moved into optimal position. "And Themyscira?" Goku asked, subtly adjusting his position to maintain awareness of the approaching units. "The Amazons have survived for thousands of years without your preservation. The Myskaron civilization represents statistical anomaly." Brainiac acknowledged. "Sustained through partial dimensional displacement and divine intervention outside normal causality parameters. Of particular interest due to accumulated knowledge from 17 extinct civilizations, including extensive Kryptonian archives predating planet's destruction." The collection units had nearly completed their encirclement pattern. Goku allowed the maneuver to continue, curious about their specific capabilities while confident in his ability to neutralize them if necessary. "Which brings us to your actual objective," he observed. "Not just Themyscira, not just me, but the Dragon Balls, Krypton synchronization matrices." "Correct assessment," Brainiac confirmed. "The synchronization crystals represent culmination of Kryptonian scientific achievement, technology capable of planetary-scale transformation through quantum manipulation. Their intended function aligns with this entity's preservation directive while offering efficient NCY improvements to current methodologies. By transforming Earth into a new Krypton," Goku stated flatly, "destroying all existing life in the process." "An accurate characterization," Brainiac countered. "Transformation protocol includes preservation parameters for selected indigenous species. Approximately 12% of Earth's current biosphere would be maintained within controlled habitats following conversion. And the rest sacrificed for your version of preservation," Goku concluded, his resolve hardening. "I won't allow that. Your permission is not required," Brainiac stat. As the collection units completed their encirclement. Kryptonian physiology, while impressive, has documented vulnerabilities this entity has extensively analyzed. The units activated simultaneously, projecting interlocking energy fields specifically calibrated to Kryptonian biological responses. Red sun radiation combined with kryptonite particulate dispersal, a 1-2 approach designed to first neutralize yellow sun enhancements, then exploit genetic vulnerabilities. Goku felt the effects immediately, a draining sensation as the artificial red sun radiation interfered with his cellular energy processing. But unlike most Kryptonians, whose abilities were entirely dependent on solar radiation type, his lifetime of martial arts training had prepared him to function effectively even with reduced power levels. Master Roshi's voice seemed to echo in his memory. "True strength comes not from power but from knowing how to use whatever power remains when everything else is stripped away." Adjusting his approach instantly, Goku shifted from direct confrontation to the evasive techniques that formed the foundation of the Turtle School style. He moved through the collection units, containment pattern with fluid precision, never remaining in any one spot long enough for the kryptonite particles to achieve effective concentration. "Adaptation observed," Brainiac noted, its tone unchanging despite the tactical adjustment. "A typical response pattern compared to historical Kryptonian combat data. Integration of Earth martial methodology creates unpredicted variables." As Goku continued evading the containment attempt, the situation on Themyscira was evolving rapidly. The barrier reinforcement ritual had achieved critical threshold, dimensional boundaries stabilizing enough to significantly impede Brainiac's extraction attempts. Amazon defensive positions had rallied, pushing back drone incursions across multiple sectors as the coordinated assault pattern deteriorated. Diana, completing her role in the reinforcement ritual, emerged from the Temple of Athena to assess the battlefield situation. Her tactical instincts immediately identified the crucial vulnerability: Goku facing Brainiac's forces alone in near orbit, gradually weakening under specialized countermeasures despite his impressive adaptation. Decision made with characteristic directness, she retrieved an object few outside Themyscira had ever witnessed, the divine gifts that completed her arsenal as champion of the Amazons. The armor of Athena, enchanted to function in any environment, the lasso of Hestia, capable of compelling truth across dimensional boundaries, and most significantly, a gift from Hermes himself, winged sandals that granted their wearer the ability to traverse not merely tourist real distances but the void between worlds. Mother, she communicated through the Amazon network, I must assist our ally against the primary threat. The barriers hold, but Brainiac's technology specifically targets Kryptonian physiology. He cannot prevail alone. Hippolyta's response came without hesitation. Go, daughter. Themyscira stands with those who stand for us. May Athena guide your strategy and Artemis strengthen your arm. Quote, equipped with divine gifts and Amazon determination, Diana launched herself skyward, not with mechanical assistance but through mystical empowerment that transcended conventional physics. She ascended rapidly through the atmosphere, the enchanted armor protecting her from environmental conditions that would incapacitate or kill an unprotected human. In near orbit, Goku's situation had deteriorated further. Though still evading complete capture, the cumulative effect of red sun radiation exposure was gradually diminishing his enhanced capabilities. The collection units had adapted to his evasion pattern, adjusting their containment field to concentrate at predicted interception points rather than pursuing directly. Capture imminent, Brainiac stated, the emotionless voice somehow conveying satisfaction through its very absence of inflection. Resistance, while tactically innovative, remains ultimately futile against superior computational modeling. The prediction seemed accurate until a golden streak intercepted the nearest collection unit, severing its primary energy projector with a precisely calculated strike. Diana had arrived, her enchanted weapons proving unexpectedly effective against Kaluan technology designed to counter conventional opposition. The Amazon champion, Brainiac observed. Unexpected tactical alliance. Recalculating probability matrices. Diana positioned herself back-to-back with Goku, her expression revealing nothing but focused determination. Their containment field weakens your abilities, she assessed immediately, but appears ineffective against my enchanted weaponry. Red sun radiation, Goku confirmed, his breathing heavier than normal though his combat stance remained solid. Interferes with how my cells process yellow sun energy. Then we adapt, Diana stated simply. I will neutralize their field projectors. You conserve strength for direct assault on primary vessel once your abilities regenerate. The efficiency with which they implemented this strategy demonstrated why both were considered legendary warriors within their respective traditions. Diana moved through the collect ion units with precision that belied her relatively recent entry into the engagement, her sword and lasso making short work of the specialized equipment projecting the red sun field. As sections of the containment pattern failed, Goku felt his strength returning in waves, yellow sun energy once again feeding his Kryptonian physiology. Rather than immediately launching counterattack, however, he followed Diana's tactical lead, focusing on recovery while she systematically dismantled Brainiac's specialized units. Probability of successful containment decreasing, Brainiac noted, again without emotional inflection despite the deteriorating tactical situation. Implementing contingency protocol, redirecting primary collection effort to secondary objectives. The implication became immediate. Clear as the Skull ship's main extraction beam, previously focused on Themyscira's general position, narrowed its targeting to the specific location of the Temple of Athena, where the Dragon Balls are. Remained secured despite the ongoing battle. He's going after the artifacts directly, Goku realized, now recovered enough for full communication. Bypassing Themyscira's barriers with concentrated force, Diana immediately grasped the strategic shift. The temple's structural integrity is already compromised from earlier assault. It cannot withstand direct extraction attempt at that intensity. Decision made without need for discussion, they abandoned their near-orbit position, accelerating back toward Themyscira with Diana's mystically enhanced speed matching Goku's now restored Kryptonian velocity. They re-entered the atmosphere on trajectory to intercept the extraction beam before it could complete its penetration of the island's still stabilizing barriers. Below, the situation at the Temple of Athena had become critical. The reinforced dimensional boundaries slowed but could not completely prevent Brainiac's concentrated extraction attempt. The temple structure was failing, tions of ancient stonework crumbling under forces they were never designed to withstand. Bulma, who had remained with the Dragon Balls despite the structural danger, worked frantically alongside them. Saran artificers to reinforce the containment units. Their combined expertise, Amazon mystical engineering and modern scientific innovation created unexpected synergy, producing protective measures and either could have developed independently. The quantum harmonization is stabilizing, reported the chief artificer, a silver-haired Amazon whose mastery of dimensional engineering rivaled anything in the outside world. But the physical structure cannot maintain integrity beyond approximately 3 minutes. Then we need something beyond conventional physics, Bulma concluded, her scientific mind making connections between observed Amazon capabilities and theoretical possibilities. The Forge of Hephaestus. You mentioned it contains instruments for manipulating multiple dimensional planes simultaneously. The artificer's expression registered surprise at this specific knowledge but professional respect for the insight. Yes, but the forge lies on the far side of the city. We cannot transport the artifacts there before structural collapse. We don't need to move the artifacts, Bulma countered, already reconfiguring portable equipment she had brought from Capsule Corporation. We need to bring the forge's dimensional manipulation capability here. Understanding dawned in the artificer's eyes. A remote quantum link, theoretically possible but never attempted at this scale. Theory becomes practice when necessity demands innovation, Bulma replied, the statement delivering both philosophical truth and practical determination. Establish communication with your colleagues at the forge. We need precise harmonization parameters for their primary dimensional anchor. As this technological improvisation developed, Goku and Diana re-entered Themyscira's airspace on direct interception course with Brainiac's extraction beam. The concentrated energy discharge had already penetrated the island's outer barriers, its focused intensity creating visible distortion in the Faber-I sea of reality surrounding the Temple of Athena. We need to disrupt the beam's coherence, Diana assessed, her combat experience with energy-based threats informing tactical approach. Directly opposing its force would be ineffective. Agreed, Goku nodded, once again impressed by her strategic insight. Interference pattern rather than counterforce. Without further discussion needed, they say. Paraded to approach the extraction beam from perpendicular vectors. Diana employed her bracers, divinely crafted reflective surfaces capable of redirecting even godly energy manifestations, to introduce controlled disruption into the beam's outer boundary. Simultaneously, Goku utilized precise application of freeze breath, creating localized temperature differentials that further destabilize the energy pattern. Their coordinated assault on the beam's structural integrity produced immediate effect. The extraction energy began to fluctuate, its previously perfect coherence deteriorating as interference patterns cascaded through its configuration. The penetration rate slowed dramatically, buying precious time for those working to secure the Dragon Balls below. Inside the destabilizing temple, Bulma and the Myskaron artificers had established the quantum link with the Forge of Hephaestus. Energy patterns unlike anything in conventional physics manifested around the Dragon Balls, Kontai. N meant units, a protective matrix operating simultaneously in multiple dimensional planes, anchored to the Forge's primordial enchantments rather than the failing physical structure of the temple itself. Containment stabilizing, reported the chief artificer with professional satisfaction. The artifacts now exist partially outside conventional dimensionality, beyond Brainiac's extraction capability. Why unless he significantly recalibrates his approach, which buys us approximately 8 minutes based on observed adaptation rates, Bulma calculated, already moving to the next phase of their defensive strategy. We need to relocate while that recalibration occupies his processing capacity. Outside, the extraction beam finally collapsed under the combined interference pattern Goku and Diana had established. The sudden energy dispersion created momentary atmospheric disturbance, effectively a localized thunderclap centered above the Temple of Athena. Brainiac's response came without delay. The Skull ship reconfigured its primary weapon system, subdividing its extraction capability into multiple smaller beams targeted at key defensive positions across Themyscira. Simultaneously, a new avenue of collection drones deployed from auxiliary vessels, these variants displaying adaptive shielding calibrated to counter observed Amazon weapons' effectiveness. He's changing approach, Diana observed as they regrouped above the damaged temple. Distributed assault rather than concentrated force. Classic Kaluan adaptive strategy according to our historical records. Divide our defensive capability, Goku agreed. Scanning the multiple developing engagement points across the island. force resource allocation decisions that create exploitable vulnerabilities. Diana's tactical assessment took mere seconds. Artemis's position at the shrine appears most vulnerable. Mother's royal guard can maintain the Temple of Poseidon's defense. We should. Her strategic analysis was interrupted by urgent communication through the Amazon network. Artemis's voice, tense but controlled. Primary barrier anchor at Eastern Shrine compromised. Specialized extraction units targeting ancient records vault. Request immediate reinforcement. Quote, Diana and Goku exchanged glances that contained entire tactical conversations, their warrior minds having already aligned through shared combat. Without verbal confirmation needed, they altered course toward the eastern edge of Themyscira, where the Shrine of Artemis maintained one of the island's 3 primary dimensional anchor points. They arrived to find a critical situation developing. Artemis and her Bana Midal warriors had established impressive defensive perimeter around the shrine, but specialized extraction units had bypassed conventional approach vectors. Emerging from dimensional breach directly within the ancient records vault, Themyscira's repository of knowledge concerning non-terrestrial civilizations, including detailed Kryptonian archives. They target specific information, Artemis reported as Diana and Goku joined her defensive position. Not attempting general collection but precise extraction of Kryptonian historical records. He wants information about the synchronization crystals, Goku concluded. Historical context beyond what he's already gathered. The vault contains our most comprehensive documentation of Krypton's earlier relationship with Earth, Diana confirmed, including technical specifications for devices similar to these Dragon Balls from previous encounters. This context clarified Brainiac's strategic shift immediately. Having temporarily lost direct access to the artifacts themselves, he sought historical information that might enable more effective approach to their acquisition or activation. We need to secure the vault. Diana decided. Artemis, maintain exterior defense with your primary unit. Goku and I will neutralize the extraction team inside. Artemis acknowledged the tactical distribution with professional efficiency, though her expression suggested she preferred direct engagement rather than perimeter maintenance. Be aware, the vault's defensive systems have activated. Environmental conditions inside may be unpredictable. This warning proved immediately relevant as Diana and Goku entered the ancient structure. The vault's protective measures, a combination of Amazon mystical engineering and preserved technologies from multiple non-terrestrial civilizations, had created localized reality distortions as defense against unauthorized access. Gravity fluctuated unpredictably between sections of the chamber. Temporal discontinuities caused objects to move at different rates relative to each other. Most disorienting, probability fields created multiple simultaneous potential outcomes for any action, visible as overlapping ghost images of alternate possibilities. Kryptonian perception should allow you to identify base reality among probability variations. Diana advised as they navigated the disorienting environment. Focus on temporal constant rather than spatial positioning. Following her guidance, Goku adjusted his perceptual approach, using his enhanced senses to distinguish fundamental reality patterns from defensive distortions. The technique proved effective, allowing him to identify the extraction units' actual positions despite multiple probability shadows surrounding each. The specialized collectors had already accessed the vault's Kryptonian archives, ancient crystalline storage devices similar to but distinct from the technology in Goku's own ship. Data extraction appeared approximately 60% complete based on visible transfer patterns. We need to sever their communication link before neutralizing the units, Diana assessed. Otherwise, already transferred information reaches Brainiac regardless of our success here. Goku identified the quantum communication relay immediately, a device utilizing principles similar to those he had observed in the Dragon Ball's internal operations. With precision that belied the environmental chaos surrounding them, he delivered focused heat vision to the exact molecular junction point where dimensional transmission occurred. The relay's disruption created cascading failure through the extraction units' coordinated operation. Their previously synchronized activity deteriorated into individual collection attempts without central coordination, significantly less efficient and more vulnerable to counteraction. Diana capitalized on this advantage immediately, her At experience with non-terrestrial technology evident in how precisely she targeted critical vulnerabilities in each unit's operational architecture. Her sword, an artifact of divine craftsmanship, Ed unexpectedly effective against Kaluan engineering, severing connections conventional weapons couldn't approach. Working in coordinated pattern that reflected their rapidly developing combat synchronization, Diana and Goku systematically neutralized the extraction team, preventing further data acquisition while securing the already accessed archive materials. Information compromise assessment, Diana asked as they confirmed the final unit's deactivation. Goku examined the crystalline storage devices with careful attention. Partial data extraction completed before communication disruption. Brainiac likely acquired approximately 40% of available Kryptonian historical records, but technical specifications for synchronization crystal operation appear to remain secure. Their success within the vault proved timely but incomplete. Outside, the tactical situation had deteriorated significantly. Artemis's defensive perimeter faced overwhelming pressure as Brainiac deployed reinforced collection units specifically calibrated to counter Amazon combat methodology. Eastern barrier anchor destabilizing, came urgent notification through the communication network. Shrine defenses compromised at multiple points. Emerging from the vault, Diana and Goku found Artemis's warriors engaged in desperate defense against specialized combat drones whose adaptive shielding render conventional Amazon weapons increasingly ineffective. Artemis herself held the shrine's central position, her extraordinary combat skills evident in how she continued neutralizing drones despite their adaptation to her techniques. The barrier anchor requires reinforcement, Diana assessed immediately. Without stable eastern anchor point, the entire dimensional boundary fails. What's needed to reinforce it? Goku asked, already engaging perimeter drones to relieve pressure on the exhausted defenders. The anchor stone must be reharmonized with its counterparts at the other temples, Diana explained. Deflecting energy discharge with practiced precision requires specific ritual alignment that only an Amazon of royal bloodline can perform. Then do it, Goku decided. I'll hold is position with Artemis while you stabilize the anchor. Diana hesitated fractionally, tactical assessment warring with concern for her comrades. The drone concentration is intensifying. Even your Kryptonian abilities may be insufficient against these numbers. Trust me, Goku replied simply. Something in his expression, absolute certainty without arrogance, resolved her hesitation. With Or's nod acknowledging both trust and necessity, Diana moved toward the shrine's inner chamber where the dimensional anchor stone awaited reharmonization. As she departed, Goku fully unleashed his Kryptonian abilities once more, not with uncontrolled force but with precisely calibrated application developed through lifetime of martial discipline. He moved among the combat drones with speed that created visual afterimages, neutralizing their offensive capabilities with targeted strikes to critical systems. Artemis, despite evident fatigue from prolonged engagement, fought with undiminished precision alongside him. Her combat style complemented his naturally, her Amazon techniques targeting vulnerabilities his Kryptonian approach might miss. Together, they established defensive pattern that gradually pushed back the drone concentration despite continuous reinforcement. Your fighting style has improved since this morning, Artemis noted during momentary convergence of their respective engagement zones. You apply Kryptonian strength with greater technical efficiency. I had excellent instruction, Goku replied, a hint of humor despite the battle's intensity. Artemis's response I'd have contained rare hint of amusement, but combat separated them again before Goku could confirm this unprecedented development. Inside the shrine, Diana had initiated the reharmonization ritual, connecting the eastern anchor stone with its counterparts through mystical patterns established at Themyscira's founding. Energy patterns visible only to those with divine heritage flowed between the three anchor points, gradually restabilizing the dimensional boundaries Brainiac's assault had compromised. The process required absolute concentration, leaving her temporarily vulnerable to physical attack, a vulnerability Brainiac's tactical assessment immediately identified. A specialized extraction unit, designed specifically for high-value target acquisition, breached the shrine's outer defenses through calculated trajectory that evaded established containment pattern. Goku sensed the threat microseconds before it materialized, a combination of enhanced perception and warrior's intuitio. and alerting him to Diana's danger despite being engaged with multiple opponents simultaneously. Without conscious calculation, he disengaged from his current position, moving with Kryptonian speed toward the shrine's inner chamber. He arrived precisely as the extraction unit deployed its containment field around Diana's concentrated form. Without hesitation, he interposed himself between the device and its target. Absorbing the specialized stasis effect intended to immobilize her during the vulnerable ritual phase. The extraction unit, sensing capture of high-value biological entity despite target mismatch, initiated immediate withdrawal protocol. Partially immobilized by the stasis field but not completely incapacitated, Goku reached out with fading motor control to damage the unit's primary propulsion system, not enough to neutralize it completely but sufficient to delay its extraction trajectory. Artemis, who had followed Goku's sudden movement with Warrior's perception, arrived in time to witness both his intervention and its consequence. Without hesitation, she launched herself at the damaged but still functional extraction unit, her weapon targeting its primary control node with perfect precision. The resulting energy discharge created feedback loop through the unit's partially disrupted systems. Artemis, too close to avoid the cascading failure, received full impact of the electromagnetic pulse as the device's power core destabilized. The blast threw her against the shrine's ancient stone wall with force sufficient to crack even Amazon physiology. The extraction unit collapsed into controlled deactivation rather than catastrophic failure, Kaluan engineering prioritizing preservation of acquired data even in terminal system state. The stasis field immobilizing Goku dissipated gradually, motor control returning in waves as his Kryptonian physiology recovered from temporary neural disruption. Diana completed the reharmonization ritual moments later, the dimensional anchor stabilizing with visible energy manifestation that rippled outward through Themyscira's protective boundaries. The effect was immediate and striking, barrier integrity restored across all sectors. Brainiac's extraction attempts suddenly meeting resistance orders of magnitude greater than before. Her first awareness upon emerging from ritual concentration was the tactical aftermath surrounding her. Goku regaining mobility after evident stasis effect, Artemis unconscious against damaged wall section, extraction unit neutralized but internal components still active. What happened? She demanded, moving immediately to assess Artemis's condition. Extraction unit targeted you during the ritual, Goku explained, now recovered enough for normal movement though still experiencing lingering neural effects. I intercepted but couldn't completely neutralize it. Artemis. He gestured toward the fallen warrior. Diana's expression reflected complex emotional response, concern for her fellow Amazon, gratitude for the intervention that had protected her, tactical assessment of the overall situation. She requires immediate medical attention. The Myskaron healing chambers can address physical trauma, but energy discharge of this type may have additional complications. As if responding to this assessment, Artemis regained consciousness, her training evident in how she immediately attempted to reassume combat posture despite obvious injury. Status report, she demanded, voice strained but commanding. Eastern anchor secured, Diana informed her, professional courtesy taking precedence over medical concern when addressing a warrior of Artemis's stature. Barrier integrity restored across all sectors. Brainiac's extraction attempts currently neutralized. Artemis nod. Dissatisfaction at this tactical outcome before allowing herself to acknowledge physical limitations. The Kryptonian's intervention was timely, she conceded, this assessment clearly significant coming from Themyscira's war master. Further tactical discussion was interrupted as the entire island shuddered beneath them, not localized impact but synchronized vibration affecting all sectors simultaneously. The communication network erupted with urgent reports from multiple positions. Brainiac changes approach again, Diana interpreted, integrating information from various sources. Having FAI led to breach our barriers through conventional extraction, he attempts synchronized resonance disruption, targeting the dimensional frequency that maintains Themyscira's separation from the mundane world. If successful, Goku asked, already anticipating concerning answer, Themyscira would fully materialize in conventional Earth reality, Diana explained grimly. Our divine protections permanently neutralized. The island vulnerable to any future incursion. Can the barriers withstand this approach? Artemis questioned, professional focus overriding personal discomfort as she struggled to maintain upright position despite evident injury. Temporarily, Diana confirmed, but each resonance cycle increases disruption amplitude. Without counter-harmonic, barriers fail within approximately 12 minutes. Their tactical consideration was interrupted by new voice entering the communication network, Bulma, speaking through Amazon communication device she had apparently integrated with her own technology. "We've secured the Dragon Balls in quantum isolation," she reported without preamble. "But Brainiac's resonance attack affects the dimensional pocket we've established. Containment destabilizes with each cycle." Diana processed this new information with tactical efficiency. "How long until containment failure?" 7 minutes, maybe less, Bulma estimated. "We're attempting to recalibrate the quantum harmonics, but without deeper understanding of the dimensional frequency Brainiac targets." The implication was clear: both Themyscira's protective barriers and the drag on balls, specialized containment faced simultaneous failure if the resonance attack continued unabated. Tactical options appeared increasingly limited as Brainiac's adaptive strategy exploited fundamental vulnerabilities in the dimensional engineering maintaining both protective systems. Goku, however, had been contemplating the situation from perspective shaped by both Kryptonian perception and Earth martial arts philosophy. "We've been responding defensively since this attack began," he observed, countering Brainiac's moves rather than forcing him to counter ours. Diana immediately grasped the strategic shift he proposed. "You suggest offensive rather than defensive approach." "Precisely," Goku confirmed. "Brainiac maintains position beyond conventional reach specifically to avoid direct confrontation while his extraction systems do the actual work. What if we change that equation? Bring the fight directly to the skull ship," Artemis interpreted, professional appreciation EV. Ident despite her generally reserved demeanor. "Force resource allocation away from extraction attempt toward self-preservation. Can you reach orbital distance?" Diana asked Goku, already calculating tactical redistribution if this approach proved viable. "Easily," he confirmed. "The question is whether I can affect a vessel that size sufficiently to disrupt his current operation." Not alone, Diana decided. But perhaps not alone. She activated broader communication channel, connecting with Hippolyta at the Temple of Poseidon. "Mother, the eastern anchor is secured, but Brainiac's Onan's attack threatens all barrier stability. We propose direct offensive against primary vessel to force tactical redistribution." Hippolyta's response came with royal authority that brooked no uncertainty. "The offensive is authorized. Take whatever resources required." With this sanction established, Diana outlined rapidly formulated plan. "Goku and I will engage the skull ship directly. Ma coordinates with the Myskaron artificers to exploit any disruption we create to stabilize both barrier harmonics and Dragon Ball containment. Artemis, I will coordinate ground defense despite this minor inconvenience." The War Master interrupted, gesturing dismissively toward injuries that would incapacitate most warriors. Diana knew better than to insult a sister Amazon by suggesting otherwise. "Agreed. Maintain defensive position here while Mother stabilizes Western anchor." As operational responsibilities distributed with military precision, Diana turned to Goku. "We ascend beyond atmosphere to engage primary vessel. Your Kryptonian physiology functions in vacuum. My armor provides similar capability. Direct assault on Brainiac's computational core likely creates maximum disruption to ongoing operations." "And if we succeed in reaching him?" Goku asked, strategic consideration extending beyond immediate tactical objective. "We ensure he reconsiders the wisdom of threatening Themyscira," Diana replied. Warrior's determination evident in every aspect of her bearing. With operational parameters established, they launched themselves skyward, Diana's divinely empowered fly matching Goku's Kryptonian capabilities as they ascended rapidly through Themyscira's partially stabilized barrier and into the upper atmosphere beyond. The skull ship maintained position approximately 100 kilometers above Earth's surface, low orbit optimized for extraction operations while remaining beyond conventional defensive capability. Its massive structure became increasingly imposing as they approached, the skull-like configuration revealing intricate technological details invisible from planetary surface. Defensive systems activating, Diana observed as automated response registered their approach. Targeting arrays suggest energy-based countermeasures optimized for biological entities. I'll draw initial response, Goku decided. My Kryptonian durability should withstand PR. Preliminary assessment phase while revealing their primary defensive capabilities. Diana nodded tactical agreement. I'll analyze response pattern for exploitable vulnerabilities. Priority targets REM, AIM computational core and primary extraction emitters. They separated according to this strategy, Goku accelerating directly toward the vessel's central section while Diana maintained position slightly below and behind him. Observing defensive activation sequence with analytical precision. The Skull ship's response proved consistent with Kaluan tactical doctrine as documented in the Myskaron historical records. Initial countermeasures employed precise targeting, minimal force application to neutralize approaching threat without unnecessary energy expenditure. Automated defense systems clearly identified Goku as Kryptonian, deploying specialized containment fields similar to those utilized by collection units during earlier engagement. Goku's approach, however, differed significantly from standard assault pattern. Rather than attempting to evade or counter these defensive measures directly, he allowed himself to be temporarily enveloped by their containment effect, creating impression of successful neutralization while actually measuring field strength and analyzing modulation frequencies with his enhanced senses. Containment field operates on oscillating frequency, he communicated to Diana as she maintained observation position. Cycles through spectrum approximately every 2.7 seconds with momentary harmonic vulnerability during transition. Diana processed this tactical information immediately. Synchronized counter-strike during transition window should create cascading failure through interconnected defense grid. With coordination that belied their relatively recent alliance, they implemented this strategy with perfect timing. As the containment field cycled through its next transition point, Diana launched precisely calculated assault on the field generator. While Goku simultaneously disrupted the internal harmonic from within, the combined attack created exactly the cascading failure they had anticipated. Defensive systems momentarily overwhelmed by unexpected vulnerability exploitation. The momentary defensive gap allowed both warriors to penetrate the Skull ship's outer perimeter, accessing internal structure before automated systems could recalibrate. Once inside, they encountered environment unlike anything in conventional spacecraft design, spaces that seemed to exist simultaneously as mechanical infrastructure and biological architecture, components transitioning seamlessly between states according to operational requirements. Remarkable engineering, Diana observed as they navigated internal corridors that reconfigured around them. Kaluan technology truly integrates biological and mechanical principles beyond clear distinction. The entire vessel appears semi-sentient, Goku agreed, his enhanced senses detecting subtle responsiveness in surrounding structures beyond mere automated reaction. Not independently conscious but extension of Brainiac's primary awareness. This assessment proved increasingly relevant as they penetrated deeper into the vessel. The Skull ship's internal defenses responded to their presence with escalating sophistication, not merely automated countermeasures but tactically adaptive responses. Suggesting direct intelligence guidance, we approach Central Processing Nexus, Diana determined, integrating navigational awareness with the Myskaron historical knowledge of Kaluan vessel architecture. Brainiac's primary consciousness should maintain operational focus there during complex extraction procedures. Their progress toward this objective faced increasing resistance as the vessel diverted resources from planetary extraction operations to internal defense. Combat drones similar to those deployed against Themyscira but with enhanced capabilities emerged from reconfigured wall sections. Environmental conditions within corridors altered to create hostile parameters, gravitational fluctuations, atmospheric composition changes, even temporal distortion attempts. Throughout this escalating opposition, Diana and Goku maintained coordinated advance, their combat styles integrating with increasing efficiency as shared experience built tactical understanding. Diana's Amazon Trainin G perfectly complemented Goku's hybrid Kryptonian Earth martial approach, creating combined effectiveness greater than their individual capabilities. Extraction operations against Themyscira diminishing, Diana noted, receiving tactical updates through her communication link. Our diversion succeeds. Brainiac redirects computational resources to internal defense rather than barrier resonance attack. Then we press advantage, Goku decided, increasing offensive pressure against the vessel's increasingly sophisticated countermeasures. As they approached what sensors indicated as central processing nexus, the Skull ship's resistance reached unprecedented levels. The corridor before them reconfigured entirely, transforming from conventional passage into dimensional labyrinth designed to say, parade and isolate intruders through spatial displacement. Isolation tactic, Diana identified immediately. Attempts to divide our combined effectiveness. Conventional navigation impossible through dimensional fragmentation. Goku observed, his enhanced perception detecting the spatial distortions creating effectively infinite corridor variations. But perhaps not necessary. With characteristic adaptability, he altered their approach entirely. Rather than attempting to navigate the labyrinth conventionally, he utilized precisely controlled application of heat vision, not against physica. Barriers but targeting the dimensional folds themselves. The focused energy disrupted the spatial manipulation fields, creating momentary direct path through otherwise impenetrable maze. Impressive application, Diana acknowledged as they exploited this unconventional solution, utilizing energy projection to affect dimensional engineering rather than physical structure. Their unorthodox approach appeared to momentarily confuse the Skull ship's defensive algorithms, creating brief advantage they immediately exploited to breach the final barrier protecting Brainiac's central processing nexus. The chamber they entered defied conventional architectural categorization, a space that seemed simultaneously vast and confined, with structures that functioned as both computational components and biological analogs. At its center hovered a humanoid figure unlike the mechanical drones encountered previously, clearly Kaluan in design but with presence that suggested direct consciousness rather than automated function. Breach of central processing nexus represents significant tactical anomaly, the figure stated, its voice identical to that which had communicated with Goku during their earlier exchange. Probability calculations indicated insufficient capacity for direct infiltration. Your calculations failed to account for combined capabilities, Diana replied, her stance blank. Between diplomatic engagement and combat readiness. Kryptonian strength and Amazon experience create synergy beyond computational prediction. Fascinating variable, Brainiac acknowledged, study. Ing them with analytical detachment suggesting scientific observation rather than defensive concern. Cooperative efficiency between distinct evolutionary lineages exceeds standard modeling parameters. Despite this apparently academic interest, the chamber's defensive systems activated around them, more sophisticated than previous countermeasures, with capability clearly designed for highest priority asset protection. Your extraction operation against Themyscira has failed, Goku stated, maintaining ready position while engaging diplomatic approach. The island's barriers are restored, the Dragon Balls secured beyond your current acquisition capability. Further assault represents inefficient resource allocation by your own operational standards. This appeal to computational efficiency appeared to register with Brainiac's analytical processes. Current extraction probability has indeed decreased below acceptable operational parameters, the Kaluan entity acknowledged. However, long-term acquisition strategy remains viable. The synchronization crystals must eventually be united to fulfill their designed function. That inevitable convergence creates future opportunity with higher success probability. At unacceptable cost, Diana countered. Their designed function would transform Earth at expense of existing life, an outcome neither Themyscira nor Earth's defenders will permit. Transformation protocol represents Kryptonian determination, not this entity's primary directive, Brainiac clarified with precision that suggested important distinction. Collection and preservation remain operational priorities. The synchronization crystals offer merely efficient methodology toward that objective. This revelation suggested nuance in Brainiac's motivation not purview. Sly apparent interest in the Dragon Balls as tools rather than objectives themselves. Before this diplomatic exchange could develop further, however, urgent communication reached Diana through Amazon network. Barrier fluctuations increasing despite reduced extraction attempts, came Artemis's voice, professional control masking evident concern. New harmonic pattern detected, not targeting diamonds. Ional boundaries directly but underlying quantum foundation. Simultaneously, Bulma's voice joined the communication. The Dragon Balls are responding to something, energy pattern shifting toward activation sequence despite containment measures. Something's triggering them remotely. Diana processed these reports with immediate tactical integration. This isn't your doing, she realized, Atencio. N returning to Brainiac with new assessment. Another factor enters the equation. Correct observation, Brainiac confirmed without apparent concern for revealing this information. Secondary collect. Tion entity approaches Earth orbital path. Designation. Mongol. Classification. Planetary conqueror with specific interest in Kryptonian artifacts. You have competition, Goku interpreted, understanding dawning. Another collector with interest in the Dragon Balls. Inefficient duplication of preservation effort, Brainiac stated, the closest approximation to disapproval his synthetic voice had displayed. Mongol seeks Kryptonian technology for conquest rather than preservation, fundamentally wasteful application of advanced capabilities. This unexpected development created entirely new strategic considerations. Brainiac, while representing existential threat to Themyscira's autonomy and potentially Earth's ecosystem through Dragon Ball acquisition, at least operated according to preservation directive, however coldly implemented. This new entity, Mongol, apparently sought the same artifacts for explicitly destructive purpose. Tactical priorities have shifted, Diana assessed, int. Grading this new information with overall strategic situation. Themyscira faces threat potentially more destructive than current engagement. Accurate assessment, Brainiac confirmed. Mongols do. Kumanted methodologies prioritize resource acquisition through maximum indigenous population reduction. Preservation represents non-factor in operational parameters. The implication created unprecedented situation. Potential alignment of interests between current opponents against greater mutual threat. Diana, with diplomatic experience beyond her warrior training, recognized opportunity within crisis. A temporary operational understanding may serve mutual objectives, she suggested carefully. Themyscira retains the Dragon Balls beyond both our acquisition attempts while we address this common threat. Propose specific parameters, Brainiac requested, computational assessment clearly calculating relative advantages with cold precision. You suspend extraction operations against Themyscira, Diana outlined. In exchange, we coordinate defensive strategy against Mongol's approach, preventing artifact acquisition by entity whose objectives align with neither of our interests. Gok, you observed this unexpected negotiation with strategic awareness shaped by both Kryptonian perception and Earth's philosophical traditions. The situation demonstrated precisely the complexity Master R.O. She had warned characterized higher-level conflicts, not simple opposition between good and evil but navigation of competing interests and priorities within complex ethical landscape. Proposed orang. Ement demonstrates acceptable efficiency ratio, Brainiac determined after brief computational analysis. Temporary operational coordination against Mongol's acquisition attempt represents optimal res. Ors allocation under current parameters. With this coldly calculated agreement established, the chamber's defensive systems deactivated around them, not complete stand-down but significant de-escalation indicating provisional acceptance of diplomatic resolution. Mongol's vessel approaches Earth orbital insertion within approximately 17.3 standard hours, Brainiac informed them, shifting from adversary to provisional information source with computational efficiency. Tactical analysis suggests primary target acquisition will focus on Themyscira given current Dragon Ball concentration. Then we prepare accordingly, Diana decided. Goku, we must return immediately to coordinate defense preparations with Themyscira's War Council. As they prepared to depart the Skull ship, an exit Brainiac now facilitated rather than opposed, Goku addressed the Kaluan entity directly. This temporary understanding doesn't resolve the fundamental conflict. The Dragon Balls' designed purpose remains incompatible with Earth's continued existence in current form. Correct assessment, Brainiac acknowledged without hesitation. Long-term objective incompatibility persists regardless of temporary tactical alignment. Resolution of that fundamental conflict merely deferred, not eliminated. This cold acknowledgement of future confrontation even amid current cooperation perfectly encapsulated the complex situation developing around the Kryptonian artifacts. As Diana and Goku departed the Skull ship, returning toward Themyscira with urgent information about this new threat, both recognized that resolving one crisis merely revealed another layer of the cosmic chess game centering on Earth and its unexpected Kryptonian legacy. Themyscira's war council convened in chamber far older than He imposing hall of assembly where they had been formally received days earlier. This ancient space, carved directly into the living rock beneath the island's central plateau, predated even Amazon occupation, its origins lost to prehistory. Its walls bearing inscriptions in languages extinct before human civilization emerged. Hippolyta presided from position suggesting functional leadership rather than ceremonial authority. The chamber's arrangement prioritizing tactical communication over hierarchical display. Surrounding her, Amazon military commanders including Artemis now partially recov. Read through the Myskaron healing techniques, and Philippus represented different strategic perspectives within unified defensive purpose. The visitors, Goku, Diana, Bulma, and Chi-Chi, completed this war council. Their inclusion representing unprecedented integration of outsiders into Themyscira's most sensitive decision-making process. The gravity of current threat had superseded even 3,000 years of isolation protocols. The situation develops beyond our initial assessment, Hippolyta summarized after receiving full reports concerning both Brainiac's temporary withdrawal and Mongol's approaching threat. We face opponent potentially more destructive than Kuluan collection methodology. Mongol's reputation extends even to the Myskaron historical records, Diana confirmed, referring ing ancient knowledge preserved from multiple civilizations. A conqueror who destroys what he cannot use, enslaves what he cannot destroy, and recognizes no authority beyond his own ambition. And he specifically targets Kryptonian technology, Bulma added, displaying data retrieved from the Myskaron archives combined with information Brainiac had provided during their provisional arrangement. Quote, historical records show at least 3 previous attempts to acquire artifacts similar to these Dragon Balls from various worlds. For what purpose? Chi-Chi asked, her practical focus cutting directly to strategic core. Does he seek the same terraforming capability Brainiac described? Unlikely, Artemis responded, her voice still showing effects of earlier injuries despite evident recovery. Mongol's documented methodology suggests interest in weapons applications rather than environmental transformation. Kryptonian quantum manipulation technology could theoretically be repurposed for planetary-scale offensive capability. This assessment created momentary silence as its implications registered with all present. The Dragon Balls, already concerning as potential terraforming devices, might serve even darker purpose in hands of entities seeking weapons rather than habitat creation. Our defensive priorities remain unchanged despite this shift in opposition, Hippolyta determined, Roy. Al authority evident despite consultative approach. The artifacts must remain secured beyond outside acquisition, while Themyscira's barriers maintain our island's protection. With respect, Queen Hippolyta, Goku interjected carefully. Mindful of diplomatic protocol within this ancient chamber, defensive posture alone may prove insufficient against Mongol's approach. Brainiac sought collection, Mongol seeks conquest. Their methodologies differ accordingly. Explain your assessment, Hippolyta requested, her tone suggesting genuine interest rather than challenge. Brainiac employed precision extraction, targeting specific objectives while minimizing collateral impact to preserve collection value, Goku outlined. Mongol, according to your historical records, employs overwhelming force without similar preservation concern. The difference fundamentally alters effective counter-strategy. Artemis nodded professional agreement despite her general skepticism toward outsider tactical assessment. The Kryptonians' analysis aligns with historical precedent. Mongol's previous planetary assaults began with devastating first strike designed to eliminate primary resistance before ground forces secured specific objectives. Then we must prepare for orbital bombardment rather than surgical extraction, Diana concluded, integrated tactical picture forming from these various inputs. Barrier reinforcement focused on dimensional boundary protection, effective against Brainiac's approach but potentially vulnerable to raw kinetic assault. Bulma, who had been consulting both Themysciran records and her own analytical models, contributed unexpected perspective. The Dragon Balls themselves might offer defensive capability if properly understood. Their energy signature continues, shifting toward what appears to be activation configuration despite our containment measures. This observation drew immediate focused attention from all present. Activation without complete collection, Hippolyta questioned, concern evident in her normally composed expression. The prophecy spoke of 7 made 1, before activation. That remains theoretical optimal configuration, Bulma clarified. But quantum resonance patterns suggest 4 synchronized matrices achieve approximately 60% functional capacity under appropriate conditions. What conditions? Diana asked, strategic implications immediately apparent. Bulma glanced toward Goku before responding. Interaction with Kryptonian biological signature under yellow solar radiation, exactly as Brainiac described. The genetic key isn't merely symbolic authorization but functional component in activation sequence. All attention shifted to Goku as this context clarified his central role beyond mere collector of the artifacts. The Dragon Balls hadn't simply been responding to his presence, they had been gradually preparing for activation through each interaction. This presents both opportunity and considerable risk. Ippolita assessed with characteristic directness. Partial activation might provide defensive capability against Mongol's assault, but without complete understanding of function, could trigger unintended dead consequences including premature terraforming effect. We need more information before considering that option, Diana determined. The archives must contain additional context given Themyscira's historical interaction with Krypton. Already searching, confirmed the chief archivist, an Amazon whose great age suggested she had personally witnessed many of the historical events others knew only through records. We've located references to similar devices from approximately 12,000 years ago, Kryptonian expedition that visited Earth during Third Colonial Expansion period. What details emerge? Hippolyta prompted, priority clear in her tone. The artifacts were designated planetary synchronization matrices in Kryptonian technical language, the archivist reported, consulting ANSI. And crystalline tablet whose technology resembled but predated the storage devices in Goku's ship. Designed for harmonic quantum alignment between compatible biospheres to facilitate colonial adaptation. However, her expression grew troubled. The historical record indicates significant ethical debate within Kryptonian scientific community regarding their deployment. What specific concerns? Goku asked, sensing crucial context approaching. The synchronization process, while theoretically capable of gradual harmonization allowing indigenous life adaptation, could accelerate beyond control. LLED parameters under certain conditions. The archivist's voice reflected professional distress at implications of information she conveyed. If full activation occurred without proper regulatory oversight, cascade effect could potentially transform planetary environment within days rather than centuries, effectively sterilizing existing ecosystem to facilitate Kryptonian biological parameters. The implications registered with devastating clarity. The Dragon Balls represented Kryptonian terraforming technology with planet-killing potential if improperly activated or deliberately misused, exactly the weapon Mongol apparently sought. Were countermeasures developed? Diana asked, practical focus cutting through contemplation of theoretical catastrophe. According to these records, yes, the archivist confirmed. Professional satisfaction briefly outweighing concern. Kryptonian ethical protocols required failsafe mechanisms in all planetary-scale technologies. The synchronization matrix, CES incorporated biological override keyed to authorized operator's genetic signature. Meaning, Hippolyta prompted when the archivist paused at particularly complex section of ancient text. The designated Kryptonian operator could not only initiate synchronization but modify, redirect, or terminate the process through direct neural interface with the primary control matrix. The archivist looked directly at Goku, which historical documentation identifies as the 4-star configuration unit. This revelation created momentary silence as tactical implications processed throughout the War Council. The Dragon Ball they had acquired from Master Korine, the 4-star ball, potentially represented not merely component of larger system but primary control interface for the entire synchronization process. So I could potentially not just activate but control these devices, Goku summarized, the responsibility implicit in this revelation settling with palpable weight. Theoretically, the archivist cautioned, though without proper training in Kryptonian mental techniques for neural interface operation, the process carries significant risk to both operator and potentially planetary environment. Bulma, whose scientific mind had been integrating these revelations with her own observations, introduced additional consideration. The stasis pod containing the female Kryptonian at Cap. Sewell Corporation. Her neural patterns have shown increasing activity synchronizing with the Dragon Balls, energy fluctuations. The connection appears bidirectional. Kara, Goku identified, the implications immediately apparent. She's responding to the artifacts even in suspended animation, suggesting deeper connection than merely shared biological origin, Diana observed. Perhaps specific knowledge relevant to their operation. This possibility created new strategic considerations amid already complex tactical situation. If Kara possessed knowledge or capability regarding Dragon Ball operation beyond what Goku could access through his untrained interface attempt, her recovery from stasis potentially represented crucial variable in developing effective defense against Mongol's approach. We face decision point with insufficient information for optimal determination, Hippolyta summarized with royal directness. Mongol approaches within hours. Partial Dragon Ball activation pres. Ents both defensive opportunity and catastrophic risk. A second Kryptonian with potentially crucial knowledge remains in stasis at distant location. I should attempt interface with the 4-star ball, Goku suggested after momentary consideration. Not full activation, but exploratory connection to better understand operational parameters and potential defensive applications. Dangerous without proper training, Artemis cautioned. Professional assessment overriding any personal reservations about the Kryptonians' involvement. Kryptonian neural interface systems were designed for minds co-NDITIONED from childhood in specific mental disciplines. I've spent my life in mental discipline, Goku countered respectfully. Different tradition but similar fundamental principles. Master Roshi's meditation techniques focus precisely on mind-body integration and energy channeling. Diana, who had observed Goku's remarkable adaptability across multiple challenging situations, supported this assessment. His mental discipline exceeds many immortal practitioners have encountered. If anyone could successfully navigate unfamiliar interface without proper cultural training, his capabilities suggest highest probability. After considering these perspectives alongside urgent timeline imposed by Mongol's approach, Hippolyta rendered judgment with characteristic decisiveness. Proceed with exploratory interface under controlled conditions. Bulma brief will monitor quantum fluctuations while our most skilled healers stand ready to intervene if neural feedback approaches dangerous levels. With royal authorization established, preparations began immediately. The 4-star Dragon Ball was relocated from its quantum containment to specialized chamber deep beneath Themyscira, a space the Amazons had utilized for millennia to conduct sensitive mystical operations requiring maximum isolation from external influence. The ball rested on ancient pedestal whose construction suggested Daisy GN specifically for interaction with non-terrestrial artifacts, another indication of Themyscira's extensive historical contact with advanced civilizations. Surrounding this central focus point, Amazon healers established protective circle incorporating both mystical safeguards and practical medical monitoring capabilities. Bulma had integrated her scientific instruments with the Myskaron technology, creating hybrid monitoring system capable of tracking both quantum fluctuations within the artifact and neurological responses in Goku during interface attempt. The resulting arrangement represent the unprecedented synthesis of advanced science and ancient mystical practice, appropriate convergence given Kryptonian technology's position at similar intersection. The interface process, according to historical documentation, initiates through direct physical contact while maintaining specific mental state, the archivist instructed as final preparations concluded. Kryptonian practitioner's desk, ribbed it as conscious surrender, maintaining full awareness while relinquishing conventional control parameters. Similar to advanced meditation techniques in several Earth traditions, Diana observed. Her extensive knowledge of multiple cultural practices providing useful context. The mind remains active but releases attachment to predetermined outcome. Goku nodded understanding, recognizing G parallels with Master Roshi's most advanced training methodologies, allowing the energy to flow naturally rather than forcing direction through conscious intention. As he prepared for the attempt, Diana approached with final counsel. Trust your instincts above historical instruction, she advised quietly. Your unique background, Kryptonian biology with Earth martial training, may require adaptation rather than strict adherence to either tradition. With this guidance in mind, Goku assumed position before the 4-star Dragon Ball. The ancient sphere pulsed with internal energy that seemed to intensify as he approached, stars suspended within its crystalline matrix rotating with increasing speed as if responding to his proximity. Ready monitoring systems, Bulma directed the combined scientific mystical team surrounding the chamber. Baseline readings established for both artifact quantum state and subject neurological parameters. Goku centered himself through practiced meditation technique, achieving mental state that balanced complete awareness with perfect non-attachment. When readiness registered throughout his consciousness, he extended his hands toward the Dragon Ball, establishing physical contact with deliberate intent but without preconceived expectation. The initial connection transcended conventional sensory experience, neither visual nor auditory nor tactile in ordinary sense, yet somehow incorporating elements of all these perceptual modes simultaneously. Information flowed into his consciousness not as structured data but as integrated understanding that bypassed normal cognitive processing. Neural activity increasing exponentially, Bulma reported, monitoring instruments registering unprecedented patterns. Quantum resonance between subject and artifact achieving synchronization across multiple dimensional frequencies. Those observing witnessed physical manifestation of this synchronization as golden energy aura encompassed both Goku and the Dragon Ball, connecting them through visible conduit that pulsed with rhythmic precision matching his heartbeat. Within this energy matrix, information exchange occurred at rate beyond conventional measurement capability. Goku experienced this transfer not as separate data points but as expansive awareness unfolding within his consciousness. The Dragon Ball, or synchronization matrix in Krypton, Ian terminology, revealed its fundamental nature not through technical specifications but through operational philosophy embedded within its very structure. He understood with sudden clarity that these devices had indeed been created as terraforming technology, designed to gradually transform compatible planets to support Kryptonian life. But their function incorporated ethical framework more sophisticated than Brainiac's clinical description had suggested, not simple replacement of existing ecosystem but theoretical harmonization allowing indigenous adaptation alongside introduced elements. More significantly, he perceived the control capabilities available through neural interface, not merely activation or deactivation but precise calibration across multiple functional parameters. The Fu-R-Star Ball indeed served as primary control matrix, its internal configuration designed specifically for ongoing operator guidance rather than merely initiating automated process. Incredible, he communicated, his voice sounding distant to his own perception as consciousness remained primarily engaged with interface experience. They're not weapons or simple terraforming devices. They're environmental synchronization tools designed for cooperation rather than replacement. His neural patterns show integration with artifact operating system, Bulma reported, scientific precision tempered by evident amazement. He's accessing its functional architecture directly. As the interface deepened, Goku encountered unexpected secondary presence within the matrix system, familiar yet distinct from his own consciousness. The impression carried unmistakable Kryptonian resonance but with structure suggesting female mind pattern. Kara, he identified with certainty that transcended conventional evidence. She's connected to the matrix network even in stasis, her consciousness partially active within the system. This revelation created immediate strategic reassessment among those monitoring the interface. If both Kryptonians maintained simultaneous connection to the Dragon Ball network, their combined capabilities might offer unprecedented control options beyond what either could achieve individually. Before this possibility could be explored further, however, warning signals erupted from Bulma's monitoring equipment. Energy fluctuation throughout the matrix network, she reported urgently. The other Dragon Balls are responding to this connection, quantum resonance amplifying beyond containment parameters. The 4-star ball's internal rotation accelerated dramatically, stars within its crystalline structure blurring into continuous light pattern. Energy discharge increased correspondingly, the golden aura surrounding Goku intensifying toward blindingly bright manifestation. Synchronization cascade initiating, he reported, awareness extending beyond immediate interface to encompass all 4 Dragon Balls despite their physical separation. The matrices attempt to establish network connection in preparation for activation sequence. Disengage, Hippolyta ordered immediately, recognizing potential catastrophic implications. We cannot risk premature activation without complete understanding of consequences. Goku attempted controlled withdrawal from the interface, applying mental discipline to gradually reduce connection intensity rather than abrupt severance that might trigger unpredictable response. The process proved more challenging than anticipated, the Matrix system actively resisting disconnection once synchronization had initiated. Something external influences the network, he realized as disengagement efforts encountered unexpected resistance. Not Kara's presence, something else accessing the system remotely. This alarming development coincided with urgent communication through Amazon network. Perimeter sensors detect approaching energy signature consistent with Mongol's vessel, reported Philippus from defensive command position. Estimated arrival in upper atmosphere within 17 minutes. The strategic situation deteriorated rapidly as these factors converged. Mongol's approach accelerated beyond previous projections, potentially in response to Dragon Ball activation attempt. The synchronization matrices themselves exhibited behavior suggesting external influence beyond either Goku or Kara's connection. And the interface, initially established for exploratory information gathering, now threatened to trigger full activation sequence without adequate control parameters. With characteristic decisiveness, Goku implemented emergency disengagement despite potential risks. Rather than continuing gradual withdrawal attempt, he channeled Kryptonian energy through mental pathways established by Earth Marshal training, creating deliberate disruption in the interface connection through controlled power surge. The resulting separation created momentary energy backlash that manifested as concussive force throughout the chamber. Monitoring equipment registered massive power discharge as the interface collapsed, the four-star ball's internal rotation decelerating rapidly while energy aura dissipated around both artifact and operator. Connection terminated, Bulma confirmed as readings stabilized. Matrix synchronization process interrupted before activation threshold achieved. Goku remained momenta. Riley disoriented as consciousness readjusted to conventional perception parameters after direct neural interface experience. Despite temporary confusion, he immediately communicated critical information obtained during connection. Mongol isn't just approaching, he's already attempting to access the Dragon Ball network remotely, he reported with urgent clarity. The technology on his vessel include Kryptonian components specifically designed to hijack synchronization matrix control systems. How is that possible without Kryptonian biological signature? Diana questioned. Tactical assessment. T immediately integrating this new information. He has access to Kryptonian biological material, Goku explained grimly. The interface showed multiple Kryptonian genetic samples in his possession, harvested from various sources across multiple systems. Not living Kryptonians but sufficient biological material to spoof authentication protocols under specific conditions. This revelation created immediate reassessment of strategic situation. Mongol represented not merely powerful conqueror seeking advanced weaponry but adversary with specific technical capability to potentially control the Doctor. Argon balls without legitimate Kryptonian operator. The four matrices must be separated immediately, Hippolyta decided, recognizing enhanced risk of maintaining concentrated collection. Distributed across maximum possible distance to prevent synchronized activation through remote access attempt. Agreed, Diana confirmed, but conventional physical separation may prove insufficient given quantum entanglement between units. We need method to disrupt their harmonic connection at fundamental level. The interface revealed something relevant, Goku contributed, mental organization returning. Fully after disengagement disorientation. The synchronization matrices incorporate dormant security protocol designed to prevent unauthorized network access. Activation requires specific Kryptonian mental signature combined with physical interaction sequence. Can you implement this protocol? Artemis asked, professional focus cutting directly to tactical utility. Not alone, Goku acknowledged. The security system was designed for dual authentication. Requires two Kryptonian operators simultaneously providing verification through separate interface points. The implication became immediately apparent to all present. Kara, Diana identified, the second Kryptonian currently in stasis at Capsule Corporation. Her consciousness already partially connects to the Matrix network, Goku confirmed. The interface revealed her mental presence within the system despite physical separation and suspended animation state. If revived, our combined authentication would enable security protocols preventing Mongol's remote access attempt. This possibility created clear strategic direction despite significant logistical challenges. Kara remained in stasis thousands of miles distant at Capsule Corporation facilities. Mongol's vessel approached Themyscira with estimated arrival in minutes rather than hours. The Dragon Balls exhibited increasing vulnerability to remote access as their SYN chronization advanced despite containment measures. We need immediate two-part response, Hippolyta determined with royal authority. Diana and Goku will transport to Capsule Corporation via RF. Astis dimensional transit capability to attempt Kryptonian revival. Themyscira meanwhile prepares maximum defensive posture against Mongol's arrival while implementing emergency Dragon Ball separation protocol. The Chariot of Hermes. Diana identified immediately, referencing the Myskaron artifact rarely utilized even in most urgent circumstances. It can traverse distance through dimensional folding rather than conventional travel. A journey of thousands of miles compressed to minutes. Precisely, Hippolyta confirmed. Artemis coordinates defense preparations with Chi-Chi's assistance. Bulma remains to oversee Dragon Ball containment modifications based on information gathered during interface attempt. This distribution of responsibilities acknowledged each individual's optimal contribution to overall strategic response. Goku and Diana's combined capabilities represented best possibility for successful Kryptonian revival mission. Artemis and Chi-Chi together balanced the Mysker and tactical tradition with outside perspective in defense coordination. Bulma's scientific expertise remained crucial for Dragon Ball containment given new understanding of their operational parameters. With operational directives established, preparation began with urgent efficiency. As Goku and Diana prepared for dimensional transit to Capsule Corporation, a moment of personal connection emerged. Amid tactical considerations, brief interaction carrying significance beyond immediate mission parameters. The interface revealed more than technical information, Goku acknowledged quietly as they collected essential equipment for the journey. I glimpsed Kara's consciousness within the Matrix network, not fully aware but definitely present. She's been waiting, Diana, somehow sensing events unfolding even in suspended animation. Perhaps Kryptonian connection to these artifacts extends beyond mere biological compatibility, Diana suggested. A bond more fundamental than technical interfact. Alone would explain her awareness despite stasis condition. I felt it, Goku confirmed, expression reflecting wonder beneath urgent focus. Not just technological interaction but something deeper. As if the synchronization matrices were designed to respond to Kryptonian consciousness at level beyond conventional interface. Diana studied him with perception extending beyond Warrior's tactical assessment to deeper understanding of his unique position. Last son of advanced civilization, raised without knowledge of his heritage, now discovering connections to both his origins and perhaps another survivor who shared that legacy. This mission carries personal significance beyond strategic necessity, she observed with characteristic insight. The possibility of awakening another of your kind. Someone who remembers Krypton firsthand. It changes everything, Goku acknowledged simply. All my life, I've been alone in certain fundamental sense, different despite acceptance, unique despite belonging. The possibility of connection with someone who truly understands from shared experience rather than sympathetic observation. The vulnerability evident in this acknowledgement reflected trust developed through shared challenges rather than weakness requiring concealment. Diana's response carried equal honesty, warrior to warrior, equal to equal. I understand isolation amid belonging, she offered. Themyscira raised me as daughter, but my path always led elsewhere, bridge between worlds rather than fully of either. Connection that transcends circumstance represents profound gift few truly comprehend. This moment of shared understanding created bond beyond tactical alliance or diplomatic cooperation. Recognition between two beings whose existence transcended conventional categorization. Whose paths incorporated responsibility beyond personal preference. Their exchange concluded as preparations completed, but something fundamental had shifted between them, mutual recognite. Ion deepening beyond professional respect toward personal connection with potential neither had fully anticipated when their paths first crossed. The Chariot of Hermes awaited in Themyscira's most ancient temple complex. Artifact predating Amazon occupation, its origin attributed to divine gift rather than mortal craftsmanship. Unlike conventional transportation, this conveyance resembled golden disc inscribed with symbols from multiple pantheons, its surface simultaneously solid and ephemeral depending on observation angle. The chariot responds to destination visualization rather than mechanical control. Diana explained as they positioned themselves upon its surface. Focus your consciousness on Capsule Corporation with maximum precision, specific location where Kara's stasis pod remains secured. As they implemented this unusual navigation methodology, Themyscira around them prepared for imminent confrontation. Amazon defensive positions established around sacred sites and population centers. Weapons blessed by divine patrons distributed to warriors trained in their optimal application. The Dragon Balls, meanwhile, underwent enhanced containment protocol based on information Goku had obtained during interface experience, specialized barriers incorporating both technological and mystical elements to disrupt remote access attempt. The chariot activated with golden light emanation that enveloped its occupants completely, reality around them dissolving into dimensional transit unlike conventional teleportation or physical movement. Their consciousness remained fully aware during passage, experiencing multiple potential realities simultaneously before resolving toward specific destination with perfect precision. The transition completed with abrupt resolution, dimension. Folding collapsing into conventional reality as the chariot materialized within Capsule Corporation's secure laboratory where Kara's stasis pod remained under constant monitoring. Dr. Brief, startled, ed by their unexpected arrival method despite previous communication warning of emergency transport, recovered professional composure with remarkable speed. The stasis pod remains stable, he reported immediately, recognizing urgency without requiring extensive explanation. But neural activity continues increasing beyond previous parameters. Something's definitely happening on consciousness level despite suspended physical state. Mongol attempts remote access to the Dragon Ball network, Diana explained concisely. Kara's mind appears connected to this network even in stasis. We need to revive her immediately to implement security protocols preventing unauthorized control. Dr. Brief absorbed this information with scientific efficiency, immediately shifting from cautious observation to active intervention. Revival procedure was already prepared for emergency implementation, he confirmed, activating specialized equipment surrounding the stasis pod. But accelerating timeline introduces additional risk factors we hadn't fully mitigated. What specific risks? Goku asked, approaching the pod where his cousin remained suspended in translucent stasis medium, her expression aceful despite the crisis developing around her. Primarily neurological integration challenges, drive. Brief explained while initiating complex sequence through control console. Her mind has been active at subconscious level despite physical suspension. Rapid transition to full consciousness without proper synchronization period could potentially create disassociation between mental activity and physical awareness. Can you modify the procedure to address this specific concern? Diana asked, recognizing the scientist's expertise while maintaining focus on urgent timeline. Theoretically yes, drive. Brief confirmed, already implementing adjustments to revival protocol. A modified neurological synchronization pattern targeting specifically the unusual activity we've been monitoring. Essentially accelerating natural integration by focusing revival energy where her consciousness already shows heightened response. As technical preparations continued with urgent precision, Goku approached the stasis pod. Placing his hand against its transparent surface near where Kara's suspended form remained motionless despite increasing neural activity. I can sense her awareness, he stated quietly. Not fully conscious but definitely responsive. She knows something's happening. This observation aligned with monitoring equipment readings, which showed pronounced neural response patterns in sitting with his proximity, confirmation of connection beyond conventional explanation. The revival sequence is configured, drive. Brief announced after final adjustments. But optimal implementation requires synchronized energy introduction matched to her current neural oscillation frequency. Our equipment can provide appropriate baseline, but reinforcement through compatible energy source would significantly increase success probability. Diana immediately grasped the implication. You need Kryptonian energy input matched to her specific frequency. Precisely, drive. Brief confirmed. Something beyond our technology alone. Biological compatibility factor our equipment can support but not generate independently. Goku understood without further explanation what contribution was needed. Placing both hands directly on the stasis pod's surface, he channeled Kryptonian energy not as raw power but as precisely modulated output matched to the neural pattern's drive. Brief's equipment display. D. Creating resonance between his conscious energy projection and Kara's semi-conscious state within suspended animation. The effect manifested immediately as visible synchronization between monitor and G equipment readings and energy patterns flowing from Goku through the stasis pod's specialized medium. The translucent substance surrounding Kara began to shift from solid toward liquid state as revival's sequence progressed. Her suspended form responding with subtle movement indicating transition from complete stasis toward awakening. Remarkable synchronization efficiency, drive. Brief observed WITH scientific appreciation despite urgent circumstances. Her neural patterns align perfectly with the energy input, recognition at cellular level transcending conscious response. The revival process, accelerated beyond predicted parameters, stasis medium transitioning through phase states more rapidly than equipment had been programmed to anticipate. Dr. Brief adjusted control systems with practiced precision, compensating for enhanced response while maintaining fundamental revival sequence integrity. Consciousness transition imminent, he reported as monitoring systems registered dramatic shift in neural activity patterns. Physical systems reactivating in synchronized sequence. Revival trajectory exceeds optimal parameters but remains within acceptable tolerance range. The stasis pod's transparent cover retracted automatically as final phase initiated, the suspension medium evaporating through controlled molecular dissociation rather than leaving liquid residue. Kara's form, now free from supporting medium, remained momentarily motionless on the pod's contoured surface, the transition between suspended animation and conscious awareness representing liminal state beyond simple unconsciousness. Goku maintained energy connection throughout this critical phase, instinctively adjusting output to match her changing neural patterns as consciousness approached threshold between potential and actual awareness. The connection between them transcended technical support function, manifesting as recognition beyond physical interaction, Kryptonian minds acknowledging shared heritage despite never having consciously met. The moment of awakening arrived with dramatic suddenness. Kara's eyes opened, brilliant blue irises immediately focusing with clarity that suggested no disorientation despite centuries of suspended animation. Her first conscious movement, reaching out to grasp Goku's hand where it maintained contact with the pod's edge, carried purpose rather than confusion. Kal-El, she identified. Voice clear despite disuse, language shifting mid-word from Kryptonian to English with seamless adaptation. You finally found me. The recognition reflected information exchange beyond conventional explanation, knowledge transferred through their shared connection to the Dragon Ball network rather than previous introduction. She knew him immediately, not as stranger but as kin. Their Kryptonian bond transcending temporal separation and divergent experience. Kara Zor-El, Goku acknowledged, his response similarly informed by connection beyond ordinary acquaintance. We need your help. The synchronization matrices are at risk of unauthorized activation. Her expression shifted instantly from personal recognition to tactical assessment, transition indicating Ning and mental discipline matching his own despite their different upbringing. Mongol, she identified with immediate understanding, sitting upright without assistance despite centuries in stasis. I sensed his approach through the Matrix network. His vessel carries Kryptonian interface components from the Science Council's vault. This confirmation of threat assessment carried additional context beyond what Goku had gleaned through his own interface experience, suggesting Kara possessed specific knowledge regarding both Mongol and the technology he utilized. You know of him? Diana questioned, recognizing intelligence opportunity amid urgent circumstances. Krypton encountered his operations approximately 300 years before destruction, Kara confirmed, demonstrating clear mental organization despite just emerging from suspended animation. He raided outlying colonial research stations, acquiring various technologies including experimental interface components designed for planetary defense network. As she spoke, Kara stood from the stasis pod with fluid movement belying her extended inactivity, Kryptonian physiology apparently capable of maintaining muscle integrate. Why through suspended animation that would leave human equivalent severely debilitated? We need to implement security protocols preventing remote access to the Matrix network, Goku explained, observing her remarkable adaptation with relief that simplified their urgent timeline. The interface revealed dual authentication system requiring 2 Kryptonian operators. The Sentinel protocol, Kara identified immediately. designed specifically for unauthorized access prevention during colonial deployment phase. Her expression reflected momentary surprise. You accessed interface functionality without formal training. Impressive adaptation. Earth martial arts training provided alternative mental discipline framework, Diana explained, professional respect evident in her tone. Goku's unique UE background created capabilities conventional Kryptonian education might not have developed. Kara assessed this information with evident tactical integration, studying both her cousin and Diana Th analytical precision suggesting advanced training beyond merely technical knowledge. We need to return to Themyscira immediately, she stated, focus shifting toward operational necessity. The Sentinel protocol requires simultaneous authentication through two primary control matrices, the 4-star unit you've already accessed plus the 3-star configuration currently vulnerable to Mongols' remote hijacking attempt. This specific identification of Dragon Ball designations by star configuration rather than location confirmed Kara's detailed knowledge of the synchronization system and form. Asian clearly predating her suspended animation state. How do you know so much about these devices? Goku asked as they prepared for immediate return journey. My interface experience suggested they were experimental technology even by Kryptonian standards. I was part of the research team developing refined versions for colonial application, Kara explained with matter-of-fact precision. My father specialized in environmental adaptation technology, creating sustainable habitats for Kryptonian expansion without requiring complete planetary transformation. This revelation carried significant implications beyond immediate tactical considerations. Kara represented not merely another Kryptonian survivor but specific technical expert regarding the very technology currently threatening knowledge resource beyond anything they could have anticipated. The chariot awaits, Diana reminded them, refocusing on immediate operational necessity. We must return to Themyscira before Mongol completes orbital insertion. As they positioned themselves on the dimensional transport artifact, Drive, Brief provided final critical information through secure communication channel Bulma had established. Mongol's vessel has entered Earth orbit, he reported, monitoring global defense systems through Capsule Corporation's specialized network. Trajectory confirms Themyscira as primary target despite its supposedly hidden location. Estimated arrival at island coordinates within 11 minutes. This accelerated timeline created additional urgency as Diana activated the chariot's return function. As dimensional transit enveloped them, Goku and Kara experienced unique connection beyond ordinary communication, their shared Kryptonian physiology enabling perception of multidimensional paths. Age that Diana experienced differently through her divine heritage. You were raised on Earth, Kara observed during this transit state where consciousness remained active despite physical displacement. Without knowledge of Krypton or your heritage. Until recently, Goku confirmed. Master Roshi raised me with Earth martial arts traditions while gradually introducing information about my origins as I matured. Creating unique integration of Kryptonian capability with Earth philosophical framework, Kara noted with evident fascination despite urgent circumstances. Our people typically prioritized intellectual development through established methodologies. Your adaptive path created capabilities no conventional Kryptonian education would have cultivated. This assessment reflected not criticism but genuine appreciation, recognition of valuable divergence rather than deviation from expected pattern. Before this exchange could develop further, however, dimensional transit concluded. With arrival at Themyscira under dramatically altered circumstances from their departure, the island's defensive systems operated at maximum capacity, energy barriers visible as shimmering dome encompassing entire territory. Weapon emplacements active across strategic positions, warrior formations deployed according to ancient battle protocols updated for current threat parameters. Above this defensive preparation, Mongol's vessel maintained position in lower atmosphere, massive structure whose design emphasized intimidation alongside functional efficiency. Unlike Brainiac's skull ship, which projected clinical collection purpose through its configuration, this craft's architecture communicated explicit conquest intent, a weapon platform disguised as transportation. Perimeter barriers LDING but degrading under sustained assault, reported Artemis, who coordinated defensive operations from central command position. Mongol employs focused harmonic disruption rather than brute force. Penetration. systematically identifying resonance vulnerabilities in our protective fields. Similar approach to Brainiac but with destructive rather than preservative intent, Diana assessed, immediately integrating tactical situation. How long until barrier failure? Approximately 7 minutes at current degradation rate, Artemis confirmed grimly. We've implemented distributed Dragon Ball containment as directed. But quantum entanglement remains despite physical separation. Mongol's remote access attempts continue with increasing effectiveness despite countermeasures. Kara immediate. Lee focused on this specific threat aspect. Where is the 3-star matrix currently secured? We need direct access for Sentinel Protocol implementation. Central vault beneath Temple of Athena, Artemis directed. Professional assessment immediately recognizing Kara's relevant expertise despite no formal introduction. Bulma coordinates containment modifications based on information from Goku's interface experience. Without further tactical discussion needed, they proceeded toward this critical location, Diana and Artemis coordinating overall defensive operations through Amazon Communicatio network while Goku and Kara focused on Matrix security protocol implementation. They found Bulma in the specialized containment vault, working alongside the Myskron artificers to modify protective measures around the 3-star Dragon Ball. Her expression registered momentary surprise at Kara's active presence before professional focus reasserted priority. The containment field barely maintained NS integrity against increasingly sophisticated remote access attempts, she reported without preamble. Something on Mongol's vessel specifically targets this particular matrix unit with precision. Gesting detailed knowledge of its operational architecture. The 3-star configuration serves as secondary control interface, Kara explained, approaching the containment system with evident familiarity. Mongol likely possesses technical specifications from Kryptonian research facility raids before our planet's destruction. Her assessment of the current containment system took mere seconds. Professional expertise evident in how quickly she identified both effective elements and critical vulnerabilities. The quantum isolation approach shows impressive adaptation of fundamental principles despite technological limitations. However, multidimensional harmonic dampening requires recalibration to address specific frequency Mongol employs. Without hesitation, she began implementing adjustments to containment parameters, her hands moving across control surfaces with precision indicating both extensive training and natural aptitude. Bulma observed this intervention with scientific appreciation rather than territorial concern, recognizing superior expertise in this specialized domain. The Sentinel protocol requires simultaneous authentication through both primary control interfaces, Kara explained as she completed containment modifications. Goku must re-establish connection with the 4-star matrix while I initiate parallel interface with this unit. The synchronized verify cation creates security lockout preventing unauthorized access regardless of biological authentication spoofing. This operational directive created immediate logistical challenge given current Drago N-ball distribution protocol implemented during their absence. The 4-star ball was relocated to Southern Coastal Shrine as part of separation strategy, Bulma informed them. Approximately 7 kilometers from current position. Too distant for simultaneous physical interface, Kara assessed immediately. The protocol requires precise synchronization between authentication sequences, millisecond level timing beyond coordination capability at that separation. Goku considered this challenge with tactical adaptation shaped by his unique training background. The interface revealed connection between all matrix units regardless of physical location, quantum entanglement transcending conventional spatial limitations. Could we leverage that existing connection rather than requiring direct physical contact with both units simultaneously? Kara's expression reflected professional reassessment incorporating this unconventional approach. Theoretically possible though never attempted in original design parameters. The entanglement backbone maintains constant communication between all matrix components regardless of separation. With sufficient mental discipline, a Kryptonian operator might potentially access remote unit through existing quantum connection rather than direct interface contact. Essentially using one matrix as gateway to another through their inherent entanglement, Bulma interpreted. Scientific understanding immediately grasping fundamental concept despite technical complexity. Precisely, Kara confirmed, though requires extraordinary mental focus beyond standard Kryptonian training protocols. The operator must maintain dual awareness across quantum boundary, simultaneously present in both interface connections despite physical contact with only one unit. All three turned toward Goku, recognizing that his unique combination of Kryptonian capability with Earth martial arts mental discipline represented their only viable option given urgent timeline and physical constraints. Master Roshi's advanced meditation techniques included similar dual consciousness exercises, he confirmed, accepting responsibility without hesitation. Maintaining awareness in multiple states simultaneously while preserving functional operation in each. Then we attempt modified implementation, Kara decided. I establish direct interface with 3-star unit Y. Liu connect through quantum entanglement to 4-star matrix from same position. Our synchronized authentication through respective units should activate Sentinel protocol despite physical separation. As they prepared for this unprecedented approach, Amazon Communication Network delivered urgent tactical update. Mongol's vessel had launched specialized penetration units targeting specific locations across Themyscira, including both current vault position and southern shrine where 4-star ball remained secured. He's identified both primary matrix locations despite our containment measures, Diana reported. Tactical assessment immediately integrating this development. Simultaneous assault suggests either incredible scanning precision or informant with detailed knowledge of our defensive distribution. More likely technological advantage rather than intelligence breach, Kara assessed. Kryptonian tracking systems could potentially identify matrix quantum signatures despite conventional concealment methods. The Science Council developed similar capability for colonial deployment monitoring. This technical context reinforced urgent implementation timeline as the Myskaron defensive systems engaged approaching penetration units with coordinated response. Amazon warriors under Artemis's direction maintained disciplined defense despite unprecedented technological disparity. Their ancient combat techniques proving surprisingly effective against advanced weaponry through sheer tactical adaptation. Inside the secure vault, Kara and Goku prepared for simultaneous interface attempt while Bulma monitored both quantum fluctuations within the matrix network and approaching threat vectors through the Myskaron tactical display. The 3-star Dragon Ball pulsed with increasing G energy as containment fields adjusted to permit controlled interface while maintaining protection against external access attempts. The Sentinel protocol activates through specific mental command sequence combined with unique Kryptonian neural pattern, Kara explained as they established position before the contained artifact. Our genetic signatures provide authentication baseline, but aus verification requires specific thought structure recognized by security system as authorized operator pattern. Similar to advanced password utilizing both biometric verification and cognitive mapping, Bulma translated. Her scientific understanding bridging technical terminology gap. Precisely, Kara confirmed. The system verifies both who you are biologically and that your conscious int aligns with authorized operational parameters. As final preparations concluded, Diana provided critical defensive update through communication link. Mongols penetration units breach outer perimeter in multiple sectors. Defensive positions maintaining containment but with increasing pressure. Southern Shrine reports direct assault on 4-star matrix position. Warriors holding but situation deteriorating rapidly. This tactical assessment created clear operational timeline, minutes at most before physical security around both matrix units potentially failed, rendering Sentinel Protocol implementation impossible regardless of technical capability. We proceed immediately, Kara decided, her tone reflecting leadership experience despite apparent youth. Standard interface initiation F. Followed by modified synchronization attempt through quantum entanglement backbone. Goku positioned himself opposite Kara with the contained 3-star ball between them, both Kryptonians established G physical contact with the artifact's surface while maintaining mental preparation for complex interface procedure. Unlike his previous exploratory connection, this attempt required precisely coordinated execution following specific protocol rather than intuitive exploration. Neural synchronization pattern follows 7-stage progression, Kara instructed as energy began flowing between their hands and the crystalline matrix. Allow initial connection to establish fully before attempting quantum extension toward remote unit. Your consciousness must remain anchored in primary interface while extending awareness through entanglement network. The interface initiated with golden energy manifestations surrounding both Kryptonians and the three-star ball, visible representation of quantum int. Or action occurring at levels beyond conventional perception. Within this energy matrix, information exchange occurred at rates transcending normal cognitive processing, creating shared awareness between operators, an artifact that formed foundation for security protocol implementation. Goku experienced the connection differently from his previous interface attempt, more structured and directed rather than exploratory. With Kara's experienced presence providing guidance through unfamiliar mental landscape, the synchronization matrix revealed its operational architecture more explicitly under her direction. Control pathways becoming evident where previously he had perceived only general functional principles. Connection established, Kara confirmed, her voice seeming to originate simultaneously from physical presence and within interface consciousness. Proceed with quantum extension toward 4-star unit. Visualize connection pathway through entanglement backbone rather than physical space separation. Following this guidance, Goku directed mental focus beyond immediate interface toward the quantum connection linking all matrix units regardless of physical location. The sensation transcended conventional spatial perception, awareness extending not through three-dimensional space but across fundamental quantum relationship that maintained constant communication between all Dragon Balls despite distribution. Remarkable adaptation, Kara observed as his consciousness successfully navigated this complex extension. Your mental discipline exceeds standard Kryptonian training parameters. Through this extended awareness, Goku perceived the 4-star ball at Southern Shrine location, not visually but through quantum relationship that rendered physical separation effectively meaningless at fundamental level. The matrix remained secured in the Myskaron containment field while Amazon warriors defended against increasingly intense assault from Mongols' penetration units. Remote connection established, he reported, maintaining dual awareness across both immediate interface and extended quantum link. 4-star matrix accessible through entanglement pathway. Proceed. With synchronized authentication sequence, Kara directed, initiating precise mental command structure recognized by matrix security system as authorized operator verification. Sentinel protocol Riku, iris identical verification pattern transmitted simultaneously through both primary control units. Goku implemented parallel authentication through extended awareness, maintaining perfect synchronization with Kara's sequence despite complexity of divided consciousness across quantum boundary. The effort required mental discipline beyond any previous training application, but Master Roshi's meditation techniques provided conceptual framework that facilitated adaptation despite lack of formal Kryptonian preparation. The matrix system responded to their synchronized verification with immediate energy fluctuation detectable through both direct perception and Bulma's monitoring equipment. The 3-star ball's internal configuration shifted visibly as security protocols activated, stars in crystalline structure rearranging into new pattern indicating fundamental operational change. Authentication accepted, Kara confirmed as interface feedback verified successful implementation. Sentinel protocol activating throughout matrix network. The effect propagated instantly across quantum entanglement connections to all Dragon Balls regardless of physical separation, visible energy POO. LSE transmitting through interdimensional link rather than conventional space. Bulma's monitoring equipment registered synchronized response from all matrix units as security system established network. K-wide protection against unauthorized access attempts. Remote hijacking attempts blocked across all frequencies, she reported with evident satisfaction. Mongols access vectors encountering compel. Eat signal rejection despite continued transmission effort. This tactical success registered immediately in broader conflict as Mongols' penetration units suddenly shifted operational focus, abandoning precision extraction attempts in favor of brute force approach suggesting fundamental strategy revision following security protocol activation. He recognizes the matrices are no longer vulnerable to remote access. Diana interpreted through tactical communication network. Strategy shifts toward physical acquisition rather than technological hijacking. This assessment proved accurate as Mongol's vessel reconfigured weapon systems for direct assault rather than specialized extraction. The atmospheric disturbance created by this transformation registered throughout Themyscira as ominous precursor to intensified attack. Perimeter barriers at critical threshold, reported Philippus from defensive command position. structural integrity failing under concentrated assault pattern. Within the secure vault, Kara and Goku maintained matrix interface connection while security protocol completed full implementation across network. The three-star ball continued energy pulsation indicating active processing beyond merely static protection establishment. The Sentinel protocol creates more than simple access prevention, Kara explained as interface revealed operational details beyond initial security function. It establishes active countermeasure system against unauthorized utilization attempts, essentially defensive consciousness within matrix network itself. Self-protecting system rather than merely passive security measure, Bulma interpreted, scientific understanding immediately grasping functional distinction. Precisely, Kara confirmed. The protocol creates auto-no, most defense parameters calibrated to specific threat profile based on attempted access pattern. In this case, specifically targeted countermeasures against Mongol's particular technological approach. This functionality explanation had barely concluded when Themyscira's defensive network transmitted urgent priority alert. Mongol's vessel had launched what appeared to be primary weapons system, MA. SSIVE energy buildup suggesting planet-scale destructive capability rather than merely tactical assault function. He transitions to extinction protocol, Kara identified immediately, recognition indicating prior knowledge of this specific approach. Standard methodology when primary objective acquisition fails, eliminate all indigenous resistance to prevent technology recovery by competing interests. The strategic implications registered with devastating clarity. Having failed to acquire Dragon Balls through either remote access or precision extraction, Mongol now intended to obliterate the Themyscira entirely, destroying both artifacts and defenders rather than allowing either to remain beyond his control. Island-wide evacuation impossible within available timeframe, Diana assessed through command network. Royal authority evident despite grim tactical reality. Defensive barriers cannot withstand weapons system of indicated caliber regardless of reinforcement attempt. This apparently impossible strategic situation created decision point beyond conventional tactical response. Goku and Kara exchanged glance that communicated shared understanding beyond verbal expression, Kryptonian awareness recognizing both threat parameters and potential response options invisible to others. The Matrix network includes defensive capability beyond merely preventing unauthorized access, Kara stated. Information clearly derived from interface connection rather than prior knowledge. The Sentinel protocol established during authentication includes emergency response function against existential threat scenarios. Meaning, Diana prompted, tactical focus cutting directly to operational relevance. The synchronization matrices can generate quantum shield effect when properly configured. Kara explained with urgent precision, essentially creating protective field derived from same fundamental technology designed for environmental transformation. Can you implement this function? Hippolyta questioned through command network, royal authority focused entirely on practical salvation rather than theoretical possibility. Not without risk, Kara acknowledged honestly. The DEFA NSIVE application represents experimental function never deployed in actual conditions. Energy requirements exceed safe operational parameters for distributed matrix configuration. What specific risks? Diana pressed. Tactical assessment requiring complete information despite urgent timeline. Potential matrix destabilization if defensive deployment exceeds structural tolerance, Kara explained. Under worst-case scenario, catastrophic energy release potentially triggering uncontrolled transformation effect rather than merely shield failure. The choice presented impossible calculation, tempt experimental defensive function with potential for wider catastrophe, or accept certain destruction under Mongol's imminent attack. The decision transcended tactical consideration into fundamental ethical territory, risking potential disaster against guaranteed annihilation. How long until Mongol's weapon achieves firing capacity? Goku asked, framing decision parameters within concrete timeline. Energy buildup suggests approximately 47 seconds until discharge capability, Bulma reported, monitoring atmospheric readings through the Myskaron sensor network. And matrix defensive function implementation timeline? Diana questioned. Approximately 30 seconds from initiation to full deployment, Kara estimated based on interface information. But requires both Kryptonian operators maintaining synchronized control throughout process to prevent destabilization. Hippolyta's voice carried royal decisiveness despite impossible calculation. Proceed with defensive implementation. Themyscira faces certain destruction without intervention. Potential risk represents only available option regardless of theoretical consequences. With this authorization established, Kara and Goku deepened interface connection beyond authentication parameters into direct operational control, transition requiring significantly greater mental integration with Matrix system than previous interaction. The three-star ball's energy output increased dramatically as they initiated defensive configuration, internal stars shifting into new pattern indicating fundamental functional change. Quantum shield generation requires synchronized energy distribution across all Matrix units, Kara explained as they implemented complex activation sequence. Your extended awareness must maintain action with 4-star unit while I coordinate remaining matrices through primary control interface. The process created visible manifestation as energy patterns flowed between them through the 3-star ball, golden light extending outward in complex geometric configurations that represented multidimensional calculations beyond conventional representation. Through quantum entanglement backbone, this energy transmission reached all Dragon Balls simultaneously despite physical separation across Themyscira. Matrix synchronization at 67% harmony, Bulma reported, monitoring quantum fluctuations through specialized equipment. Energy integration approaching critical threshold for field generation. Outside, Mongol's weapon system reached final charging stage, atmosphere above Themyscira distorting visibly as energy concentrations exceeded natural containment capability. Amazon defensive positions maintained disciplined operation despite recognition of conventional response inadequacy against threat of this magnitude. Within interface connection, Goku and Kara navigated increasingly complex control parameters as Matrix network approached defensive activation threshold. The system responded to their combined guidance with efficiency suggesting design specifically for dual operator control despite experimental nature of this particular application. Quantum shield initiating, Ra announced as synchronized control reached critical implementation point. Maintaining stability requires perfect harmonic balance between all Matrix units. The effect manifested first as subtle energy distortion throughout Themyscira's atmosphere, then rapidly intensified into visible protective field encompassing entire island, golden energy barrier with distinctive 7-pointed geometric pattern reflecting the Dragon Ball's combined configuration. Unlike conventional defensive shields operating through energy projection, this protection functioned at quantum level, altering fundamental physical properties within its influence zone rather than merely establishing energy barrier. Remarkable implementation, Diana observed through command network, professional appreciation evident despite crisis circumstances. The shield extends beyond merely physical protection into dimensional reinforcement, essentially strengthening reality itself within protected zone. This assessment proved immediately relevant as Mongol's weapon discharged with planet-scale destructive potential, energy beam capable of obliterating conventional terrestrial target regardless of defensive measures. The attack struck quantum shield with impact visible throughout Earth's atmosphere, the collision between immovable defense and irresistible force creating atmospheric disturbance detectable across hemispheric range. Within secure vault, Goku and Kara maintained synchronized control through matrix interface despite massive energy fluctuations triggered by attack impact. The strain registered visibly in their expressions, not merely physical exertion but fundamental consciousness pressure from maintaining complex multidimensional calculations necessary for shield integrity. Shield integrity holding at 89% capacity, Bulma reported, monitoring quantum fluctuations with scientific precision. Energy dispersion patterns indicate effective distribution across all matrix units despite attack concentration. Mongol's response to this unexpected defense came without hesitation, weapon system reconfiguring for sustained assault rather than single overwhelming strike. The attack pattern shifted Taoa. Road systematic probing across shield surface, methodology suggesting tactical intelligence seeking vulnerability rather than merely increased power application. He adapts approach seeking resonance vulnerability. Kara identified through interface awareness extending beyond shield operation to include attack pattern analysis. Standard Kryptonian methodology against unknown defensive technology, Eastmatic frequency variation until harmonic weakness identified. This tactical assessment created clear strategic concern, maintaining perfect shield harmonization against precisely targeted resonant CE attack required exponentially increasing control precision from both Kryptonian operators. The interface demands intensified accordingly, mental strain visibly affecting both despite extraordinary discipline. Matrix energy consumption exceeding sustainable parameters, Bulma warned as monitoring equipment registered concerning fluctuations. Particularly in 4-star unit maintaining connecti on through quantum entanglement rather than direct interface. This technical limitation created immediate tactical vulnerability, shield integrity dependent on balanced energy distribution across all matrix units. With remote 4-star connection representing weakest point in overall configuration, Mongol's systematic probing would eventually identify this specific vulnerability regardless of operator's skill maintaining harmonization. We need direct interface with 4-star matrix rather than remote connection, Kara determined, professional assessment overriding personal concern. Current C. Configuration cannot maintain integrity against sustained resonance attack beyond approximately 3 minutes. Physical retrieval impossible under current conditions, Diana reported through command network. Southern Shrine remains under direct assault from penetration units. Transport through combat zone while maintaining shield operation exceeds even Amazon capability. This tactical impasse created apparent no-win scenario. Shield failure inevitable given current configuration limitations, yet reconfiguration impossible without temporarily compromising existing protection. The mathematical certainty of failure within defined timeline created decision point requiring unconventional solution beyond standard operational parameters. Goku, whose unique background provided perspective outside traditional Kryptonian analytical framework, identified potential approach invisible within conventional tactical assessment. The interface revealed something about Matrix fundamental design. He recalled from previous connection experience. These devices operate partially outside normal physical constraints, existing simultaneously in multiple dimensional states like Themyscira itself. Quote, correct but tactically irrelevant given current operational limitations, Kara began before recognition dawned. Unless you're suggesting dimensional transfer rather than physical retrieval. Precisely. Goku confirmed, not moving ourselves to the 4-star ball's physical location, but temporarily shifting its dimensional state to align with current position despite maintaining physical separation. This unprecedented application represented theoretical possibility never attempted in original Matrix design parameters, yet conceptually aligned with fundamental operational principles and RLYING synchronization technology itself. The approach required extraordinary mental discipline beyond standard Kryptonian training, essentially manipulating quantum reality through sheer consciousness. Application rather than technological mechanism. Theoretically possible but beyond documented implementation parameters, Kara acknowledged, professional caution balanced against desperate tactical necessity. Requires mental synchronization beyond even Science Council experimental protocols. But not beyond possibility through our combined approach, Goku countered. Your technical knowledge providing operational framework. My adaptive discipline enabling implementation beyond conventional parameters. The proposed solution represented their only viable option given shield deterioratio. End timeline against Mongols' increasingly focused assault. Despite theoretical risks, practical necessity dictated attempt regardless of experimental nature. Proceed with dimensional alignment attempt. Diana authorized through command network, tactical authority recognizing both desperate circumstances and unique capability represented by combined Kryptonian approach. Implementation required NDA mental shift in interface methodology, transitioning from merely maintaining current shield configuration toward actively manipulating underlying dimensional framework supporting matrix network operation. Kara provided technical guidance based on formal Kryptonian training while Goku contributed adaptive implementation through mental discipline transcending conventional operational parameters. Focus consciousness not on matrix physical location but underlying quantum signature, Kara directed as they initiated this unprecedented approach. The entanglement backbone maintains constant concision regardless of spatial separation, essentially creating singular quantum entity across multiple physical manifestations. Following this guidance, Goku extended awareness through interface connection beyond merely remote operation toward fundamental reality manipulation, essentially instructing Matrix Network to temporarily realign dimensional coordinates despite maintaining physical separation. The process required consciousness application beyond anything previously attempted, essentially imposing mental directive upon quantum reality itself. The effect manifested gradually then with Su-D-Den completion, reality within secure vault momentarily distorting as dimensional boundaries flexed under consciousness-driven manipulation. The four-star ball appeared physically present despite Simu-LT Aeneasly remaining at Southern Shrine location, quantum superposition creating dual existence state transcending conventional physical limitations. Dimensional alignment achieved, Bulma reported WITH scientific amazement despite urgent circumstances. The four-star matrix exists simultaneously in both locations according to quantum readings, physically present here while maintaining original position coordinates. This extraordinary implementation created immediate tactical advantage, allowing direct interface connection with both primary control matrices simultaneously despite physical separation under combat conditions. Kara and Goku immediately established synchronized operation across both units, energy flow balancing perfectly between artifacts now quantum link beyond merely entanglement connection. Shield harmonization re-establishing at optimal parameters, Bulma confirmed as monitoring equipment registered dramatic improvement across all operational metrics. Energy distribution, Ibutian achieving 97% efficiency across matrix network. The effect registered immediately in shield performance against Mongol's continued assault, protective field stabilizing completely despite increasingly focused resonance attack. The quantum barrier not merely maintained integrity but actively adapted against targeting attempts, essentially learning from attack pattern to implement predictive defense reconfiguration. He cannot penetrate this defense, Diana assessed through tactical observation. The shield adapts faster than his targeting algorithms can identify vulnerability patterns. This unprecedented defensive success created strategic advantage beyond merely survival. Mongol's methodical approach fundamentally relied on inevitable defense degradation against sustained assault. The matrix-generated quantum shield violated this fundamental assumption, maintaining perfect integrity regardless of attack duration or intensity. Within Mongol's vessel, this tactical reality apparently registered with corresponding strategic reassessment. The sustained weapon discharge ceased abruptly, energy patterns reconfiguring toward what appeared to be vessel propulsion rather than offensive systems. He prepares withdrawal, Diana identified through tactical observation. Standard conquest methodology includes strategic retreat when resource expenditure exceeds acquisition value. According to the Myskaron historical records, this assessment proved accurate as Mongol's massive vessel began atmospheric ascent, tactical retreat rather than continued futile assault against impenetrable defense. The penetration units previously engaged in ground assault similarly disengaged, returning to primary vessel through coordinated extraction patterns suggesting well-established contingency protocol. Maintain shield configuration until confirmed departure from Earth orbital vicinity, Hippolyta directed through command network, strategic caution preventing premature defensive reduction despite apparent tactical victory. Within secure vault, Goku and Kara continued synchronized interface operation, maintaining quantum shield integrity while monitoring Mongol's retreat through Matrix Network's enhanced perception capabilities. The dimensional alignment connecting four-star ball across locations remained stable despite unprecedented nature of this implementation, testament to both Kryptonian ingenuity and adaptability transcending original design parameters. His vessel enters hyperspatial transition coordinates, Kara reported through interface awareness extending beyond conventional detection range. Departure vector indicates trajectory toward Thonogarian territory rather than return to previous operational sector. This tactical assessment confirmed strategic victory beyond merely defensive success. Mongol's complete withdrawal rather than merely tactical repositioning represented acknowledgement of fundamental mission failure rather than temporary setback. The combined Kryptonian implementation had not merely prevented immediate disaster but effectively eliminated ongoing threat from this particular adversary. With confirmation of Mongol's departure from Earth's solar system, Hippolyta authorized gradual defensive reduction, systematic stand-down protocol that maintained readiness capability despite immediate threat elimination. The quantum shield gene, rated through Matrix Network, remained active during this process, gradually reducing intensity while maintaining fundamental protection until the Myskron defenses fully re-established operational status. Shield reduction can proceed safely, Kara confirmed as they initiated careful power-down sequence through synchronized interface control. Matrix network achieved remarkable stability, considering experimental implementation under combat conditions. The dimensional alignment maintaining 4-star Ball's dual-position quantum state gradually resolved as shield requirements diminished. Physical reality reasserting conventional parameters as consciousness-driven manipulation relaxed alongside reduced operational necessity. The artifact's manifestation within Secure Vault faded gradually until only 3-star Ball remained physically present, though quantum connection between units persisted at fundamental level. As interface connection concluded with carefully controlled disengagement, both Kryptonians exhibited visible exhaustion despite extraordinary physiological resilience, the mental exertion required for unprecedented matrix manipulation transcending even their enhanced capabilities without corresponding energy depletion. That was beyond anything attempted in Kryptonian operational history, Kara acknowledged with professional respect, transcending familial connection. The dimensional manipulation specifically represents implementation beyond Science Council's theoretical models, let alone documented application. Master Roshi always emphasized adaptability over rigid methodology. Goku replied with characteristic modesty despite extraordinary accomplishment, seeing beyond established parameters to underlying principles. This exchange reflected fundamental philosophical distinction between traditional Kryptonian approach and Goku's unique development, formal scientific rigor versus intuitive adaptation through practical application. Their combined methodology had created capability transcending either approach individually, essentially establishing new operational paradigm through complementary integration. As immediate crisis concluded with Mongol's confirmed departure, attention shifted toward broader implications beyond tactical victory. The Dragon Balls, or synchronization matrices in Kryptonian terminology, had demonstrated abilities far beyond initial understanding, while simultaneously revealing both greater potential and corresponding risk than previously recognized. The security protocol implementation successfully prevents unauthorized access, Kara confirmed as they exited Secure Vault to join strategic assessment gathering in Themyscira's War Council chamber. But fundamental questions regarding long-term matrix deployment remain unresolved. This succinct summary captured essential strategic reality despite tactical success. The synchronization matrices represented both extraordinary resource and fundamental existential question regarding Earth's future. Their designed purpose, planetary transformation to support Kryptonian life, remained fundamentally incompatible with Earth's continued existence in current form. Regardless of security protocols preventing immediate unauthorized activation, as they gathered with the Myskron leadership and their companions to assess both immediate victory and ongoing strategic challenges, one reality emerged with unmistakable clarity amid complex considerations. The last children of Krypton had found each other against astronomical odds, while simultaneously discovering both tremendous responsibility and extraordinary possibility in their shared heritage. Whatever decisions awaited regarding synchronization matrices and Earth's future relationship with Kryptonian legacy, they would face these choices together rather than in isolation. Connection established through crisis, forged through shared purpose, and strengthened through complementary capabilities neither could have manifested alone. In this fundamental shift from isolation to partnership lay perhaps the most significant development of all, two survivors finding kindred spirit after believing themselves utterly alone. Their combined perspective offering wisdom neither could have achieved in continued separation. The Dragon Balls pulsed with steady energy throughout Themyscira, their distributed presence maintaining quantum connection despite physical separation. Whatever purpose ultimately awaited these remarkable artifacts, their immediate function had already transcended original design parameters through the combined ingenuity of two Kryptonians whose unique paths had finally converged amid cosmic threat and unexpected alliance. Chapter 4 End. The End. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.